All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to Colorado Springs, Colorado. We are at the USA Cycling US Cup presented by Sho-Air Cycling Group, and this is it, guys, the series final here. 4 rounds this year. We started the year off down in Texas at the Mellow Johnny's Classic. We went to Benelli Park. We were in Fontana, California, and now we are here to wrap it all up. $50,000 in cash on the line here for your pro men and pro women today, being split equally between the two groups. Taking a look here at our beautiful location, Pulpit Rock Open Space Park here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just down the street from USA Cycling headquarters, guys. And would you look at that? It is an absolutely perfect day here for mountain bike racing. It's a perfect day just to be alive in the state of Colorado right now, but a beautiful day to be on 2 wheels. We're going to have your elite women coming up very shortly. Man, that's a cool shot. I cannot wait to see the top riders in North America ripping up and down the side of that. Here we are, guys, presented by Cannondale, of course. Cannondale, the bike of choice here for the Sho-Air Cannondale squad. Some of the top riders in the series out there between Jeremiah Bishop, Max Plaxton. We're here in partnership with USA Cycling. Like I said, guys, just down the street here, we're actually going to be at USA Cycling later this evening for a little post-race party. And, of course, Sho-Air Cyclery, the new shop under the management of the Sho-Air Cycling Group out there in California. Grand opening on Tuesday of next week. Cliff Bar keeping us all fed out here. Brady Capias, Troy Wells going to be flying the flag for them today in the elite men's race. They've got some cool new stuff here on their Niner bikes, but Cliff Bar keeping everybody fed, as well as Kenda Tires out here, the rubber of choice today. Very difficult tire selection out there this afternoon. As you can kind of see in these shots, it's really hard packed with a lot of loose rubbly on top, almost like ball bearings. So tire choice, tire pressure going to be very important. KMC chains, you're going to find those on most of the bikes. A lot of the top men and women out there as well. Some of the best, lightest, and strongest equipment that we have. They're a great supporter of not only mountain biking, but cycling in general. Envy out there as well. You'll see those on the Cannondale bikes there of that Sho-Air Cannondale squad, the new Envy M Series wheels. So I think we're going to see a lot of the 50/50s out here. Their new cross-country carbon wheels, super stiff, super light, and of course Jackaroo clothing, making them all look good. We got Muscle Milk. A lot of these great sponsors, they've been a partner here all season long. Muscle Milk, I've seen it in all the coolers around here on ice all season long. And as always, brought to you by the Sho-Air Cycling Group, responsible not only for this, the USA Cycling US Cup, but also the Kenda Cup East and West Series, the Catalina Grand Fondo. They put on a ton of cool events, not just for the elites and the professionals, but all the way down to the amateurs, the Cat 3s, even the recreational riders out there with that Grand Fondo. So a lot of great partners and a lot of great racing here on tap. I'm taking a look here. The flag's blowing a little bit. We got a little bit of wind blowing down the start-finish here. It's going to be a headwind for the riders as they make their way through the start-finish. I am Colt McElwain. I'm going to be joined up here in just a little bit by Larry Longo here on the main stage. As you're taking a look down, that's us right there in that big black trailer right on the start-finish line as we take a shot here from the top of Castle Rock. So we got your elite men and women out there right now, just checking out the course, getting one final preview, and we'll talk about the course here in a minute, but it is going to be super fast. That's me right there, Colt McElwain on your screen. You can hit me up today on Twitter at DopersSuck. If you have any questions, any comments, you want to participate, please do, guys. I don't like just sitting up here by myself. It's fun to see what you guys have to say. Send in your questions. I'll try and, like we always do, if there's riders out there that we're not catching on the cameras and you want some updates, just let me know who you're looking for. You can also use the hashtag US Cup. These are your elite women's series standings. So Katarina Nash here for the Luna Chicks has a pretty solid lead here in first with her Luna Chicks teammate, Catherine Pendrell, the former world champion Olympian there. In second, Emily Batty, also from Canada Truck Factory Racing with 82 points in third. Then Georgia Gould, and finally Evelyn Dong. Really one of the stories of the season. Just podium after podium after podium for the backcountry.com rider out of Utah. She has 61 points. So to try and get an official points breakdown here, but there's definitely still movement to be done today. Like we said, $25,000 up for grabs just for the elite women for the overall series standing. So I think it was something like $80,000 in prize money throughout the whole series. So $30,000 of that was broken down into the individual races, prize payouts per event, but a lot of money. 15 women and top 15 men in the series. We're looking at highs today just about 90 degrees, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, low of 58. It was pretty chilly out here this morning, but today it's going to be a hot one. Partly cloudy, wind about 12 miles an hour southwest. Like we said, coming down the start-finish line here, there's a bit of a stiff breeze. I'd say it's every bit 12 miles an hour right now, and this course very, very fast. So I don't know how much drafting there will be out there. It's very twisty, so it's hard to really stay on the riders.
Check 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
And that would be Larry Longo, just checking on the mic. Course overview, guys. The course length is 3.4 miles or 5.5K, and it's going to be very, very, very fast out there. I heard something around 12 minutes, maybe faster for the men. So they're going to be doing 8 laps for the men, I believe 7 laps for the women. We're here
2, check 1, 2.
100 feet.
1, 2, 3.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We got Larry Longo down there. He's going to be starting the race as the women get staging.
We're going to have a singer, right? No, he's going to play the next. Right.
Can you announce for Rose Grant? She's an on-site plate, and she's ranked 19. So she's on here as 2019, but she has actually 20.
All right, guys. So like I said, taking a look here over the course. I've got your series standings right here in front of me. So we already talked about your top 5 women, but like we said, it's the top 15 here that really matter at the end of the day. And there will be some movement here. We have a lot of the women there between 10th and 15th in the series standings right now are not in attendance today. I don't see Sandra Walters on the start list. Puamata obviously out with injury. She's not here. Magali Rochette, the Canadian, she's up getting ready for BC bike race. Amanda Nauman out of California is not here. So we look at some of these riders like Erica Tingey, Rose Grant. A few of these riders who are just outside the top 15 right now with a good ride today with a few points. They're very close to breaking into that prize money for the day. So like we said, guys, here at Pulpit Rock Open Space Park in Colorado Springs, a really awesome venue. I mean, you can see that's us obviously right there, all the tents and trailers of the pro teams, but just across that main road that you're looking at, there's a huge shopping center, obviously a big main road, so a lot of local residents going to be driving down that road today and hopefully pulling on over and seeing what's going on here in Colorado Springs. We got Larry Longo down there on the start line right now. He's going to be getting ready to call off your elite women. They will be going in just about 10 minutes. They're going to begin staging here very shortly. Taking a look over the start list here before we get going. Some of the notable names. We got many Olympians and national champions in attendance. Katarina Nash is here. She's your top rider in the series. Catherine Pendrell, like we said, Emily Batty, Georgia Gould, Evelyn Dong. Erin Huck is here riding for Tokyo Joe's. Rachel Lloyd coming out for the California Giant Strawberries Specialized team. She's doing very well overall in the series. Michaela Kaufman here from Canada, Sandra Walter. All right, guys, go ahead. We're about to get started here, but go ahead, take this opportunity. Obviously, you guys, if you're watching this live, are on your computers right now. Just go ahead, open up another window, and head on over to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I don't know, whatever you guys use, and spread the word. Live mountain bike racing coming at you right now, worldwide, on the internet. It's a big deal, guys. The more viewers we get tuning in for these things, the bigger and better we can make them in the future. And don't forget to use the hashtag US Cup so you can follow along. Same thing if you guys have any questions. I'll be checking that hashtag as we go throughout the day.
Minute.
Taking a look here down at some of the single track on your screen. This is all city land right around here. We're very close to the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, just down the road. Obviously the USA Cycling headquarters, like we said, just down the road. I think we're going to send it down to Larry Longo here. He's going to have the call up down there on the start, so I'll leave it to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now introduce to you our...
Right now, that should start at 12 o'clock. Okay, thanks.
Since Fontana, we got to get all the rust out here. This is your elite women's start line here, the front row. A little confusion here as the start is taking place just down the parking lot a bit from where the finish line will be. That's where we're set up. But luckily, we got a great shot there. I see Michaela Kaufman, number 9 there all the way to the left of your screen. She's going to be lined up next to Georgia Gould. Then we have your Mexican rider from the Mexican national team. That is Danielle Campenzano. In the series leader jersey there, that was Katarina Nash. You see here, this is your updated series running order. Katarina Nash in the lead, Catherine Pendrell, Danny up there. Oh, no, sorry, this is your start line. Emily Batty on the front row with Georgia Gould, Michaela Kaufman. Erin Hook riding for Tokyo Joe's, a local here out of Colorado. We have your Costa Rican rider in there. Cool to see her on the start line today. That is Rojas, Evelyn Dong, and Chloe Woodruff for backcountry.com. And we're going to have your start here coming up in just a few minutes. Riders going to head out on course. I believe your women are doing 7 laps. 7 laps out there. I've done less laps in a short track race. This course, very, very fast. Like we said, it's just over 5K, but it is ripping fast. We saw some of the men on Strava doing at times right around 12 minutes or faster. So I'd expect women not too much slower than that, right around the low to mid-teens there. You see the umbrellas out. It is pretty warm out. It's going to get up to the high 80s, almost 90 today, but we are at altitude, so it's a very dry heat. There's a nice breeze out there, so I don't think there's going to be too many women suffering.
Trouble hearing me? We're hollering here at the start line, but we're going to send it back to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, for the playing of our national anthem.
How you doing? Good, good.
And Colt will send it up to you. I'm on my way back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. The U.S. National Anthem here at the U.S. Cup in Colorado Springs. Your elite women just moments away now from getting underway. Larry's going to make his way back up here to the main stage, and then we're going to send them off on their first of 7 laps. So again, your front row there, it's Katarina Nash, Kat Pendrell, Emily Batty, Georgia Gould, Evelyn Dong, Erin Huck is up there, Danny Campenzano, Rachel Lloyd, Michaela Kaufman, and the rest of your elite women's field. Looking at nearly 50 elite women here on the start line this afternoon for the series finals. Like we've seen all season long here in the U.S. Cup, big numbers, a lot of men and women coming out to chase that overall series prize money. All right, and we are off. Elite women now on course. Looks like Katarina Nash there, as always, very quick into the pedals, out of the saddle. She's going to take that whole shot as they head down the pavement. Now, a very steep, very loose climb here coming early on in the first third of this lap as the Luna Chicks swarm the front of this field. So very important to get good position on a fast course like this. I think we're going to see some good group racing dynamics. Who's going to come into that rubbly climb on lap number 1? That's where that first separation is going to happen, and you got to be in that first 5, 6, maybe 7 women because someone is going to get off their bike. We've seen a lot, most I would say, of the amateurs have been off their bike on that section of the course. It's not so steep, it's just very, very loose out there. So I think especially on the first lap when everyone's congested, they're only leaving about an inch between wheels here. Someone's gonna buzz the back of someone else's tire, and the rest of the field is going to have to get off their bike. So very important here to get out in the early position. Now that's going to be the white jersey. Not quite sure who that is in the front. That may be your Mexican national team rider.
That could be the Scott rider from Canada as well.
Michaela Kaufman, perhaps, yeah, on the front row there. She had a good... Hold on to your microphone, Larry.
You got it wrapped up in somebody's feet. But, yeah, this course is going to get selective very, very quickly. You can see right here, they make a hard left-hander onto what will become the first section of single track. And they are about, maybe 300, 350 yards from a very, very tough section on this course, which I think is going to probably put most of our women into running mode, I suspect.
Yeah, I was just talking about, so we have that, I mean, I call it a rubbly climb. I don't really know how else to describe it. I mean, you walked up there yesterday. How many of these women are going to ride that climb?
Well, you certainly at the front, you would expect riders, you know, the World Cuppers like Nash and Pendrell and Georgia Gould and the rest of them. But all it's going to take is, you know, one missed little inch of line, and there's rocks, and it is very, very loose, and it's probably about 20% grade there, just about as steep as it's possible to ride. And right now they are hammering in there. They're absolutely on the rivet. So we'll find out here momentarily. You can see this section, of course. Now it looks like we've got the drone shot in effect here. They're going to make that left-hander, and then it will tip upwards for sure.
This is awesome. I feel like I'm watching Cape Epic or one of the big road stage races. Awesome technology here to have this helicopter up in the sky, bringing us live streaming footage here from Colorado Springs. You see, though, from start to finish, it's pretty strung out, but all the riders there still in contention. So right as they make this twist onto the single track, they're going to hit that climb we're talking about. And I look for those Luna Chicks riders. Katarina Nash, very savvy tactically. She'll be right up front where she needs to be. Like I said, I think it's not a question of whether it's rideable. I think all these women on their own could go out there and ride this climb, but with so much nervous energy there in the start, and everybody's so close, as we rewatch that start, Katarina Nash, bib number 1, very quick.
Yeah, she has been in control this year. Nice to have her teammate Catherine Pendrell, who missed the first couple of rounds of racing earlier this summer. So she is back, and there they go again up the climb. But they are probably coming into that very technical section here as we speak. And as you were saying, Colt, you know, with the heart rates at about 99% of maximum, and now all of a sudden you're being forced to push themselves over the top into that red zone earlier on. It's going to be exciting up there. We should be coming back to live action here, and there it is.
Yep, as we wait for your elite women, we got one special guest here in the booth from very, very far away. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Bruce Dalton. I'm from Derbyshire in the United Kingdom, and I was selected by Scott Tedrow, who puts on the series, to come out. And yeah, it's real, guys. I've not been punked. I am actually here, and I've come all the way. So it's pretty cool to be watching the race.
Yes, if you guys were following along in Fontana, we had a little special giveaway there with Scott Tedrow, and he selected one new Twitter follower on the day that he would fly out here to the series finale. And this lucky gentleman sitting next to me, like you said, it was not a joke. You are here, you're in the United States, you're here to race your mountain bikes. Tell me about that opportunity from realizing that you had been selected to, it's been about 2 months now to actually showing up here.
At first I was a bit sort of taken aback by it all, because it's quite a distance from home, and I also was sort of always wanted to race over in the States, so it was it's a big opportunity for myself. I'm going to be racing in the Cat 1 tomorrow, and hopefully I've ridden the course. Great course, ride's really nice, and it's really fast. You can see the women starting to descent down the first tricky descent down there.
Yeah, this is going to be your elite women's leader. So who's going to come around that corner? We're finally going to figure out, is that white jersey? We thought maybe Michaela Kaufman was in there, and it will be, no, it is. No, I believe that's your Mexican national team rider. That is going to be Capizano. Very, very good start for her. She's Katarina Nash, Emily Batty, and then looks like Georgia Gould and Catherine Pendle right there. But Mexico taking it out fast right now.
Yeah, looking very confident. I saw her at the start. She scraped up. Hard crash training this week, you know, a road rash even on her chin, so lucky to walk away from that. And but now it's time to do some hard work out there. We go a little further back in the field.
Yeah, we saw Rose Grant come through there. She's one of those riders on the bubble. She's 19th in the series right now. Remember, top 15 overall get paid. But there's a lot of women in front of her that are not here today, so a strong ride for her inside the top 10 could mean a paycheck at the end of the day. Now, we were just talking to Bruce here. You guys, lucky for you, in viewerland, Scott Tedrow will be doing the same thing here today. So, today, during the women's race, go ahead, if you're not already, and follow at Scott Tedrow on Twitter. And he will be selecting today for the women's race one woman, I believe from anywhere in the world, as is proved by my British friend sitting next to me. He will be selecting one woman from somewhere to fly her out to the opening round of next year's U.S. Cup, wherever that might be. It might be down in Texas, it might be out in California, but an awesome opportunity. Make sure you guys do that pretty much right now. You're on your computer, just go ahead, open up another page. If you are a female, we may have a special giveaway for the gentlemen later today during the men's race. But we're going to be selecting that here today sometime during the week. So somebody's going to get flown out to a big bike race next year. Go ahead and get on that. And then, Larry, we got a big bike race going on right now. And it looks like things starting to spread out a little bit.
Well, at the front, though, actually, I think we're up to about a group of 7. I saw Chloe Woodruff making contact with the leaders, and so is the Tokyo Joe's rider from Boulder, who had just caught onto the back of that front train. So look at that. They are allowing, well, now it's Katarina Nash, which worries me a little bit for the rest of these people that are catching on, because if she starts putting out the wattage, she will once again create separations, and it looks kind of like that may be what's happening. Katarina Nash followed the Mexican national champion for a while, and now you see Nash get out of the saddle, you know it's suffer time for the rest of the ladies in that group.
Yeah, you saw Georgia Gould there just move around a few riders to get on the wheel. She knows all too well what happens here when Katarina goes to the front and starts drilling it. Katarina, in no way, I mean, we've seen over and over again, it's not that she doesn't wait for the last lap. When she feels good, she goes all race long, and she just dares anybody else to stay on her wheel. And it looks like Georgia Gould, Emily Batty in great position right now. Again, though, that Mexican national team rider right there on the wheels. We got a lot of up in Canada right now getting ready for BC bike race. Her teammate, Catherine Pendle, is here trying to wrap up the overall win in the series. She's going to actually fly out tonight up to British Columbia to start that race tomorrow. So just adding one extra stage to BC.
Well, it looks like they're all pretty much back together, but it's still Nash at the front with Gould sitting second, Batty sitting third. The Mexican national champion still hanging on to fourth. A little surprised, I didn't really look at my start sheet much, but we have a couple of elite cyclocrossers out there. I'm sure you've talked about Katie Compton, but the 7-time French national cyclocross champion is going to be racing some mountain bikes today, and she's won some titles in France on a mountain bike as well. Would she be a dark horse?
Yeah, Caroline Mani is a French woman. She is certainly here, and she is very fast right now. I've seen her, she's been in a few sort of random races this year. She's done a few gravel races, a few road races, some crits. I think she did a mountain bike race here and there. She's obviously very, very talented, a world-class rider on the cyclocross bike, now living in the United States, I believe right here in Colorado Springs. So like Katie Compton, not the best start position, so I'm not surprised that we don't see her up here just yet, but certainly expect her to ride her way up into the top 10. And like we said, 7 laps out here today for the women. What she's able to do as the laps go on, we will see. And then, of course, Katie Compton, Larry, I mean, what is it now, 10-time consecutive U.S. National Cyclocross champion, and very qualified on the mountain bike as well. She took a chase a few years ago going out for the Olympic team, came pretty darn close chasing the World Cup Series. She's also from right here in Colorado Springs. I look for her to make her way through the pack here and certainly challenge for a podium.
Yeah, former short track national champion, in fact. This is not a short track, but it is one of the shortest circuits that I've ever seen our pro women race on. We're thinking probably lap time somewhere around 13 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood. So they'll be coming around here fairly soon. And it is still Katarina Nash in command at the front with Gould sitting in. Batty struggling to get Gould's wheel, and you can just see this course is not that technical, but at race speed, with these warm conditions on a Saturday afternoon, this is going to be a true test of these riders' overall abilities.
Yeah, technical is such a relative term. I mean, yes, it's, you know, super rocky, super rooty. That's what we all think of. But when you're an elite rider on this course, it is so fast, and every one of these corners is so loose. It's like we said, that hard pack with the loose on top, that it's incredibly technical at these speeds to ride this course. Every one of these corners is a chance to go down, and it's really an opportunity to just make up fractions of a second, one after the other. 7 laps for the women, 8 laps for the men. So, yeah, it's not a course to underestimate for sure, Larry. But one thing to note, usually when we come to altitude, we're climbing 800, 900 feet every lap. Very little climbing out here relative to a lot of the other, you know, ski area courses we see. I think it's only maybe 200-300 feet per lap.
Probably a little bit more than that with all the little roller coastery stuff they do. Not exactly sure. That was a big power move by Georgia Gould to get to her teammate's wheel. Katarina Nash, though, probably the most athletic of all our riders in this field. A couple-time Olympian, well, 3-time Olympian, but having done it in a couple of different sports, cross-country skiing and mountain biking, and arguably the best descender of this entire group. Looks like Batty is caught back on, so there are your 3 leaders, with Katarina Nash still pouring power to the pedals. She's followed by Gould, her teammate, and then Trek factory-sponsored rider out of Canada, the former Olympian for Canada. Well, she's an Olympian for Canada, 15th in London a few years ago. Yeah, a little higher than that with that broken collarbone.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of this, Larry, just gaps opening and closing. Like we said, on a course like this, there's not a lot of sections out there that are so selective, and there are a lot of sections where it's not that hard to come back to somebody, where it opens up on a fast downhill, where if the riders in front just let up on the pedals for a second, you're able to, as we saw Georgia Gould and Emily there, you're able to, you know, put out another 20, 30 watts if you have that, and close those gaps pretty easily. So I expect it, especially later in the men's race when we start seeing an even deeper field, to be very, very tactical. Speaking to our special friend, our special guest here, Bruce Dalton, over visiting us in the U.S. Tell me about, I mean, do you guys have anything like this back where you ride? How have you found this course out here in terms of technicality?
I think I'm certainly more used to riding on mud and mud and roots. So this is a completely different course to what I'm normally riding on. It's incredibly fast on the back sections. You're hitting like 40k an hour, and especially down this section here, it's very sandy and loose coming onto these fire road sections. I mean, it makes it quite difficult at high speed, and when you're on your threshold, it's quite technical compared to some stuff that we do at home. But maybe not as much as a World Cup course, let's say like Dolby Forest or the London Olympic track, which I've both ridden. And so, yeah, it rides nicely though. It's good.
Yeah, speaking of, I mean, this actually, the surface almost reminds me of that London Olympic course a little bit. It's that same color dirt. It's that same loose on hard packed. Georgia Gould here on the front, a bronze medalist, of course, from the 2012 Olympic Games. She is on the front right now, pushing the pace with the series leaders jersey right behind her. So Georgia, we've seen her. She didn't have the best start off the line. She was back in about 6th, but we've seen her just leapfrogging over riders now to the front, pushing the pace here very early on. And already, Larry, I mean, we talked about maybe group dynamics out here today, just like that, halfway through lap number 1. Only almost 13 minutes on the clock, and we've already got a pretty select group here of 3, and then here she comes trying to close it down, your 2010 world champion, Catherine Pendrell, just dangling off the back.
A little surprised to see Catherine get caught out by this. I mean, you know that Katarina is going to charge hard at the front early on, and she is going to have to use a lot of energy here in this move, and that's what she's trying to do. You can see Catherine out of the saddle and bearing down and trying to catch those 4 leaders. Is our crew doing just a fine job out there. It's definitely the hard part of this race. As you can see, Aaron Huck now looking very, very good. Aaron Huck all the way up into 4th place with Capizuto, the Mexican national champion. Here comes Chloe Woodruff and her teammate, maybe the sensation of the year, Evelyn Dong.
Evelyn Dong has been just on fire this year. I mean, we all knew her. We all knew the name. She was one of those regular top 15 women, you know, sort of a filler in the years past. She was always right in that group, but never quite on the podium. And this year, man, she took a few leaps forward in her skill level and her fitness. We've seen her at races like Whiskey 50, the GoPro Games just recently here in Colorado, and many of the U.S. Cups already this year. She's been consistent every week. This is not a fluke. Evelyn Dong is here on top in the sport of mountain biking in North America. Your elite women here about to come through here, wrapping up lap number 1. Catherine Pendrell has made contact, Larry. We're going to have 4 women here coming through just over 14 minutes.
Yeah, tight little chicane, 14:22 or 3 is going to be the lap time for number 1. So they've got 6 laps to go. Now they know what this course is going to be like at race pace. You know, such a short circuit. We actually saw a whole lot of our pro riders yesterday going out and timing themselves, taking very, very hot laps. As Huck coming, here comes Campazano, as we can look out and see them go right by our location.
Yeah, the wind here is definitely blowing. We're about 15-mile-an-hour headwind for the riders here as they come through this start-finish. So definitely a drafting opportunity as we see Chloe and Evelyn come through there. Michaela Kaufman holding on there inside the top 15.
The Costa Rican rider, Adriana Rojas, is well up inside the top 10. So,
and then just coming through there off the screen, Crystal Anthony coming through for Riverside Racing. She's got the Sho-Air on her sleeve out here flying the flag for one of their sponsors. And, of course, this series sponsor, Sho-Air Cycling Group, the U.S. Cup here, round number 4. Larry, lap number 2 of 7. This is going to be a very, I mean, like we said, not a lot of climbing. Maybe not traditionally, technically, but 7 laps of this just flat out for an hour 30. It's going to be for this woman. This is going to be maybe a deceivingly hard race, I think.
Yeah, probably. You know, I've always thought that the flatter courses are a little bit harder because it's all up to you. You know, you have climbers and then you have, you know, horses for courses and courses for horses, and you have a lot of power riders in this group today. Riders like Gould, riders like Nash, and you go a little bit further down. Those, obviously, the cyclocrossers, Compton, and the French champion, Caroline Manet. As we go all the way back right now, there's rider number 20 going by us, and then some of our U.S. American domestic riders over the years. Nina Baum looking strong.
Just coming across the start line there, that is your cyclocross national champion, Katie Compton. Not the best position on the start line, but she's going to start picking off riders here one by one. Knows very well how to race on these kind of trails at this elevation. She lives just down the road here in Colorado Springs. Some of the BMC Project Dirt riders, they are bib number 16 there. The Jamis rider, that's going to be Erica Tingy. Very important day for her. She sits 16th overall right now in the series. She has to get some points today if she wants to leapfrog her way up into the money, up into the top 15 for a slice of that $25,000 in prize money up for grabs. Some of the young Bear Devo girls, I believe that's Kaylee Blevins, former U.S. junior national champion, making her debut here in the elites this year. And here are your leaders now. So 5 riders, 5 altogether here at the front. Larry, I just want to sit back and watch this shot. I don't even have anything to say. It's so beautiful out here. Colorado Springs, a lot of people years past when we came to this venue, you know, they said, why are we going to Colorado Springs? There's so many more, so many better riding destinations around Colorado. But honestly, this course, this venue set up for a big race like this, I couldn't be more impressed.
Yeah, we're what? Are we 150 yards from Interstate 25?
Very, very loose.
And the line is really only about 8 inches, a foot wide, where you got to stick your wheels through these very tough rocks, and then you have to make little corners. You can see the section from here, but it doesn't look like a tight shot as they work their way up what is probably the most difficult climb in this track. What a day here in Southern Colorado.
You wish, Larry. Ladies on the broadcast, if you're watching this right now, if you're listening to my voice, go on Twitter right now and follow at Scott Tedrow. If you guys are just tuning in and you missed that announcement, if you are a woman, which I know some of you are, go online right now, guys, at Scott Tedrow. Click that follow button, and one of his new followers today will be selected to be flown out to the first round of next year's U.S. Cup. That could be in Texas. That could be in California. It's going to be probably early March. Go ahead, get in that right now. Obviously, we've been talking to Bruce Dalton here from the UK. He was selected back in Fontana. We may be, if you guys tune in, we may be selecting a gentleman later during the men's race. But go ahead, guys. It's one simple click. It's a huge opportunity. Man, I'm just so jealous. I'm going to create a fake Twitter account with a girl's name and go follow him myself.
You'd have to do what Bruce did, though. Start training, come out here and get ready to race and perform, Colt. So they're back on that tricky little downhill section. Not too warm today. Just about perfect racing conditions. Not too windy either. Bedlam, rain chaos here the other night. Thanks for blowing over. This stage that we're sitting on almost blew off the side of the finish line truck.
Katarina now back in the front. Emily behind her. It's hard to really tell whether these are serious moves as we start to see the separation. It's just the natural flow of a course like this where riders are going to switch up positions, take turns in the front. Georgia certainly doesn't seem under any pressure. Catherine off the back a little bit as you see her coming through these corners. It's the kind of course, a lot of the sections out there where you don't want to be right on someone's wheel. You want to let a gap open up of about 5 or 10 feet just to get a clear sight of the course. Then as you see Aaron Huck there coming through. I would just say I ate at Tokyo Joe's last night right across the street, a staple here in Colorado and a longtime supporter of mountain bike racing, both on the men's and women's side, both elite and development. We've seen a lot of those riders like Heather Erminger in the past that have come up under that banner. So,
well, if Aaron Huck can hang on to what she is doing right now, this is going to be her best ride of the year, sitting about 6th or 7th. And once again, consolidation. And you can see Katarina Nash, they're all looking at her. She's in that Stars and Stripes kit. She's the series leader right now for the Luna Pro team out of the Czech Republic. 3-time Olympian on the podium at cyclocross. Is there anything she can't ride?
No. And they don't look like they're going that easy. I mean, you look, yes, they're sitting up. Their body language maybe doesn't suggest that they're flat out at that moment. But you can see on everyone's face, like they were going slow there because they needed to. They were catching their breath. They were recovering for a second. Like I said, I think this course, it's really taking a toll on you. We saw a lot of people go out and just smoke one lap at race pace really fast in training. But to do it 1, 2, 3, 7 times here this afternoon, yeah, it's not super hot, 88 degrees here at altitude, so it's pretty dry. But it really is. It's going to wear its. It's going to take its toll, guys. Go ahead, get on Twitter if you have any questions. Hashtag US Cup. I'm at DopersSuck. Don't forget at Tedrow, at USA Cycling, at Sho-Air Cycling Group. It's at Sho-Air CG. This is your leader right here, guys. We're going to answer those questions for you. I know, as always, there's a lot of riders that you're trying to look for that will not be on camera, so I'll do my best to keep an eye out as they come through the start-finish line and try and give you some updates if I can. Saw the red hair and the blue kit there of Teal Stetson Lee going through backwards on the other side of the course there. She's holding strong right now inside the top 10 there. Caroline Monty there for the Raleigh Clement team in the neon helmet. Now off the front again, it's Georgia Gould pushing the pace here.
Yeah, feeling very strong. Spent most of the week at home, just up the road in Fort Collins. And Pendrell now looking like she's strong. Look at the pace the early leader Campazino set, and now she has gone well back into the field. There was Evelyn Dong. There's the rider from Canada, Kaufman.
Evelyn Dong here, almost like a Howard Grott style rider in terms of just a freakishly gifted natural climber. Her watts per kilo are through the roof in the women's elite field. But on a course like today, Larry, where it's not necessarily watts per kilo, it's just simply watts. It's how much power can you put down on a relatively flat course. And that's where we're seeing riders like Emily, like Georgia, the pure powerful. I mean, I hate to use that term loosely, power rider. I think it gets thrown around way too much. But if there was ever a course to be described as such, this would be it.
No doubt about it. You're putting everything into every one of these climbs, and then you quickly have to recover and be able to handle these bikes downhill as well. And we've seen, Katarina Nash use the descents to her advantage early on. And I suspect if she's going to go, eventually it will be on one of these fast, nasty little quick to come at you sections of the course. But it's still, from our drone shot, it's still Luna 1, 2, and 4 with Emily Batty out there sitting on the wheel of Katarina Nash. Obviously warm. It's obviously dry and dusty. You can see them going for their water bottles every opportunity they have.
Larry, how many times have we seen this same dynamic? 4 riders in the front group, 3 of them riding for the same team, and it's always the same team, the Luna Chicks Pro Women's Mountain Bike Team, as Katie Compton comes through here for the Trek I believe her team name is still the Trek Cyclocross Collective. Of course, your 10-time national cyclocross champion consecutively. But back in that front group, I mean, we've seen it. There really isn't much of a team dynamic between those women. They find themselves so frequently here domestically in the front together. I don't really see any of them working together here in terms of trying to fight off Emily. I think they're all going to be taking swings at each other, and maybe Emily here with a bit of an advantage, knowing that she doesn't really have to make the move. There's no pressure on her, as she knows that that Luna really has to take charge here and try and get away. Yeah, no, it's always been the strongest Luna chick or Luna Pro rider win. I mean, over the years, I've seen Shawnee Van Lanningham chase down Jimena Florit, and Allison Dunlap chase down Katarina Nash in short tracks and cross country. So it's the first one to the finish line, and it's all for one for all attitude. Waldek Stepnowski, what a job he does managing that group of elite riders. I mean, at times they're, they're 4 or 5 of the top 10 in the world, and they're all racing on the same team and sharing the same travel, and it just does an amazing job of, not that I don't think any of those riders have ego, but somehow, yes, they all do, because they all want to win on any given day. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's certainly, maybe ego is not the word, it has a connotation to it, but there's absolutely an ego there. Every one of these women, I mean, they want to be first. They want to be first in the race, and I think just as much, if not more, sometimes they do want to be first amongst the team. They want that attention. They want, they want the captain spot. They want that top dog role within the system. And Georgia Gould here, local in Colorado, very, very strong. And of course, Catherine Pendrell coming back from a collarbone injury, her second in the last 3 years, broken collarbone, but she's been back training now for a while. Very good fitness, and on a course like today, Catherine, we talked about Evelyn Dong in terms of being a pure climber. Catherine, known as being an exceptional climber. Obviously, she's a very small rider, but surprisingly powerful. We saw her come out to a few cyclocross races last year, and she was incredible. I mean, just attacking across flat sections of just heavy mud. She has some really huge power hidden within that very small frame. Yeah, and I'm looking right now as they surge down what was kind of a nasty little downhill descent, and it looked to me like maybe every time they hit one of those descents that it's Catherine Pendrell coming off just a little bit. So you wonder if she's, totally 100% healed with her collarbone, and certainly making a mistake again would not be good for the rest of her season. So maybe just a little caution. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Mental, not physical. I mean, we've seen her obviously win world championships, win World Cups on very technical courses. She knows how to handle her bike. But yeah, there's that. Whether it's on purpose or not, there's that little bit of doubt as you regain your confidence here at these speeds. Like we said, every one of these corners an opportunity to go down. Yeah. No, they're absolutely on the rivet right now. I've always been wishful that someday we'd have onboard heart rate telemetry to the stage and just absolutely see how hard these ladies are going. Yeah, we're sitting on the stage, and our heart rates are, in zone 2 right now, just watching these ladies hammer. All right, joining. Is this test? Yep, we're good here. Joining us here in the booth now, an Olympian, and unfortunately an injured rider right now. Sam Schultz here on the sideline today, but lucky for us to get him here in the commentary booth. It's very rare that we get an elite man in the booth here during the women's race. You guys are usually out warming up, but Sam, you've had an opportunity here to go out and see the course. Tell me about what you think of this race so far.
Yeah, the race is good. These women are flying out there. It's hot, and this is a fast course. There's a couple little tricky sections that are going to be selective, I think, later on in the race. But right now, that lead group is staying together and looking good.
So, I mean, I talked about the technical aspect of the speed out there. And every one of these corners, I mean, I can say that, but that said, I've never ridden corners at the speeds that these women or you guys ride that at. Tell me explain what I'm trying to explain, and just of how challenging it is out there. I mean, it doesn't look that hard because these riders are sticking every single corner, but you're really just, you're on a razor blade of fear while you're out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the type of course that almost anyone could ride, but to ride it as fast as these ladies are going takes some serious skill. I mean, they're at the limit of their tires and equipment on every corner, and just laying it out there, so it's cool to see.
I'll save the Twitter sphere having to ask the question. I know it's everyone wants to know. Tires, tire pressure. Obviously, I mean, you guys you're partial to your own brand, but what kind of knobs and what kind of pressure are you riding out there?
I mean, I feel like this is a good course for, you know, you need some knobs because it's pretty loose. It's sandy out there. There's some rocks out there. And so I think pressure and a higher volume tire with, you know, moderate knobs is really the way to go. So, you know, these guys are probably running, I don't know, 22, 23 PSI for the women. Pretty low, but, you know, got to have the grip out there.
And high volume for a cross-country bike, we're talking, what, 2.2?
Yeah, or 2.0 to, you know, not anything super narrow. You know, it's kind of personal preference out there.
Coming through there, that is your leader. 29 minutes on the clock. Bib number 4 going out here on lap number 3. That is Georgia Gould and Larry. Just like that, we have quite a gap opening up here on the front. It's going to be her teammate, Catherine Pendrell, Katarina Nash, and Emily Batty there sitting in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But right now, this is a legit breakaway. Georgia Gould off the front with separation.
Yeah, it's so wide open out here, though. They've got an eyeball on her right now. They know only about 11 seconds behind, and they're looking at Georgia go up that first little ascent out onto lap number 3. So they've completed 2. They still have 5 to go here this morning. Still pretty impressed by the ride of Erin Huck, who just went by us. You don't see her, right? Well, now you do see her. She went out on lap number 3, but it's going to go down right, I think, to that last lap.
Yeah, and the wind here just picking up. I mean, we said maybe around 15 miles an hour. We're definitely getting some gusts larger than that. It's becoming a factor out there. Before it was a nice breeze on a hot day. Now it is a determining factor in terms of the separation as we saw him here coming through that start-finish. I mean, I look at Georgia off the front on a course like this. I don't think it's a matter of Georgia coming back to them. It's so fast out there. It's going to be when is one of those other women in the group going to make the effort to bridge across, and who are they going to bring with them?
Come on, Evelyn.
Well, Georgia's looking for her first big result this year, at least in U.S. Cup racing. So you know she is going to be fueled, motivated to see what she can do, try to keep applying power to those pedals. It's probably right now, this is a gap that she is going to try to continue to make work. And Emily Batty content to just sit on the 2 wheels of the Luna. Girls, Catherine Pendrell and Katarina Nash don't have the point breakdown. I know you were doing some math. Georgia Gould coming into today, well, would need a numerical ride, and Katarina Nash would probably not have to finish, and she could still win this thing.
No, yeah, very close, actually, Larry. We're looking at separation of not too. So it's, yeah, 107 for Katarina, 94 for Catherine Pendrell, 82 for Emily Batty, 70 for Georgia Gould, and 61 for Evelyn Dong. So when we look at the points here, I mean, 25 points, 45. But we're talking, again, $25,000 spread between 15 women. I know it's pretty heavily weighted towards those first 5. So a lot of money up for grabs here. Another reason why those teammates, as far as Lunatics, I mean, they're, yeah, maybe working together here and there, but there's not only the glory of the day, but there's quite a big check waiting for one of those riders at the end of the day here.
Yeah, there's a big bonus coming at some point. One of those big cardboard cutout checks, which we don't get to present very often here in America.
And again, I mean, we've talked about it all season long, especially early, just how amazing, how influential that $80,000 in prize money was for the sport of mountain biking in terms of building this really quality pro series. And again, we can't give enough credit where credit is due. USA Cycling, Scott Tedrow and the Sho-Air Cycling Group. As far as the overall $50,000 in prize money, that's being split here equally. USA Cycling putting up $25,000. Sho-Air Cycling Group putting up another $25,000. If we look back at cyclocross season as an example here, we had $40,000 in prize money for that whole series, something like 40-plus races. In the mountain bike season, 4 races, $50,000 in prize money. So, again, round of applause, guys. We say it all the time, but go show your appreciation. You guys can go on Twitter right now. You can find him again. It's at Scott Tedrow. Make sure you're following him, at USA Cycling, at Sho-Air Cycling Group. Just let him know how much you guys appreciate not only the quality of races, but also these live broadcasts that we're able to bring to you here every single round of the year, being able to bring this mountain bike race to fans of the sport and fans of these riders around the world, around the United States. And hopefully, guys, we're going to be back doing the same thing next year, but it would be awesome if we could get some more support out here. As again, it's a first-year thing. Scott Tedrow, USA Cycling, these guys stepped up huge to make this happen in the first year, but as we go into next year, it would be, not only would it be great, I would say it would be crucial that we get some more support here. And I mean, look around. This is the pinnacle of the sport of cross-country mountain bike racing. This series, get your name up here, get your logo on that board, and help support the sport. I mean, it's something like $15,000, I think, for each one of these broadcasts, and quite a bit more. And I know that, you know, the Sho-Air Cycling Group, they don't take any of the profits here in terms of the money made, registration. That all goes to the promoters. So it's really about getting some big brands, some big partners to come on board here and help support the sport, help support the development here in the United States.
Yeah, Scott Tedrow is, I mean, what else could the guy do, honestly? He's stepped up. Not only is he supporting the series, but he's running a team and hiring some of the riders out there that weren't getting rides. We've got some pretty big guys that will be coming out in the men's field this afternoon. Mata is now recovering from surgery a few weeks ago. She wouldn't ordinarily be out in this race this morning, but it is so nice to actually be able to present some prize money and actually add some level of prestige and credibility back to American mountain bike racing. This is where it all started, and this is where it should stay.
This gap here looks to me like it's starting to stretch out a bit. Georgia Gould, I would say just down the road, not quite, but from Fort Collins, Colorado, so local to Colorado. Very familiar with the altitude, very familiar with these style of trails. And now look at this. Larry, looks like she's getting a little bit of that confidence back, ripping through some of these corners. That is Catherine Pendrell, and it's Emily Batty. Very dangerous position for her. 4th place on the back of that group with 3 teammates in front of her. I got to think that if she had the legs, I think we saw it in Benelli where, same thing, like if you're that other rider, you want to be second wheel. You don't want to let any of your teammates get between you and let those gaps open up.
Through the feed right there, also a tech zone in which they are able to hit twice on each lap. So if any of these riders have a problem, they do have the ability to progress forward into a tech zone, get a wheel change, get a mechanical adjustment on their bike. Hopefully that won't happen in this, what will be a relatively short race, an hour and 30, 35 minutes. In that neighborhood, we'll figure it out as we go on. But now you can see a sense of urgency here with Pendrell and Katarina Nash chasing, and look at that gap opening up on Batty. Batty right now, maybe not the leg she was hoping to have.
This is starting to feel like the longest short track in the history of mountain biking. It's just every corner, every climb. They almost can't help it. It's, you know, there's an opportunity to go fast, so they go fast. But again, we're only 35 minutes in. There's so much racing to be had here. I hope some of the elite men here are taking notice of just how this is playing out in terms of just it's blown to pieces here very early on. But I would be very surprised if things didn't come back together here at some point in the race. Like we said, you can't really sustain this kind of a power output at this elevation for as long as these women are going to be out here.
Well, it looks like we are seeing that exactly happen right now. Catherine Pendrell, 2nd overall in the standings here this morning, with a lot to gain by a good ride, or, you know, and her teammate right on her wheel, Katarina Nash, who said there was no team tactics. It was made the best woman win, and I think we are seeing a prime example of that. Is Catherine Pendrell, the 2010 world champion, former World Cup overall winner, coming back from a collarbone already this year, maybe a little rest her well, but it looks like she is just one little corner away from catching her teammate Georgia Gould.
You know, something that comes to mind here that I always have this conversation with people. A lot of people will bring up the depth of the sport in women's mountain biking. And it's true, we have smaller fields in the women's field than the men. And they look at, you know, Georgia and Catherine and some of these women off the front, and then they look at these huge gaps behind to a rider like maybe Michaela Kaufman or Chloe Woodruff, for instance, and they say, well, you know, we have a few good riders, but then it really drops off from there. That's really not true, Larry. We have a few of the best riders in the world. Bronze medalists at the Olympics, world champions. These other women are still top 15, top 20, top 30, top 40 in the world. Let's not forget when we're looking at these shots, when we see Georgia Gould attacking Katarina Nash, being chased by Catherine Pendrell, these are 3 of the greatest sport of mountain.
There they are, all together now at the front. All 3 Luna chicks, Luna Pro riders are leading. It looks like Gould is still setting the pace, as Catherine Pendrell did a lot of work to bring Katarina Nash up to the leader, but they are all now together about the middle of lap number 3, and we're not even 38 minutes into it. So This could well become a race of attrition, maybe could be a good way to describe what's going to go on here this afternoon.
Yeah, like I said, I think we've seen a few of the attacks here already thrown down. They realize that they haven't quite been able to get away, and we might see them let off a little bit, you know, put it back into fourth gear and just take a second here. But then it's dangerous because you let a rider like Batty come back into the mix. Again, Emily Batty, second place at the World Cup just a few months ago down in Australia. So could be very dangerous. Then you have riders like Katie Compton who had not the best starting position, but they're going to be riding through the field here, one rider by one rider by one rider. And again, 38 minutes on the clock, still many laps to go. This is that steep one. We said maybe around 25+%, very loose. These riders at the front here making it look not easy, but at least staying on their bike.
Well, you saw a couple little bobbles there as they went through that section, and the Trek rider from Canada, Emily Batty, looked like she was maybe beginning to believe she could catch back on. And this is a huge effort by Batty, and maybe it's a little bit of a they subsided the effort at the front just enough, maybe collectively catch their breaths, and it looks like Emily Batty is going to get back onto the front group.
Teal Steph there rolling through with the red hair out of Durango, Colorado, born and raised, a product of the Durango Devo program. We see a lot of those riders out here earlier this morning in the young 13-14 race. But yeah, Scott Tedger just points out 1, 2, 3, 4 Olympians here off the front. How many Olympic starts there between?
Probably about 10.
Yeah.
Add up 4 of Katarina Nash's.
Georgia Gould's got 1, Emily Batty's got 1, and Pendrell, I believe, has 2.
A couple. Yep.
Yep. So guys, go ahead on Twitter if you want. Hashtag US Cup, or you can hit me directly at Dopersuck, DOPERSSUCK, if you guys are looking for updates. I can just see out of the corner of my eye here, a lot of times some of the riders back in the 10 to 15, 20 range come through. So if there's a specific rider you're looking for updates, want to make sure you guys get the news you're looking for, just let me know on Twitter, whatever you're looking for. And again, take this opportunity. I know the day's just a lot of you around the country just getting back from your own ride, getting cleaned up, getting some lunch. Go ahead, get comfortable, get online and put it out there on Facebook, on Twitter. Let people know the link here, the USA Cycling YouTube page. They can watch mountain bike racing anywhere in the world right now for free online, courtesy of USA Cycling and Sho-Air Cycling Group. We got a great battle here developing. 40 minutes on the clock, Larry, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4 all back together again. I don't really see anyone closing. Aaron Huck's been having a strong ride there, sort of in no man's land off the back. As we've seen,
Sho-Air and USA Cycling is we're gonna have a little celebration over at the national headquarters tonight, open to the public. So if you're from out of state and you have a few hours to jump in the car and want to drive, there'll be free beer, some appetizers, and Allison Dunlap, a world champion in her own right, and Sarah Hammer will be there. Katie Compton will be on hand as well. So a good time tonight over at the USA Cycling's national headquarters.
You know, having not ridden the course, Larry, myself, we're sitting here again with Bruce Dalton here from the United Kingdom. Is that right? United Kingdom? How many countries do you guys have in that country?
Wales, Scotland.
Well, yeah. So he's over here, guys, courtesy of Scott Tedger, like we've said a number of times, for this particular race. If you are a female on Twitter, go ahead. Make sure you're following at Scott Tedger. He's going to pick one of his new followers from today, fly you out to the next round of the U.S. Cup, the opening round next season. But you've had a chance to get out there and see course. Just tell me about that second half out there in terms of a group dynamic like this. So as we approach the finish, is there a section out there where you can really make a difference, or is this going to come down to a sprint?
I think it's going to be quite difficult for the riders to actually get away because it does actually suit staying together as a group for much of the course. The only place that people I could really see from when I was riding around there was there's Sam Schultz out there holding up the US Cup by himself in the field.
That's Sam's out there all day, ladies and gentlemen.
Smile, Sam, smile.
No, but guys, that's awesome, though. That is, I don't know what to call it. It's the heavyweight belt. I mean, that is what's up for grabs. Yeah, there's a lot of cash. There's a lot of prize money. There's stuff. But, man, that thing is freaking awesome. The elite men, the elite women, going to take the belt here at the end of the series as the series leader. Sam Schultz, he can't race his bike. Something.
Baghouse does an awful lot of trophies and giveaways and things for us. It's possible they were involved. I'll have to find out.
Sam, if you could just stay out there until the men's race. Just hold it up over your head. Here we go. He should go hold it up next to the course here. Give these women a little something to think about as we come down. Like we said, the series, Katarina has a pretty good hold on it right now with a 10-point, well, more than 10 points, 13-point lead over Catherine Pendrell. But if Pendrell were able to get away, which seems unlikely on a course like this, again, mountain bike racing, anything can happen. The series title there still up for grabs. Come through the feed zone. I see a lot of these women. They're going to their bottles here multiple times per lap. So not only pretty hot out here, but obviously very dry at altitude. So it's sucking the moisture out in a long day as this is shaping up to be. So going to be important to stay on top of fueling and hydration.
So as you can see, they are now 200 meters from the finish line. They'll be rolling by us here momentarily.
I love it. I love it. I love Sam just out there, repping the brand. Sho-Air Cycling Group, USA Cycling. Here we go now, about to come across the finish line. These will be your elite women, Larry. They will get 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. 4 ladies in the front. This is turning into, like you said, a very they all sat up, dropped their head a little bit. I mean, so how many? This is 3 laps down, 4 laps. So this is going to be a long race for the women.
This is going to be a long race on a warm afternoon at a high tempo. At the beginning of the climb, you could see they were taking what was left of their water bottles and trying to do their best to keep themselves cool, throwing water on themselves.
I think, you know, we were talking about yesterday and earlier in the week. It's such a fast course. We saw a lot of men and women come out here and do a hot lap, which just means, you know, go out, do basically a pace lap to try and get a feel for the course, and we saw some smoking fast times. But I think that was, you know, a result of these riders going out there, standing up every chance they got, sprinting out of every corner. I think it's the course is riding. Yeah, it was quite a bit cooler temperature-wise too. The course here is riding very differently when you put 7 of them back and back and back to back to back to back and slowing down. So this race is going to be a lot longer, I think, than projected originally, but better for us. More racing to watch.
Yeah, and a tight group here once again. Status quo with Catherine Pendrell setting tempo. And it looks to me like that is Emily Batty maybe who's moved all the way up to second wheel.
Right where she needs to be, Larry, right there where she can mark those moves. Now coming across the line. And is this going to be our 5th place rider?
I think we might have had one other rider.
Yeah, that's okay. I believe Aaron Huck already came through, and then your Mexican national champion here, Danny Gonzano, coming through in 6th, doing very well overall in this series. If you guys can just see, so riders, they parallel the finish line. It's not a start-finish line, but they make a sharp 180 there, and then there's I would say that's maybe 50 meters with a slight right-hand curve to the finish. So as we start to think about a potential group finish here and a sprint finish, certainly not going to be. I think, you know, like Bruce was saying, you're going to have to try and make your move, get some separation somewhere else out on course, and just hope that you can hold that 1 or 2 second gap for the whole rest of the last lap.
Well, you know, one of the toughest corners on this course is where you exit the dirt for that finale. You know, you're going to want to hopefully lead that whole downhill. It's off camber. It is totally loose. The dirt's been spilling off the mountainside onto the pavement. And it's going to be a very tactical, technical corner. If, in fact, this race is going to come down to 1 or 2 riders coming in for position, you know, you're going to have to be clean. Huge, huge opportunity to end up in the fence there.
My man Jed Zilla's on Twitter right now asking about Rose Grant. She's one of those riders on the bubble today, sitting 19th in the series, trying to climb up into the top 15 to earn herself a paycheck. She's doing all right out there today. I haven't seen her in a bit, but last I did, she was right around the 15th spot. So Rose, for instance, she's sitting 19th in the series with 24 points total. 15th place in the series, 28 points. So 5 points puts her inside the top 15. Obviously, there's some other women in there fighting for that same thing, but she doesn't have to have an amazing day, but she does have to have a good day amongst those other women she's fighting with. Coming through the start-finish line there now, inside the top 10, that is going to be Rachel Lloyd. Welcome back to the top level of professional cycling. We talked about it earlier in the year. She sort of climbed on the bike again during cyclocross season and had some really surprising results. She's decided to keep that rolling here, chasing the U.S. Cup Series in mountain biking pretty exclusively. Haven't really seen her any of the other big mountain bike races, but because of the prize money, because of the prestige here, she's been making an appearance at every single round. That was Crystal Anthony going through inside the top 10 as well, riding for Riverside Racing out of Massachusetts, a school teacher during the school year. So she, what are we now? Yeah, late June, so I believe she is officially off for the summer, able to focus a little bit more on bike racing. She's primarily a cyclocross racer. Obviously, that name, Anthony, might ring a few bells for you. Josh Anthony, World Championship team member in cyclocross. Jesse Anthony, a 7-time national champion in cyclocross. So quite a qualified group of riders in that household growing up. Watching some of these riders come across here. Bruce, tell me about your experience. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast, but a lot of people just tuning in here. So Of course, have you been to the U.S. before? Have you ridden a bike in the U.S. before? Have you raced a bike in the U.S. before? Tell me about just that moment of back in March when you realized that, this guy named Scott was going to fly you to the United States to race your bike. How did that all sink in, and what's it like to come over here?
I mean, it's been a bit of a dream come true. I mean, I know that sounds incredibly cliched, but I've always wanted to come over here and ride, and then Scott's just given me the opportunity to get over here and experience the riding. I mean, it's so different. Like, to express how different it is, it's just a totally different world, and it's a great course. The riding around here is fantastic. I was riding around with Jeremiah Bishop on the Sho-Air Cannondale team yesterday, and we'd both flown in a similar day, and the altitude you really notice the altitude. But I mean, everyone's so friendly and so helpful, and it turns out there's a lot of connections that I've got with quite a few of the riders here, and it's quite nice to come over and make some new friends. Yeah.
Got your elite women here, your leaders coming into view. This is going to be Katarina Nash. So just one after the other, different riders here taking a swing at each other out on this course. Like we said, it's going to be a very long race out there. So it's a mental struggle here. Do you go for it knowing that there's so much race, so much of this course left, and it's so hard to get away? Out of sight, out of mind, Larry. You talk about it all the time. It's incredibly hard to get out of sight on a course like this. But this is very surprising. Now Georgia Gould, the early instigator, now finds herself on the back here, 4th place with the gap opening up.
Well, she was full gas there for a better part of about 15 or 20 minutes and opened up about a 12, maybe even up to a 15-second lead, and I think she's beginning to pay for that big effort. And now Katarina Nash, #1 plate coming into today, our series leader, is flying the coop, or at least attempting to. We've got about 3.5 laps to go, and you can see she is out of the saddle on a very gentle riser here. On the sinewy course, you can see Interstate 25 rolling through Colorado Springs. They almost seem to know where the camera locations are now. They're cleaning themselves up as they come into those locations.
It's nothing but professional here, Larry.
The rest of the race, they're slobbering all over themselves, but they see the camera locations and make sure I look good.
Katarina on the front there, and like we said, from the first lap, I mean, every time we get a shot of these women, they just look like they're going hard. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, these riders are so good, their form on the bike. As you see, Catherine now making a little bit of a push there on the outside, trying to get her nose out in the wind, maybe a little tailwind section. She's feeling good. I mean, I love mountain bike racing. There's a team element to it, yes, but really it's just every rider for themselves. And I just love watching them throw punches at each other, because like we said, these are the best women in the sport, whether they ride for the same logo or not. That's great for Cliff Bar, it's great for Luna, and to watch them hitting each other, it's great for us. On the flip side of that is the road side of things. I'm sure you've been following this story back in the UK. Team Sky not bringing Bradley Wiggins to the tour. How big of a story was that back in the UK?
I mean, it's been literally national news on them that he wasn't included in it, but cycling is a team sport, and especially in mountain biking, where you see the two front riders together, and they're pushing away from the 3rd place rider Batty. But it is such a team sport, and they're trying to they've got their own individual goals, and they want to win. We're all bike racers at the end of the day.
Wiggins versus Froome, just pure popularity.
Oh, I mean, you say Chris Froome on the street and cyclists know, say Bradley Wiggins, and basically he did a guitar solo at the Sports Personality of the Year Awards, and pretty much everyone knows him from that, because he just got up on the stage and just did it, and so he's got national popularity. Yeah, he's a bit of a character, and I've met him in Mallorca before, and yeah, he's an all right guy.
Yeah, they've gotten rid of Emily Batty, or at least they're certainly trying to, and that's. The aggressor right now is the Canadian rider, with the Czech Republic rider right on her wheel. But Catherine Pendrell's looking very, very strong out there. And break out that calculator again, because if somehow Catherine Pendrell can win and finish about 2 places down Katarina Nash, all of a sudden we could be giving that championship belt to Catherine Pendrell this afternoon. And as we speak, Emily Batty once again making contact.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe Emily here just playing the smartest tactical battle of the day. I mean, maybe she knew just how long this race was going to be, because we've seen her let a lot of the gaps open up here. She has not, of all the women here, Catherine, she's taken a flyer. George has taken multiple flyers. Katarina's been pushing the pace since pretty much the start. Emily hasn't put her nose in the wind yet, and yet she continues to close the gap down every single time someone goes. No panic. No fear in the racing strategy right now, but she's riding confidently, and she's there.
borrow from the page of Jeff Kabush. We saw Kabush in round number 2 at Benelli Park sit in and just follow moves, and all of a sudden burst onto our screen, not only into the lead, but opening up a gap, and he powered for his only big win of 2014. So it is still your 3 leaders going by. That's Pendrell, Katarina Nash, and Emily Batty.
And of course, there, like we said, there's really two competitions going on right now of almost equal importance in my mind. That's how psyched I am. We of course have your elite women's race here, the series finale at the U.S. Cups, and then we have the Twitter competition. Scott Tedrow, guys, will be selecting one woman from anywhere. You don't have to be a U.S. rider. We got a Brit sitting next to us. You could be from, I don't know, you could be from Hong Kong. You could be from Australia. In fact, if you are somewhere really far away, just follow him just for that reason. I want to see Scott have to write the biggest check for that plane ticket to come in from wherever you have to go. But guys, wherever you are, go ahead, log on. He will be selecting one of his new followers right now, a female here during the women's race, and I think we're going to do the same thing again later for you gentlemen during the men's race. So get your clicking button ready. Go on over to that blue follow button and get in there, because we're going to be, I believe, Scott, we're going to pick somebody today, right? You're going to pick. I'm going to pick somebody. Oh, this is even better.
And they can't be from Boston.
Guys, I'm at Doper Suck if you want to try and give me your story. Yeah, I want to know, don't just follow Scott, but send Scott, send myself a tweet letting us know why you should be selected. Obviously, Bruce here, I mean, you had a great story, and just in terms of, you know, your racing and just what it would mean to you to come to the U.S. and it's not random. It's me. It's whatever I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's
sell me.
Yeah, I happen to live in the same village that Annie Last, who rides for Trek Factory Racing. So I've got quite a few connections with a lot of the riders here, and it just so happens that I guess fate and Colt, you picked me. So it's just good luck, really, from my point of view.
Actually, I had some input, but it was actually the very lovely bride, I believe, your wife, Scott, who sitting right behind me, who noticed him on Twitter there and said that he'd be a great candidate to come over here and race.
Oh, thanks, Kimber.
Yeah, guys, it's all about the profile picture.
Well, just when you thought Georgia Gould was going away, she's back with the leaders.
There we go. Teal Stetson Lee rolling through here, making her way back to the top of cross-country racing. We've seen her dabble a bit. She came back from some injury. We saw her racing some enduros earlier in the season, as did Katie Compton here. So, Katie Compton, I think it's safe to say now, she's not a podium threat today. I think she's in her summer form for sure.
Good training.
Yeah.
This is just good training. Chance to get out on the mountain bike, maybe thinking about going back east and doing some short track racing at the national championships coming up in Bear Creek, Pennsylvania in a few weeks.
It's amazing how much of a swing there can be, not only just in your form throughout the season, but just how specialized these athletes are now. It's in terms, you know, a lot of people think a bike racer is a bike racer, and you could put whoever on whatever bike and they do fine. But you know, you take I don't know, an exam. I mean, these women are obviously all great cyclocross racers as well, but you know, you see the difference between just how well Katie can do on the cyclocross bike on a course like that, the special needs, and when you look at the power profiles and stuff, and what kind of, what am I trying to say? What kind of specific output you need to excel on that style of race versus a mountain bike race like this versus even Missoula last weekend. You know, we saw Howard Grotz ride away from everyone last weekend. If he were here this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised to see him outside the top 10.
Yeah, no long climb for 115-pounder like Grotz. So, you know, here today it's pretty even so far up in that front. And you were saying a minute ago, Emily Batty still not sticking her nose in the wind. She's responded to every one of these little surges. It's kind of like they really haven't broken out the heavy gloves yet and really started pounding on each other. But you can see how difficult just those little risers are, pushing everything they have into it. But it's still Pendrell, followed by Katarina Nash, Emily Batty.
A few of the top riders here, a few of the top riders not here this weekend, as we see bib number 42. Got to go to the second page on that one. That's going to be Kaylee Brooks. But Leah Davison, our U.S. national champion, she's up in British Columbia, continuing her rehab, getting over her hip injury. She's going to be racing the BC bike race this week. I did not see Kate Courtney either, the young rider for Specialized, making her debut in the elite ranks after winning the junior national championship last year. But other than that, I'm trying to think, almost all the women are here.
We pretty much have them all here. There may be one or two Canadians, like Michael Dick is not here, and you know, a few Canadians have retired in the last few years. Helene Fremont and riders of that status.
Kaylee Blevins there rolling through. Another one of the, just like Kate Courtney, really one of the up-and-coming, you know, when we look at these riders on the front, I mean, I got to tiptoe around here. I'm not calling them old, but they've certainly been racing for a long time. I mean, Katarina Nash, Larry, we've been calling her name for forever here in the Norba and the Pro XCT and the Nationals, and same thing with Georgia. Obviously, Emily, very young, mid to late 20s, but there's a lot of these young girls now, like Kate Courtney, Kaylee Blevins, they're not just great young riders here in the U.S., but like winning and podiuming at the World Cups at the junior and U23 level.
Well, look at that. It looks like, I'm thinking I see that we have blood all over the leg of Catherine Pendrell. We'll know here in a second, but it looked to me like...
Interesting, yeah.
Maybe I'm seeing things I just imagining, but it looked to me like she had maybe scraped herself up a little. We'll get a good view right now as they come through with 3 laps to go, and I guess I was wrong.
No blood. 3 laps to go, and look at this. They just sit up some more, adjust the shoes, look over your shoulder, grab a bottle. I mean, this race, this is going to be a 1-lap race on that last lap. That does not mean that right now is not important. It's almost like a long mountain stage in the Tour where there's a long flat run in, and there's that big climb that comes at the end. So yes, you know, the racing is going to be decided on that final climb, but it's really that 5 hours of who's able to be the smartest, the most conservative. And right now, for me, that's been Emily Batty. The longer this race goes, originally I thought she was for sure the weakest rider in that group. The longer we go here, the more I see her now just very safely sitting there in second wheel. Hasn't put her nose out into the wind. She's been able to cover all of the attacks. And she's got a crazy good sprint. She's got a really good last lap. We've seen it at the World Cup where she's come from off the podium to ride her way all the way up into as high as second place.
Well,
and
there's an
just
attack
as I say that, another attack here. So Luna going 1, 2, 3, just launching and launching and launching. Who's that going to? Oh, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I think that might be Catherine Pendrell, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to say that's Gould. I'm going to say she's been sitting back there a while. She's got that kind of a very aggressive riding style. The pace is way too slow for her. And that diesel motor, she just wound it up and took off. And that is a huge separation already. Look at that. It's got to be coming on about probably 75 yards. And that is a huge move. This is a do or die surge for whoever that is.
That was simply massive. That's a huge power output to open a gap like that, and now there's no recovery. This isn't like an interval or a workout where you put in a move, you know, what do we call it, an effort like that, and then you sit up and you recover for 2 minutes. She's got to do that, and now she's got to continue to ride as hard as the riders behind her. Very, very hard to do on a course like this where it's just on the gas constantly, and they're making their way here into arguably the hardest part of the course coming up, that steep, rubbly climb. So very brave there for the Lunachicks rider, whoever it was, to go off the front.
There goes Chloe Woodruff by us here at our start-finish line location. The season last year on the podium of both the cross country and the short track at the national championships. Started the season not racing, so still trying to ride herself into form, but it looks like she's served her purpose for the move as we are seeing 3 laps to go for our riders. There's Evelyn Dong, maybe can't quite call her the rookie sensation because I guess this would be her sophomore year, but still continuing to learn how to race a mountain bike coming out of the Nordic skiing.
Michaela Kaufman looking very strong here inside the top 10, and we're getting some updates from Peter Kaufman on Twitter. We did not have an official gap, but obviously you can take a look there on the start line, the finish line clock there. You can count it down, but she is certainly up there riding very strong right now. Again, one of those very strong young riders. We talked about Kate Courtney, Kaylee Blevins here for the U.S., but a lot of young, strong Canadians.
I think it's Georgia Gould off front. We still can't quite tell, but that looks to be like the body position of Catherine Pendrell now bringing up the chase.
Yeah, Georgia's been the most aggressive all day, and we saw her go very early on there on the second lap before we realized just how long this thing was going to be. But, yeah, Georgia, massive power. And we look at, you know, we talk about cyclocross and some of these other disciplines where it's really about pure power, not just power to weight, but Georgia may be the most powerful woman out there over this type of a duration. Katarina Nash, hands down, I'll take her in a sprint over anybody out here, but over an hour, we talk about functional threshold power, just the pure highest number on the board. It very well could be Georgia Gould when she's on form.
Well, it seems to me that Katarina Nash has just been going at the top level of her fitness for so long, and you just kind of wonder how long can she continue to sustain that level of success, winning early, winning throughout the cyclocross year. earlier at the end of 2013 into 2014. You're going to be on this little nasty technical descent here. Fortunately, it's not very long. It's probably only 10 or 12, 15 seconds maximum, and then they come back out of the trees and into the open, into the wind, into the heat, into the elements. About 2.5 laps left to go.
2.5 laps to go. That means 2.5 laps for you ladies to get onto Twitter right now. Make sure you're following at Scott Tedrow. I'm keeping an eye out here. I got one eye on my computer screen right now, guys, so let me know. At Doper Suck, why should you be flown out to the opening round of next year's USA Cycling US Cup round number 1? That could be at Benelli Park in California. That could be down in the very lovely Austin, Texas for the Mellow Johnny's Classic. Who knows? But you will be there. Coming through now, we got an hour. Why can't I read the clock, Larry? What is that? An hour, 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're an hour and 4 in, and we're looking at probably a finishing time somewhere, you know, around an hour and 40, and somewhere between an hour and 37 and an hour and 40, I'd be guessing.
I mean, every time I see Georgia go, I think that's it. Georgia's the strongest out there. She made that move. No one can counter. It's done. And then I look back at the clock, Larry, and I think, no.
Well, we know who's chasing her. Former world champion and one of the best ever, Katarina Nash. And how about that? If that is our leader, that's Georgia Gould, number 4.
Yeah, Georgia's an interesting rider in terms of her fitness over the season. I've done hundreds of interviews with her, and she's the first one to always say, you know, I'll always ask her, Georgia, you trying to be good for this race? You trying to peak for that race? And she just says, no, I want to be good all year, all the time. But that said, nobody really has that much of a swing from, like, you know, you'll see her in the 20s at a World Cup, and then she'll turn around and be the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games and the World Championship. So a rider like Catherine Pendrell, Katarina Nash, they're always pretty consistent. Georgia's always very consistently good, but she's also
she bounces around a
she's
little
also
bit more.
very, very good sometimes, and sometimes not so very good. But more often than not, she come on, she's had don't everyone look at me. She's had a couple years, a couple seasons there. Cyclocross 2009. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she's taking a big look over her shoulder right now.
She's looking at you.
Hashtag heckle me. Georgia Gould. So it's up there, but like we said, out of the saddle, Larry, it's the longest short track in the history of cross-country mountain bike racing. They're just constantly attacking. It's that group dynamic, and there's no 10-minute climb out here where you're really just able to settle into that comfortable sub-threshold pace. It's just over the red line, try and recover. Over the red line, try to recover for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that engine light is definitely flickering on and off here today, and just like that, you can see the relentless pursuit by Catherine Pendrell, and slowly but surely they are bringing her back.
All right, I want to know what you guys think right now. Hashtag US Cup. We got clearly here now 4 women in the mix. I want to see some predictions, not just for the win, but for the top 3. Let's call out the podium, because I got my impression, but I want to know what you guys are thinking at home. Hashtag US Cup on Twitter, or again, at Dopersuck, DOPERSSUCK. Helicopter shot here. We are at, it's Pulpit Park. Pulpit Rock.
Pulpit Rock.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a park. I think we're on the property, actually, of the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And a nice little local trail system here. There's a lot more lines out there than we are showing on this international webcast here today. But there is Georgia Gould, your leader.
Right now, I was talking to some of the event staff earlier. This actually, the university here is setting aside this land as a permanent sports complex, and they're going to leave this mountain bike course out here. It's like a permanent mountain bike course. I believe actually there's some cyclocross course or trails out here again. I mean, again, just right down the road from USA Cycling. So very big thank you to the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs for making this available and helping encourage and promote the sport of mountain bike.
Yeah, and first time it's ever been utilized as a venue for a competition. So, and it's proving to be a very worthy venue. Very hard, fast racing. Temperature's about 80 degrees, wind coming out of the south, maybe the southeast, just a little bit, not too humid. It's been a lot more humid the last few days. Some thunderstorms forming late in the afternoon. It looks like not a cloud in the sky, so nice racing conditions. Chloe Woodruff, it looks like, looking way out in front of her and calculating a way that she can pick off a couple of spots.
a good ride for Chloe, but not a great ride today. I think that may be the biggest surprise to me. I would have thought on a course like this, Chloe, massively powerful, a very similar rider to Katarina Nash in terms of just, always excels in short track, very good cyclocross rider, maybe not the most pure climber in the field, but, maybe not on her 100% A game today, but she's good. I know that she's got a great coach back home, and I know she works with her husband, TJ Woodruff. So if she's not great today, I would expect it's because she probably doesn't want to be great today. It's an interesting time in the season in terms of, a lot of riders just finished or are in the midst of
a big block,
a very big block as we approach the summer here. We have Wisconsin coming up as a Pro XCT, and then, of course, the National Championships, Wyndham World Cup, Mount St. Anne World Cup, Vermont Pro XCT. So the summer here in North America, extremely packed. So a lot of the riders at the front, they're chasing this overall series crown, but a lot of these other women are sort of, they're balancing between trying to gain that fitness for the summer while not resting too much for this race.
Yeah, don't want to give anything back. Racing for not only the prestige of winning the series and the prize money that goes with it, but they're racing for very coveted UCI points, and they'll lower those points and you gain a couple of spots. You go from the third row or the second row at a World Cup start, and it means so much to them. Obviously a non-Olympic year, but that build-up will begin next year. And this is a pretty impressive, so far, a very impressive ride by the young rider from Canada. That's Kaufman, number 9 coming in, and she's hanging on to a top 10 effort here this morning.
Yeah, no, we talk so much about the prize money. That's obviously, that's what we put up in lights. That's the sexy element to this whole thing. But for a lot of these riders, equally, if not more important, is the UCI points up for grabs. Every single one of these rounds has been a UCI C1, with the exception of Benelli, was a UCI HC event, the highest level mountain bike race that I think we've ever had in the United States outside of the World Cup. So huge points here on the line, which come into play in terms of being able to start at the World Cup, start position at the World Cup, and like you said, Larry, building up your national ranking to try and qualify as many spots as possible as we approach the Rio Olympic Games in 2016. I'm very close. When you look at all the other sports in that Olympic cycle, this is really it. 2 years out, just about. This is where that cycle begins of accumulating points and getting on the radar and making the long team. And it's certainly, I know it's so far away, but for the riders out there that are considering it, and I would say there's quite a few, both from Canada and the United States, that have that on their mind. It's a big factor in these UCI points that USA Cycling and the Sho-Air Cycling Group have made available here.
Yeah, well, you don't get that right start position at some of those big races, whether it's World Championships or a World Cup. We'll have one in upstate New York at Wyndham here in the middle of August. You start in the back, it's just about impossible to go anywhere. You just have so much fast traffic. Everybody's as good as you are. And it's just so difficult to do anything until you gain those low points and gain the prestigious start positions. So it's still Georgia Gould, though. I thought there for a minute she was going to get caught. She seems to have found maybe a little bit of a good gas here. We're going to see her in a few minutes and be down to 2 laps to go, less than a half an hour. So she's time trialing. This is all out.
Thank you guys for all your feedback. I'm keeping an eye on the Twitter page here, so thank you guys for sending all your stuff in. And again, we always say it, but send your appreciation, show your appreciation for the people that make this possible at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, at Sho-Air Cycling Group. That's at Sho-Air CG. But also want to say thank you to you guys for tuning in. And I see so many of you on Facebook and Twitter. On Facebook when your friends share stuff and it says, this guy and 9 of your friends. I've seen so many of you on Facebook sharing the link to this live broadcast, even if you're not able to tune in. So thank you guys for doing that. Continue to do it. We can't tell you, how big of an impact you guys have. Obviously, from the sponsors out there, yeah, we'd love to get some more money. We'd love to get some more support on that.
I was just going to say, you're like the vice president in charge of marketing for another one of these big bike companies.
Yeah.
Some of them are in our parking lot today. Get a hold of Scott Tedrow and let's double the prize money last year, and let's add another race, and let's make this, the greatest sport in America on 2 wheels.
Got the naked rider here, bib number 29. That's going to be that is not Amanda Sim. I'm looking at the wrong start sheet here. Megan Carrington. There we go.
Out of Denver, Colorado.
And by naked rider, I mean she rides for naked. You know what I'm saying? I saw some eyeballs open when I said that. So this rider here, I believe that's Dani Campenzano, the Mexican national champion on your screen. She had a great start in that front group, and she has fallen off the pace a bit, but still riding very strong UCI C1 points. That's what brings a lot of these international riders. We see the Costa Rican in here, the Mexican rider, a lot of the Canadians down here. Big points on the line. It's certainly worth traveling. I mean, it's hard to put a price tag on those when you consider, how much did that cost for that Costa Rican national team rider to fly up here to Colorado Springs, the United States. It's a huge investment, but it says, again, how important those points are as Georgia's going to make her way through the feed zone here. We'll try and get a gap next time. They're pretty close now to the start-finish. The end of the loop.
It's growing right now.
Yeah.
She was coming up that climb, and it looked like the Georgia Gould of old. The bronze medal Olympic ride, almost winning a World Cup, would have had she not had a puncture about a quarter mile from the finish line. But it was that level of determination. And she's one of those riders, we talked about having the ability to provide some power, but she's one of those riders that can turn over a slightly heavier gear, and that's going to equate to a little bit more speed on these short little climbs.
Sounds like about 15, 16 seconds or so right now, which on a course like this, that's quite a bit of time. Very hard, even inside as we make our way now through the start-finish line. This will be Georgia Gould, 1:14 on the clock, and she will get 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Georgia Gould. Still a lot of racing out there.
Yeah, we're slowly pushing the estimated time of arrival back. This flight will be delayed, no doubt. And
coming across, though, this is full chase mode on the front for your series leader. That is going to be Katarina Nash. So a 20-second gap right now. 20 seconds to your series leader, Katarina Nash, and she is going to drag along 3rd and 4th there. Catherine Pendrell with the rainbow stripes on her sleeve, and Emily Batty, your Canadian national champion, with the maple leaf on her back. So a very qualified group here. If these riders can get together. Now, again, Larry, there's that team dynamic. I don't know how much cooperation you're going to get amongst that group in terms of trying to chase them down. If we can get the drone helicopter there to turn around, I believe. Whoa.
I think we had the drone crashing,
no,
possibly.
That thing's just awesome up there, though. The shots we've been getting today are just unreal.
It looked to me, though, just as they went off a screen, that it looked to me like Katarina Nash might have jumped out of the saddle.
All right, guys, keep sending me your predictions, and I just got predictions here from number 15 overall in the series, Amanda Nauman, not here today. So, Amanda, you're going to lose your spot. What are you doing? You're supposed to be out here. But your prediction, she's going to go Georgia Gould 1, Katarina Nash 2, Catherine Pendrell 3. Interesting. It's hard for me to imagine Emily Batty, after this much race, not finding her way onto the podium.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, although we know the power of the Ludichicks. And nope, all together in the chase, so it's still Georgia Gould off the front by about 20 seconds.
Danielle Capizano coming through here. Again, your Mexican national champion. So she is fighting here for overall positioning. She came in 7th place in the series after 3 rounds with 49 points. And she's looking to get herself up into the top 5. She's got Erin Huck ahead of her by 3 points, and then Erin Huck, and then Evelyn Dong, who's sitting in 5th right now, 12 points ahead of her. So both Erin Huck and Evelyn Dong back a little bit today. I mean, Erin Huck's having a strong ride. Evelyn Dong outside the top, where is she right now?
I think she's right around 10th.
Yeah, right around 10. So the points differential there starts to get pretty big in terms of the first 5 or 6 or 7 positions. You get a lot of points. After that, it starts to get pretty small. So there's a lot. There's a significant difference in prize money up for grabs here. I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me. I don't know if someone has that, but we're talking thousands of dollars here, the difference between a few places out here today outside the top 5.
I'm still smiling. I saw Tom Spiegel, one of our organizers from Team Big Bear, walk out on the course a minute ago with a broom, when really what he needs is a street sweeper. It's like...
All right, guys, a couple of laps left here, so I want to keep reminding you to make sure you're following Scott Tedrow for your chance to be flown out to the opening round of the U.S. Cup. I see a lot of women here tweeting in. I'd like to see some of the younger ladies out there, some of the 18, 19, 20-year-old, the U23s that maybe, they had a good junior career and they need that little extra support here to try and get out on the scene and make a splash here on the national level. So keep those tweets coming in, guys, as we see the teammates here now coming together for backcountry.com. The new team on the circuit here as Chloe Woodruff and Evelyn Dong come together. They're certainly going to try and work together, stay out of the wind a little bit. They've got a crew up at BC Bike Race right now with Jason Sager, TJ Woodruff, the men on that squad. But great debut year for them on the Niner bikes.
Costa Rican rider riding very well. We had a group of 4, including Evelyn Dong and Chloe Woodruff a few minutes ago. And Kaufman, and I think that's going to be roughly probably 8th through 11th position, something like that.
Good job. Keep climbing. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Again, a big thank you to all our sponsors. USA Cycling's U.S. Cup, presented by Sho-Air Trade Show and Event Transportation, also by Kenda Tires. They are on site here today. So is KMC Chains, Cannondale Bikes, Cliff Bar, Muscle Milk, and Mountain Bike Action Magazine. Coming up on that magic hour, a little bit more than that before the men's race. So some of the pro men are beginning to assemble here in our venue.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick turnaround with this women's race going a little long, and men's race is going to be very, very tight. Like we said, I surprisingly have not seen that many of the elite men out here riding around. I think it's a fairly hot day as we see Chris Lanthony riding away from us here, but I think a lot of those men staying in the shade, maybe riding their trainers today. But I wonder if they've caught on to how this race has played out. I think a lot of them were coming in with the same sort of mindset of.
I think they were all thinking 11.5-minute laps.
11,
we were just going to blow through this. It was going to be an easy afternoon, and it's not going to be.
We got more expert picks here coming in over Twitter. Magali. She's up in British Columbia right now. Of course, the Luna Chicks rider, Magali Rochette. She is going to go with Georgia. That's her pick. Real safe pick there. Come on.
Looking very, very strong in the bike.
Look at the course tape there. That's insane.
Big gear. It looks a little crazier than it actually is out there, but they staked a lot of this course. A lot of work's going in on the local organizing committee end of it.
It's not even just in terms of the headwind. Like, yes, there's many sections out there where they're directly fighting the wind, but you see these very tight corners here where they're right on the edge of their tires. All these different gusts of winds that are coming. It makes it very hard to handle your bike at such high speeds as you make your way through such a tight, twisty course. It's like we said, as a spectator, I can just read the negative comments in my head of, oh, what is this mountain biking, and this is so easy, and it's not technical at all. But man, I dare any of you to come out and ride the course at the speeds that these women and later the men will be riding out here, and tell me that you're not just white knuckle the whole time around there.
Yeah, a good long pan here of Georgia Gould coming up that little bit of a riser, and you may see her here as she goes around the corner, take a look over her right shoulder, and she will see her teammates bearing down, but she's hanging on to the separation.
Yeah, and guys, keep an eye, like we said over and over again, but this battle here for basically that top 5, 5th, 6th, and 7th overall in the series between Evelyn Dong, Aaron Huck, and Danny Campuzano. Those points are so tight. It really is going to come down to these last couple of laps here in terms of standing up on that overall podium. Katarina, again, looking very, very strong here on the front. Larry,
could she get 15 seconds back in a lap?
I don't know. Is she chasing right now, or is it just that hard? I can't tell from looking at her physically right now. She looks committed, but I don't know if it's 98% or 100%. I don't know if she's waiting for that last lap move and she's just going to come across that. I mean, here's the thing. No question in my mind that Katarina could go across that gap at any moment. The question is she going to go across that gap and use so much to get there that then she's going to ruin her chance of being able to make a move late in the race? So I just can't tell whether she's on the rivet right now and she can't do it, or if she's being maybe a little more tactical.
Well, it looks like she's maybe beginning to surge. She's sort of running out of time here. About a lap and a half left to go. They've been running around 15-minute laps. That's Aaron Huck, who's been riding brilliantly this year. 6th coming in today, and she's sitting about 5th or 6th on the course.
Yeah, 6th on the day, 6th on the course, and she's got 9 points to make up over Evelyn Dong. So we're going to start doing the math here. We're probably not going to know until all the what is it? All the cards settle. What's the expression?
When the hand has been dealt.
Yeah, when the dust settles.
When the dust settles.
There we go.
And the other thing you got to wonder is, she went very, very early with, for at least me, a questionable amount of speed. Is Georgia Gould going to be able to hang on? She's rolling the dice right now. Can she dangle out in front just long enough, with just enough, almost NASCAR-esque, enough gas left in the tank to get to the line?
Way to stay strong. Keep it up.
All right, Magali. It was definitely a safe pick, but you're right. Georgia Gould, she does deserve it. Very deserving. I would like to see you out here, though. You'd probably be doing pretty well on today's course. Magali, of course, we saw her early in the season, super strong, although had a little bit of trouble in the starts there of a few races, and hit the ground a few times, but she's up in British Columbia right now. She's going to be racing the BC bike race, actually with Catherine Pendrell, who's out here racing at this very moment. She's going to hop on a plane tonight, fly to British Columbia, and then start the race tomorrow at BC.
Yeah, we saw Magali crash pretty hard. Wasn't it the start at Fontana?
It was
and literally
multiple.
was at the back, and then she chased and kind of got back into the middle of the field and eventually ended up very disappointed pulling the plug there.
Yeah, super strong rider, not only in cross country, but as we approach the cyclocross season now, I can't believe it, but just a few months away. Literally, I mean, Cross Vegas, early September this year, where it's that time of year. You're gluing your tires. You're starting to think about
days are getting shorter. We'll be putting lights on our bikes soon enough. Let's not think about cyclocross.
Not at all. Mountain bike racing here, and there really is. There's so much good mountain bike racing to come. I mean, we're lucky in the sense that we had such great racing with the U.S. Cup back in March and April and here in early June. And then we have the typical summer season with the World Cups and the national championships. And so this year, very, very good racing from Mellow Johnny's March 1st or 2nd all the way through to the World Championships. Chloe Woodruff there dumping a bottle there. Like we said, originally we didn't think it was really that hot today. 88 degrees at this elevation is usually not too bad, but it looks like it's taking its toll out there.
Yeah, the two backcountry.com riders, there's Chloe Woodruff keeps looking over her shoulder, maybe even imploring her teammate Evelyn Dong to come and take a pull. Wind at their back right there, slight little rise. But the story right now is Georgia Gould, who will come back into our camera shot here momentarily. An attack with about 3.5 laps to go. Big attack. We saw it happen on the climb right out. They just finished a lap, and everybody was kind of sitting up and taking some drinks and eating some food. And then just like that, Georgia Gould, huge surge, and opened up about a 100-yard lead in the matter of about 30 seconds. And so far, she's been hanging on to that.
Looking at Chloe Woodruff here leading Evelyn Dong. Chloe Woodruff, of course, one of the riders of Momentum Endurance Coaching, along with her husband, TJ Woodruff, and Brian Motter, who has a prediction for us on Twitter. Brian Motter at the Wisco Disco. It's a pretty good Twitter handle, if I may say so. Predictions. He's going Batty first, Nash second, Gould third, hashtag comeback. What do you think? Possible?
Yeah, you never know. I don't know. Let's go to Sam Schultz, see what his read on this race is right now.
I mean, it looks like a big gap. It seems like we've been racing forever, but I think Brian might be onto something. And honestly, I think I said that first, Brian. But Emily, she's been super smart all day. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Sam, we're looking at this now, an hour 25 on the clock for these ladies. That's a long time. Average women's race now, they're shooting for an hour and a half. I'm going to say that Emily or Katarina could probably go across that gap right now if they wanted to, if it opened up on a road.
Yeah,
the question is, do they or do manage that?
Well, of course they want to,
but do you do it and risk it?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but it depends on if these women are, racing for second or if they're going for the win. Georgia's got a big gap, but it looks like, who is that? Is that Katarina that's making a move there?
Yeah.
So, and that looks like Emily closing behind her, or, man, it's hard to tell.
No, that's Georgia. So, yeah, Katarina, so as we just talked about, so she can sprint across that gap. Now she has done it. She sprinted across that gap. Now let's wait and see what will take place. Is Katarina going to go straight through, or is she going to sit on this wheel now and try to recover? Because it's huge power that these riders got to put down on this course. It's so punchy. It's so fast.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the tricky thing. At altitude here, we're at, 6,500 feet. So
yeah, this is real altitude.
Yeah, I mean, you do an effort and go into the red line, and it's a lot harder to recover. That's the biggest thing with altitude.
What's Georgia Gould thinking? Now she knows she's got her teammate chasing her down. What's going through her mind?
I mean, it's I don't know. I guess she just got to put her head down and give it everything she has. And if Katarina catches on to her, then she needs to be smart and try to play her cards on the last lap or something. Try and hold on to Katarina, because obviously Katarina's riding fast if she closed that down that quick.
Well, maybe if there's anything left, this is a good time for Georgia to counter, you would think. I mean, I think Katarina halfway across, dangling.
At this point, I would let Katarina catch me and sit on her wheel, and then try to do another move later on. It's hard to, once you've already been out, to go again. When someone's picking up on you like that, it's tough. So this is good racing.
Man, I'm losing my mind here watching Emily Batty. I can't call it. I can't tell if she's just being the smartest bike racer I've ever seen, just letting every gap open up, because so far she's brought it back every time, or if she really is just the weakest rider in that group who continues to find her way back as the others slow down. It's so hard to tell here, as you saw her getting gapped again by Catherine Pendrell. Oh, Nash, that's a bubble.
That's hypoxia. That's just cross-eyed right there. That's a mistake that Katarina Nash isn't going to make very often, and just about put it in the dirt.
It's that risk we talk about. It's like, yes, she can close the gap, but how much do you have to spend to get there, and how much do you have left? Can you know, it's like Georgia's, yes, she's off the front. She's working hard in the wind, but she's riding tempo right now.
And
she's being calculated. She's conserving. She knows how much is left.
Emily's on the chase right now, too, so this is good. You'd think if Emily had the legs, though, she would have gone with Katarina, but, you know, you never know. Who knows what tactics they're playing.
Michael Smith on Twitter. You say it's going to be Nash, Batty, Georgia Gould. So you're going with the Georgia Gould implosion, which is certainly a possibility here, but I don't think so. Looking very strong, Larry.
Yeah, 1 to go. There's our leader, and here's our first chaser. The #1 plate with it all on the line here with 1 lap to go. And yeah, Colorado Springs, it's okay to make some noise. Ring those cowbells. Do whatever you have to do. Implore these riders around. They are, you know, if they've been basing their efforts here over the World Cup races they've done this year, they're going kind of into no man's land. This is an extra 15 minutes of pain that they're not used to doing.
Here we go, 1 lap to go. It's Emily Batty now on the front, finally taking a little pull there. Catherine Pendrell going to sit on the wheel. And you're right, Larry, this is uncharted territory here for these elite women, mostly racing around the hour 30 mark. We're going to go very, very long today. Obviously, they're quite capable. They're out there training 4 or 5 hours at a time. But like we said, it's calling on a different type of muscle system here. They're not usually riding this hard, this late into a race here after already putting out so much effort. Now we see that gap come together. So this is really it, too. We talked about it. This first third of the lap here, we have this long straightaway section here, gradual climb where we saw Georgia get that gap originally with that vicious attack, and then they're going to make their way into that very steep, rubbly climb, probably the most decisive section on course. I would say that's where you're going to there's going to be multiple sprints on this last lap, but I think that's going to be maybe the most decisive. Who gets to that position on the course? Who gets clean shot at that climb with a chance to try and open up a little separation?
And a couple of those little downhills that we saw, at least earlier on, Katarina Nash seemed to be maybe willing to take a few more chances out there, let off those brakes, and she was opening up time on the descent. So let's not forget that she is one of the top World Cup descenders anywhere on this planet. And she'll probably certainly take advantage of that. Georgia Gould is no slouch going downhill either, but they're on their final circuit, and now the rest of the chasers coming through. But Georgia Gould has just been caught by the #1 plate, Katarina Nash, and when they come back into sight, I have a funny feeling that Katarina Nash will continue to apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's time for the old crocodile roll. One of these ladies is going to make the big move and, you know, see if they can leave their opponents in the pond, so to say.
I like it. You've had a lot of time to think of that, Sam.
No, that actually came right off the tip of the tongue.
That's how they talk up there in Missoula.
That's actually my buddy Phil Grove's go-to saying, the crocodile roll, and it looks like she's employing it.
Look at this. It is. It's going to be our series leaders jersey right there. Katarina Nash off the front. The gap has opened up. Larry,
Huge statement by Nash.
I don't see Georgia coming back from that.
No, either do I. Either do I. Now she's just got to fight for second. Say, well, I got another strong teammate. It's going to win. It's not going to be my day, but boy, I'm not going to give up trying. Still a good battle between Batty and Pendrell. And for the first time, we're seeing Emily Batty continue to sort of set the pace out there. And we're maybe seeing a savvy of Pendrell.
Yeah, I wonder now as Pendrell now comes around, I wondered there if those two sort of realize, you know, they checked down in the legs, they realized what was left, and maybe they started to think more about that bronze medal. That's where we saw Pendrell maybe ease up a little bit, sit on the wheel there, start to take it easy. I think it's still going to be a great battle, though, between those two as we come down to that final podium spot. But Interesting to see the riders who are coming together in the groups. It's Evelyn and Chloe, and it's a lot of teammates and friends. It's like in a long mountain bike race for anybody. It's like, you always seem to end up there with your one training buddy or your one teammate when things get really long and really hard. It's so hard to suffer out there. You just need somebody whose wheel you can sit on and sort of just forget how hard this is, because this has been an incredibly hard day. It's hot, it's fast, it's required a ton. I mean, the power that they've had to put out for an hour and 45 minutes here is probably will be not only the highest average speed, but the highest average power output that most of these women have done all year in a cross-country race.
Yeah, that little bit of distraction can help you so much.
And again here, the wind is starting to pick up, so coming in, if it is in fact a sprint finish, they're going to be going into a headwind, whether it's for the gold or for the bronze.
Well, two very difficult corners. One when you exit the dirt, it's off camber, it's very slippery. A lot of the slick stuff is down on the pavement as the backcountry.com girls go out with 1 lap to go. And then, of course, that very, very tight chicane that we're seeing the Costa Rican rider come into right now. Going to take a lot of snap, if there's any snap left in the legs, to win that sprint, especially come from behind to do it.
Are they keeping the men at 8 laps, Larry?
To the last we've heard, we had no change in the total number of races or laps that they're going to go. So 8 laps is going to be and super fast pace for these guys.
Yeah, as we wait now, this is going to be your leader here coming out of the trees. And I see one rider alone. And again, it's that series leader jersey there, the black and the white for Team Lunachicks. Representing the Czech Republic, living in California here in the United States of America. She's been living here now for quite some time, but the #1 plate, she's showing us how she earned that all season long. She's taken quite a few wins already this season.
And wasn't it just about a year ago that she was talking retirement?
Yeah,
she was going to hang it up, and she got a little bit more selective. I think they worked out a deal with her and said, you pick and choose what you want to race. If you don't want to travel too much, we won't make you travel too much. And boy, oh boy, that has been good for her form.
That was a nice suffer face on Georgia Gould, too. I like to consider myself a bit of a connoisseur of suffer faces, and that was a good suffer face. That wasn't like a dejected suffer face. That was like, this hurts so bad, but I can do it. She has certainly not given up hope on that gold medal just quite yet. I saw the way she was charging through there, and who knows? I mean, Nash had to go so hard to not only close that gap, but then to open it up again. So she's certainly in the red right now. If Gould can find anything over these last 5 or 6 minutes, now's the time.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how well she's hanging in there. I mean, it's easy to get dejected when you you make your move and then you get caught. You want to almost hang it up, but this is impressive to see Georgia just sticking in there.
Just turning over a nice rhythm. The pedaling cadence is still very, very high. Good position on the bike. No mistakes from here to the finish line for Katarina Nash.
Less than 10 seconds, though, is that gap here. And now together, locked on each other's wheel, that is Catherine Pendrell and Emily Batty. A bit of a preview maybe of the Canadian National Championships coming up in just a few weeks up north of the border from here. But Emily, a huge win last year to take that jersey from Catherine. Catherine had sort of been she had been the Jeff Kabush there for a while, where she was just consistently winning every year. And then just like Max Plaxton did a few years ago, knocking the longtime favorite off the top step, Emily Batty, she's been knocking on that door for a long time as a junior national champ, U23 national champ. Those two, certainly when they're side by side in a race, there's that little extra bit knowing that, hey, this isn't just for today, this is for Canada.
Yeah, well, Canada's, they got the maple leaf. You can see it right there on that Trek kit. And now it looks like she'll surge by her fellow countrywoman, Catherine Pendrell, and do a little work here.
Yeah, Bruce here just reminded me, we got the Commonwealth Games coming up as well. So a lot of big chances to show themselves this summer between World Cups, World Championships, World Cup in Canada, obviously, National Championships, Commonwealth Games. So it's a big, if you're flying the Maple Leaf, it's going to be a big summer for you. Amanda Sin, one of the top riders, not here. Michaela Kaufman is here. We talked about Magali Rochette, a really strong group of female riders up in Canada this year.
So probably about a half a lap left, 1 3/4 miles or so.
This is where you start thinking about how much do I have to ease up to get pulled so I don't have to do that last lap.
Yeah, riders out of contention.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Won't get to make another lap. Looks like Huck and the Mexican national champion Campuzano coming together. So this is a battle for that final podium spot. Pretty sure they're sitting 5th and 6th right now.
Now, interesting, so that's going to be Erin Huck there going backwards a bit. She's fighting hard today for that overall position in the series. Oh, very interesting. I mean, these two, all right, Larry, overall series standing, it's Campuzano 49 points, Erin Huck 52 points.
In the race for 5th right now. And it looked to me like Campuzano just kind of sitting, pedaled right past Huck. So Huck may be out of gas. Well, nope, she got the wheel.
She's right there. So 3 points separating. It's just going to come down to the finish order today. Whichever one wins. Again, we're talking hundreds, if not maybe $1,000 or more dollars in the overall prize money there. $25,000 up for grabs here for just your elite women's overall standings, being put up by USA Cycling and Sho-Air Cycling Group. So be 100% sure that they're aware of that right now. They know the standings coming in, and they are going to die 1,000 deaths on each other's wheel trying to hold off all the way to that finish line. Meanwhile, in the front, looking smooth. We saw that bobble just about 10 minutes ago from Katarina Nash. Made me wonder if maybe she was a little over her threshold there, but she's holding it right now. Georgia Gould sitting around 10 seconds back, but it's so hard on a course like this. Where do you make up the time? I mean, you look at that. There's no real fire road or anything between here and the finish where you can just get out of the saddle and try and close that gap. You've got to do it with bike handling skills, and you've got to take some serious risks through some of these corners.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this with Dong sitting up in 5th place and struggling quite a bit out there today. Erin Huck or the Mexican rider Campuzano could move up into the top 5. Well, one of those riders should move up into 5th overall.
Yeah, Campuzano could go all the way from 7th up into the top 5 here in the series. And Evelyn Dong, yeah, she could fall all the way down to 7th. Rachel Lloyd sitting in 8th. Michaela Kaufman sitting in 9th. Those two about where they should be out here this afternoon. Actually, I haven't seen Rachel Lloyd for a while. I'm assuming she's still out on course. I didn't see anybody pull out.
So Katarina Nash showing us all right now why she's out there in the #1 plate in the series leaders jersey. With about a lap and a half to go, surge from Catherine Pendrell and Emily Batty, and took her about 6 or 7 minutes to catch Georgia Gould, take that 15 or 16 seconds back. And once she did, she just kept on going. She is motoring now. Look at that.
You know, it might be just a little difference in priority, too. You have Georgia Gould, who's obviously focused on the World Championships, the World Cup, some of the big international races this year, national championships. Like we've said with Katarina, this really is her focus. She's not traveling. She's sort of, you know, she's 1 foot in the door with retirement, and she's stepped back from the World Cup schedule. So she's using her peaks in her season for these races. So maybe that's, you know, certainly worth 5 seconds out there, and that could be what we're witnessing today.
Yeah, and that was a good long shot. There's Evelyn Dong, the rider, with the #5 plate on, and you can just see there's everything she can into every pedal stroke, but she's kind of bouncing around. Her head is down, her head is up. She is absolutely suffering, and I think she knows right now that she is sliding backwards in the overall standings.
Yeah, I think she'd give a lot of money to put a 10-minute climb out there on this last lap, but it's mountain bike racing. A lot of different courses, a lot of different styles out there. I mean, just looking at where we started early March down in just outside of Austin, Texas in Dripping Springs with very technical and limestone sharp rocks, and then we've got Benelli and those super steep punchy climbs, and just every one of these courses has been so different, very different demands, not only technically but physically. And Katarina Nash continues to show that she is, if not the strongest female mountain bike rider in the world, certainly in the top 5. Whether or not she's racing the World Cups this year or not.
Well, certainly when she's on her, you know, got her best form. She is the dominant in North America here this year. And this is absolute validation of that she kept it going. This little riser right here is only about, inside of a half a mile, probably 2 minutes away from the finish line. So she can probably begin to relax. Once she gets up this final little climb, she can relax. She knows she's going to take the title.
Yeah, every one of those little rises out there is going to hurt today, especially after so many laps. It's you know, there's no monster climb out there, so you may be deceived into thinking it's easy, but Yeah, in the bushes a bit. But you know, think about the workouts you do. You know, you can do a 4 by 10 minute threshold climbing workout, and that'll leave you smoked. Or you can go out and do 60 20-second hill sprints. Which one's harder? So yes, there's no monster climb, but man, it's a different kind of hard. And oh boy.
Well, look who comes back into our
oh boy. I told you,
shot.
Larry. I told you that suffer face had something written on it. Georgia Gould. Oh my God. Oh, I can't do it. She's so close.
They're about
Come on, Georgia.
350 meters, and there's Rachel Lloyd going out on the lap, but they're about 350 meters from the finish now.
That little bobble in the bushes, that cost her, Georgia. She can taste the blood in the water. Oh, but the gap is bigger than it looks. It's just a few seconds, but there's really no section. Georgia's got to go so hard right now. I don't know, Larry, like we said, even if it comes down, even if they're on each other's wheel, it's so hard to make a pass here on this final section. Man,
but
great ride from Gould, though.
Yeah, both these ladies rode well, very well today. And look at this battle, though, for third and fourth between Emily Batty. But right now, you can hear the crowd beginning to make a little bit of noise because the #1 plate is going to make this final left-hander. They're almost going to come together at the finish line.
Close.
But Katarina Nash can take the win.
Katarina Nash, what a ride from those two riders. Georgia Gould, outstanding comeback there at the end, but just a few seconds short. Got to turn the Garmin off, got to save that power data, but man, that will be not only the win on the day, but the win in the series. Ladies and gentlemen, there she is, your U.S. Cup Series champion. She's going to take home the big prize money. She is going to take the heavyweight belt of the champion, Katarina Nash. Now we got that great finish, Larry, coming. We got two riders trying to get that bronze medal. Catherine Pendrell and Emily Batty. They are wheel for wheel here as they come in. Who's it going to be taking the lead into this final corner? Well, it's Batty. She's opened up the gap.
Emily Batty just followed wheels, saved just a little bit here for this finale, and she'll be out of the saddle. She will take third for Trek Factory Racing. And Catherine Pendrell, the 2010 world champion, will roll through in fourth. Now we have this great race going on out there between Erin Huck and the Mexican national team rider Daniela Campuzano.
Larry, I'm going to let you bring them in. As soon as they finish, I'm going to go grab a couple of the women down on the finish line for a quick post-race interview.
Helicopter, by the way. Strong gut. Got it far away from the signal. If they lost the signal, they think they'll have enough movement.
Yeah, right at that moment. So is it Huck or is it her?
Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up.
So we see the Mexican rider Campuzano. Looks like she has gotten clear of Erin Huck. Looked like Erin Huck was really in pain when they came together about a half a lap ago. So we'll welcome the Mexican national team rider here momentarily. She's on the pavement, and you see that 200-meter sign. So one final left-hander, and she can celebrate. Welcome home for the Mexican national team. Daniela Campuzano will finish fifth. Very aggressive out of the start. She led for a couple of minutes here today. And Erin Huck, what a season for Tokyo Joe's, with a big contingency of Boulderites down here to cheer her on. She will come through in sixth. We had a guy come to Snow Summit about 3 years ago with a huge truck.
All right. Good job. Good job.
But the guy takes off, he's flying it all over, he's doing crazy things. He got it too close to the ski patrol to here. All of a sudden the guy's like, why? And he's like freaking out. Did you know that happened? The thing just went flying towards the parking lot, out of control, and into the parking lot. Now somehow the guy regained control of it, but it went out of So again, we congratulate Katarina Nash for Lunar Pro Team taking the win by a second in front of her teammate Georgia Gould. Emily Batty, the Trek rider, will come through in third. Pendrell from Canada is fourth. The Mexican rider Daniela Campuzano was fifth. And just through, and the last rider to finish was Erin Huck for Tokyo Joe. She will finish sixth, about 2 minutes and 50 seconds off the pace. I know Colton McElwain is down there trying to get a word with Katarina Nash and maybe Georgia Gould. So as they sort of warm themselves down, but we'll send it down to Colton McElwain here in just a second.
Way to keep after it. Keep it on. Keep on.
So Evelyn Dong, fifth coming in today. This is going to be tight. We're going to have to go to our scores, but sensation of the last couple of years for backcountry.com will come through in seventh. Nice job, Chloe Woodruff. She is now in eighth position. And then the rider from Costa Rica will come through in ninth position. So a strong international field here today. Adriana Rojas will finish ninth, and we've got one more spot in the top 10. And she should be here soon. Nash, Gould, Batty, Pendrell, Campuzano, Huck, Dong, Woodruff, and Rojas. And 10th is on her way, and that will be Michaela Kaufman, the Scott rider from Canada. Nice ride, Michaela. Roka Kaufman through with a 1:50.40, 10th place, 7 minutes off the winning time. Rose Grant, everybody was asking about Rose Grant. She just came through in 11th position, and I see Colt McElwain down there with our series champion and today's #1 and #2. So we will send it down to Colt with a word with our winner.
Thank you, Larry. We're going to get our series winner and our winner on the day, Katarina Nash. Are we good? We're live here, I believe. Step back a little bit. Here we go. All right, we're all set. Katarina Nash, that was unbelievable. That First of all, how long was that race?
Seemed forever. It's really hard to keep track of 7 laps. I was constantly lost, but you guys are pretty good for keeping, reminding us, you know.
Yeah, every lap was just, hey, take it easy. No, so tell me, Georgia was so aggressive both in the early part of the race and then, what was it, maybe lap 5 or so, and she threw down what looked like a huge attack there at the beginning of the lap, got a bit of a gap. Tell me about the decision there not to chase or not being able to chase, and then eventually not only closing that gap, but then continuing through.
Yeah, I mean, we have obviously the numbers as a Luna team, and we were riding super strong. And yeah, you want to be respectful of your teammate, but it was pretty clear that Emily was not going to try to chase anybody. So at one point, you just have to start racing again instead of just sitting in. So, yeah, it was a very tactical race for us. And, you know, Georgia did a great job. And at one point, I just still felt like I had enough in the tank, so I tried to get away from Emily and Kathy. Second to last lap, and was able to close on Georgia and just barely got her in the end. But yeah, super strong ride for our team, so pretty excited.
And like we said, not just the win on the day today, but the win in the series. This the inaugural USA Cycling US Cup Pro Series. We talked a lot about it with big UCI points and big prize money. Just tell me what it means to have had this series this year and to walk away as the champion.
Well, so it's kind of emotional for me because I don't know. Most of you guys know I've raced for a really, really long time, and I started with Alison Dunlop early 2000 with the Luna team, and this is the very, very first time I won the cross country overall. So it's super special, and I am excited that the series came back the way it used to look, and you know I started chasing those super fast World Cup racers, and I was inspired by them and worked hard, and so it's kind of humbling to come back here after all these years and have an awesome series, great payout, and hopefully doing my job to inspire young racers that were out there with us today. So
awesome. Congratulations. We'll see you at the podium. All right, real quick now, if we can, we're going to grab Georgia Gould, second place on the day, and I believe also second place in the series, right, Larry? You want to check on that?
She's going to move up, no doubt. I'm not going to say that officially,
Yeah.
but probably.
Second or third in the series. What you say? Also the Colorado State champion.
Know it. Yeah.
All right, Georgia, you're the most aggressive rider out there. You from the start, you were throwing attack after attack. Tell me about this course and how it played out there.
Yeah, the course is really hard, and you know the first half is a lot of steep climbing, and then the second part is a lot faster. You can kind of sit in a little bit more and is a little more tactical. So the race was really tactical. People would kind of go hard at the start, and then it would sort of come back together on the flatter, faster parts. And I don't know, I've had sort of a on and off year this year, and so don't quite have the confidence that I was hoping for coming into the race. So I was a little conservative at the beginning. But it was awesome to be able to ride up there with, all these guys that have been on the podium at the World Cup. And I just wanted to make it a good, hard race and, prepare for the, national championships are coming up and give all these people that came out a good show. It was exciting racing the whole time. So thanks everyone who showed up. It makes our job just way easier and more fun when you guys are out here. So thanks a lot. Thanks, Scott Tedrow, and all the sponsors that have put together this awesome series. We're so happy to be able to race it.
Absolutely. Oh, we're going to trade you out now for the series champion, Scott Tedrow. Oh, very interesting. Well, first of all, look at this beautiful thing. Hold it up. You got to hold it up like you just won something. There you go. The series champ right here. Like you said, the first time ever taking the U.S. National Series champion. She watched her teammates do it for so many years with Alison Dunlap and Shawnee. Now, if you haven't heard, we're doing a little Twitter tournament here. Twitter contest, where Scott is selecting one new female follower on Twitter to fly out to the opening round of next year's U.S. Cup, anywhere in the world, and Scott's going to let you choose. So why don't you scroll around through here? Tell me if anybody looks particularly deserving of a trip to a big mountain bike race.
The very exciting winner is Tara Lazarski.
Tara Lazarski. Where's she from? North Vancouver, a Canadian. Darn it. I thought I was going to win. I made a fake female Twitter profile. All right, awesome. Congratulations. All right, so you heard your name. I'm sure Scott will get in touch with you. I'm going to throw it back up to Larry. We have your elite men out getting warmed up right now. They're going to be coming up very shortly. Take a break, get a snack. Let people know mountain bike racing coming at you live very shortly.
Hey, I want to welcome home a few riders. Rose Grant finished 11th. Rachel Lloyd, California Giant Berry Riders, was 12th. The great cyclocrosser from Boston. Crystal Anthony was 13th. Amy Bessel was 14th. Larissa Connors 15th. Katie Compton, the Trek Cyclocross collective rider, came through 16th. Having some fun out there, I hope, Katie. Megan Carrington was 17th, the rider for Naked Racing. And Erin Alders just crossed the finish line for 18th position. So that is just about a wrap here on our women's race. Again, congratulations to Katarina Nash. You can see how excited she was. And yeah, it's been a long time coming that she was the #1 overall series racer. And a well-deserved win here in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it wasn't news to me. I knew that stat, but it was surprising to remember that, you know, all those years where we've seen Katarina really dominating at the top of the sport, she hasn't ever put it together for a whole series. There's always been someone a little better. Georgia was so strong there for a few years. Her teammate, Shawnee Van Landingham, was so strong. She now focuses on Xterra racing, obviously Allison Dunlap. So it must have been tough to come back to the tent year after year and see your teammates celebrating as the overall champ and what is, you know, a really prestigious title to hold. I mean, we go back all the way through the Norba days, the NMBS, the Pro XCT. So it's had many iterations over the years, but it's still the same group of top North American racers, and it means a lot to not only be the best, again, on the day, but to be the best of the year in a year that, like we said, she almost hung it up.
Yeah, almost hung it up, went into retirement, and has come back this year in dominant form, and now she's probably wondering, wow, I wonder how many more years I get to do this. You can see we're setting up here at the finish line for our awards presentation. And that will take place momentarily. So hopefully Nash, Pendrell, Batty, Gould, and Campazano stick close by because we didn't really schedule an awards, I don't think, but we will be having that award ceremony here in just a couple of minutes. I didn't get that schedule. Some of them, a lot of times we do these things, we'll send the women away. Rory is right there. Rory!
Top left.
Georgia. Hey, Jeff, this is Colt. We're still live, right? All right, so for those of you still joining us at home, coming up soon, we have your women's awards. Just past 2 o'clock here local time. They got the podium all set up. We're going to be crowning your daily champions and your series champions. I know they're fast working right now, trying to run those numbers and figure out who will take home the overall prize money. Remember, it's not just the podium spots that walk away with cash. It's going to be the top 15 overall women in the series. So some very deserving women that have been chasing this series from all the way back in early March down in Texas, out to California, Benelli, Fontana, Melojani's. So stay with us, stay tuned. We're going to have a lot more coming your way. And, of course, we got your elite men on deck coming up right after this. I'm finally starting to see these men come out of their tents now, getting warmed up, taking a look at that course. I think they learned a lot, those of them that were around to watch that women's race. It has, in fact, it has, in fact, been shortened. That men's race was going to go 8 laps. I have heard it will now go 7. So it'll go the same number as the women. Won't see that very often. It'll be fun being able to compare some times. Equal payout, yeah, exactly. Equal payout, equal laps. But we have a stacked field of elite men here. Just a little preview here coming up. We got Jeff Kabush sitting in the series lead right now with 94 points. He's looking pretty darn solid in the top there, but Todd Wells, Max Plaxton. Then we have a few of those European riders that were here earlier in the season. Sergio Mentacom Gutierrez, Manuel Fumic, Marco Fontana. So some great world-class athletes coming in earlier back in March, chasing those UCI points with the HC event and the UCI C1. Derek Zanstra is up there, Jeremiah Bishop, Alex Grant, Ben Sontag, Spencer Paxson, Rafael Gagne. So a lot of these riders, we have a few missing, but like we saw in the women's race, there's going to be some big battles out there outside the top 5, back around 6, 7, 8, 9, those riders that are just trying to hang on to their top 15 spot. The prize money is a big difference there between, 5th and 7th and 10th. So there's going to be a great battle. And just like we saw with Aaron Huck and Danny Campenzano, those riders, they certainly know who's who, who's where in the series, and who they have to beat to try and move up as much as they can. I'm looking at riders like Payson McKelvin riding for Richards Rainwater out of Texas, a young rider sitting 17th overall in the series, just a few points away from being able to say that he made it into the money here overall on the year. Adam Morka's in there, Russell Finsterwald. Unbelievable field here of elite men. Like we said, coming up very shortly.
I just need to grab some water, so I was curious how much I would have to do. Just bring it up.
Okay, let's go do top 5 right now, Larry.
Thanks.
All right, guys, we got Larry Longo heading down there to do the awards right now. We got the podium all set up. It's a good-looking podium, too. The USA Cycling U.S. Cup Series presented by Sho-Air Cycling Group. If you guys were following along with that little Twitter tournament, I like calling it a Twitter tournament. We have now picked one woman to be flown out to the first round of next year's U.S. Cup. Gentlemen, now is your chance. Starting now through the end of the elite men's race. If you are not already, go on to Twitter. Make sure you're following @ScottTedrow. And anybody from anywhere in the world will be chosen sort of at random to be flown out to the first round of next year's U.S. Cup. You guys can hit me up on Twitter @DopersSuck, DopersSuck. And, of course, just use the hashtag US Cup. I love seeing your feedback, your predictions as we went through the women's race there. Let's get some early predictions going for the men's race. Stacked field. Pretty much everybody here, like we said, those European riders are not in attendance. Howard Grott's not here, although he wasn't at those early rounds either, suffering that separated shoulder at the beginning of the year. He has I believe it's a separated rib. He had a crash in training. Sounds like Larry's getting ready to go down and do the podium, so I'm going to throw it down to him.
Thank you, Colt. We want to remind we're going to need Evelyn Dong here in a few minutes. She's going to end up 5th overall. She'll be happy to hear that. It looked for a while there like that result was going to go away. But we'll do today's results first, and we'll bring up our top 5. Finishing in 5th place this afternoon, riding for the Mexican national team from Mexico, Daniela Campuzano. Here she is. We'll give her a chance to come up here, and I think the rest of the ladies are present. And we are going to need Evelyn Dong here in a moment or two. If anybody sees Evelyn, we're going to present our top 5 overall for 2014 also. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Colorado Springs, make some noise for Daniela Campuzano. A hard-charging 5th place today and had to come from behind to take 5th. In 4th place, riding for the Luna Pro team from Canada, Catherine Pendrell. In 3rd place, coming up to accept the bronze medal, out of Canada, riding for Trek Factory Racing, Emily Batty. In 2nd place, riding for Luna Pro Racing, out of Fort Collins, Colorado, Georgia Gould. And the winner of round number 4, USA Cup XCT Racing, also riding for Luna Pro team from Truckee, California, Katarina Nash.
Yeah, that's fine.
And there's your top 5 finishers here this afternoon. Katarina Nash, Georgia Gould, Emily Batty, Catherine Pendrell, and Danielle Campuzano. Let's all squeeze up together on the podium. And one more shout out, Colorado Springs, make some noise. There are 5 of the top women in the world right there. Thank you very much, ladies. And now don't go anywhere because we're going to bring up our top 5 overall for 2014. Finishing in 5th, and man, she had to have a solid final lap to pull it off. Riding for backcountry.com, Evelyn Dong. She will be 5th overall for 2014. And I think you ended up squeezing in by 2 points. And we do have prize money. Top 15 ladies, check in here at the stage and see Rory here. He has checks for you. Congratulations, Evelyn Dong, 5th overall for 2014. She will end up 4th overall. Her best finish of the season happened today. Riding for Luna Pro team, Georgia Gould, 4th for 2014. She will end up placing 3rd overall, riding out of Canada for Trek Factory Racing. Welcome back to the podium, Emily Batty. In 2nd overall, also riding out of Canada for the Luna Pro team, Catherine Pendrell. Congratulations, Catherine. You heard her in her interview say this is the first time she's ever won the overall series, and she did it here in front of you in Colorado Springs, riding for Luna Pro Team 2014 U.S. Cup cross-country champion, Katarina Nash. Yeah, the heavyweight belt going on the flyweight. Congratulations, Katarina Nash. That'll look good in the trophy case. Katarina Nash, 2014 U.S. Cup cross-country champion. Catherine Pendrell, Emily Batty, Georgia Gould, Evelyn Dong. Let's get you guys all to squeeze up there. And where's the champagne, Tom?
Okay, So on the left side of the fence are riders right? Yeah. That's my shooting angle. So
yeah. One more time, everybody. Please give it up for these fine women. Katarina Nash, Catherine Pendrell, Emily Batty, Georgia Gould, and Evelyn Dong. Rounds out the top 5 for 2014. Don't worry, you'll get to see him race again tomorrow. We'll remind him right now that we have short track cross country tomorrow. And a reminder to all pro men, 7 laps, not 8. 7 laps for the pro men this afternoon. It's gotten hotter, and a 7-lap race, so you'll hopefully not get chicked by Katarina Nash if you're not on a good game today. So pro men to staging, pro men to staging, pro men to staging, and we will also have a 7-lap race for you coming up in about 15 minutes, but pro men, please report to staging. Donut, do I need to take a microphone?
All right, guys, just getting the roll-up start line information here. We're about to get going here. Your elite men doing a bit of a warm-up here.
Yes. Although that one's not, see, that's riddle. What we want is a numerical. Because staging or roll-up is not in a numerical order. So I'll go do that.
I don't know how much of a warm-up we really need out here this afternoon. Temperatures steadily creeping up towards 90 degrees.
Pro men to staging, please. Pro men, please report to staging. Pro men to staging. And one final reminder to all you pro men, you will do a 7-lap race.
So the elite men's race being taken down from 8 laps originally down to 7. We saw some of the riders out here earlier this week when temperatures were a bit cooler. They went out and did one hot fast lap. They were almost dipping below 12 minutes, right around 12 minutes for one lap. But looks like things have slowed down a bit out there today. The temperature certainly playing a factor. The wind also playing a factor. And, of course, they're not just doing one lap flat out. I think, as we saw in the women's race there, the tactics start to play into it. And we start to see riders sitting up here and there, taking a bit longer, adding up over the course. I mean, 7 laps in about an hour 45 for our elite women. That's a good 15 minutes longer than the UCI likes to shoot for. At the World Cup and Olympic discipline, they usually shoot for about an hour 30 for the women, about an hour 45 or so for the men. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few lap times below 12 minutes for the men, but I would think average probably in the mid-13s to 14 range. Taking a look over the start sheet here, we got call-ups coming up very soon. Elite men, get yourselves down to staging on our front row. We are going to have Jeff Kabush, Todd Wells, Max Plaxton, Derek Zanstra, Jeremiah Bishop, Alex Grant, Ben Sontag, Hector Fernando Rivieros, Russell Finsterwald will be up there, the young rider out of Colorado Springs, the hometown favorite, Adam Morka, and, of course, Payson McKelvin going to be up there. Payson McKelvin having that huge breakout ride in his hometown race back in early March at the Mellow Johnny's Classic down in Austin, Texas. Earned him some big UCI points. All right, and Elite Men, if you guys are looking for it, the start is not at the finish line. The start is over there on the far side of the parking lot. So if you're the only person over here by the finish line, you are in the wrong place. We got Cameron Jett out here, Keegan Swenson, the young rider for Cannondale, Troy Wells, Kerry Werner, Casey Williams. A great battle going on right now within the race amongst a lot of these U23 guys. Of course, we got the national championships coming up. It's about that time they start to think about world championship team selection criteria. So we start to look at these guys like Keegan Swenson, Casey Williams, Payson McKelvin, Sepp Kuss, Mason Shea is in here. I know Levi Kurlander is out there as well. So some very, very strong under 23 riders. A lot of races within the race this afternoon. Obviously, there's the race for the win. There's the race for the series overall crown. There's the U23s that are going to be watching each other. Also, a little preview amongst the Canadian riders. We have the the three favorites here between Jeff Kabush, Max Plaxton, and Derek Zanstra with the Canadian National Championships just a couple of weeks away now. Jeff Kabush, obviously a many-time Canadian national champion, but in the last 4 or 5 years, he has struggled to keep his grip on that dominance. We saw Max Plaxton take the jersey from him a few years ago, and then last year it was his own teammate on Scott Three Rocks Racing, Derek Zanstra, took his first Maple Leaf jersey. Where are the trying to look on my thing right now. If you guys are on Twitter right now, hit me up at DopersSuck. Where are the Canadian National Championships this year? I know they were in Saint Félicien a couple years ago. Somebody out there knows better than I do. Man, the wind is picking up. Got to start covering all the papers up here in the booth. Stuff's starting to blow away. We're getting every bit of that 15 mile per hour winds. We got gusts up towards 25 or 30, making it very challenging out there. Like we said, not only the obvious, which is that you're riding through a headwind, but it's the less obvious, which is when you're leaning the bike over so far on the limit in every one of those corners, left, right, right. Those big gusts of winds can make it very, very unstable. All right, come on, guys. Predictions. Who has got predictions? I'll make a prediction. I want to see some of yours before I make mine, though. Again, pretty much everybody here. I'm trying to think of who's not here. Again, some of those European riders we saw earlier in the season. Sergio Montacam Gutierrez, Manuel Fumic, Marco Fontana, Emil Lindgren, some of those great riders we saw in March in California. They're still over in Europe chasing the World Cup right now, but basically all the top North American men are here. Howard Grotz, who won last weekend in Missoula, Montana at the Pro XCT. He also won here in Colorado a couple weeks ago at the GoPro Games. He is not here. He's back in Durango right now. He had I heard it was a separated rib. Dislocated his rib, so I think I saw a ride from him on Strava the other day, so he's back on his bike riding, but apparently not mountain biking. Here we go. Thank you, Corey. Canadian National Championships are going to be at Hardwood this year. Oh, that's a good course. That is a very good course. I see a lot of predictions for Kabush. That's a safe one. That's a safe bet. Trying to think what we can learn from that women's race. We saw the pure climbers really struggle out there. Riders like Evelyn Dong, Catherine Pendrell. When I think about the men that are maybe similar, obviously Kabush. Kabush honestly is the most comparable rider to a rider like Katarina Nash when we start talking about the men's race. Max Plaxton. Max is going to be my dark horse here. I really don't know. Max, he had some amazing early season form, then he sort of fell off the map a little bit, and now he seems to be coming back. He had an okay ride last weekend in Missoula. Maybe the most naturally gifted rider of the whole field here. It's just a question of what kind of fitness he has on the day. Todd Wells, anytime we're at altitude, he's a pretty big rider himself. Good climber, but even better when it's flat, powerful stuff like this. A former multi-time cyclocross national champion. Derek Zanser with his Godzilla quads. He's been on fire all season long. The national champion. He won the Whiskey 50 earlier in the year. I look at Jeremiah Bishop, too, a Sho-Air Cannondale. Interesting dynamic there. We are, in fact, at altitude. Jeremiah from sea level down in Virginia. I'm trying to think about, you know, his past racing resume at altitude. He certainly had some good results. I remember a few years ago up at Bryan Head, Utah for the American Mountain Bike Challenge, a 4-day stage race at 11,000 feet, and he rode away from everybody. But then I also think back to Granby, Colorado, and national championships back in, I guess it was 2009, 2010, and he struggled a little bit. Interesting. So, yeah, you were just pointing out Max Plaxton actually been at altitude, acclimating now for a few days out in Park City, huh? Oh, and there's our graphic, and that is our cue. It's time to get going. It is mountain bike season. It is mountain bike racing at its finest, and you are looking at the finest series here in North America. That is the USA Cycling US Cup presented by Sho-Air Cycling Group. We are here in beautiful Colorado Springs, Colorado. Taking a look at it right there. What a gorgeous day. Yeah, maybe it's a little hot. It's a little warm for the racers themselves, but as a spectator, as a commentator, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful day. Sitting here at 6,500 feet, overlooking some crystal clear skies, 14,000-foot mountains. This is going to be a gorgeous day. If you joined us for our women's race, you know what kind of course we're dealing with here. The series being presented by Cannondale Bicycles. A lot of cool stuff coming out of the Cannondale family down in Connecticut right now. The new, what is it? The new Trigger 27.5. That new hardtail. What is it? The F29 SI. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. And, of course, in partnership this whole series, it's not just the Sho-Air Cycling Group. It is, in fact, USA Cycling. And we are just literally down the road, just a few blocks down from the headquarters of the USA Cycling Organization. We're actually going to be over there later this evening for a little get-together. Sho-Air Cyclery, the grand opening in California this Tuesday. A cool Cannondale shop out there. Check them out on Facebook. Some of the pictures coming out of that shop are unreal. Really cool looking stuff. And, of course, Cliff Bar out here flying their flag at this race across the whole series. They're going to be represented well here in the men's race with Troy Wells out of Durango, Colorado, and Brady Capias out of Boulder, Colorado. Two guys very familiar with altitude, on some pretty good form right now. Kenda Tires, the rubber of choice out there. We talked about it a lot in the women's race, about tire selection on a day like today. It's very, very interesting. Super hard packed, but yet so many corners, very loose on top. We're going to see Kenda Tires laced up to some of those NV wheels over in the Sho-Air Cannondale squad. KMC chains out there. And, of course, Jackaroo clothing. Muscle Milk keeping us hydrated, keeping me buff. Yeah, right. And Sho-Air Cycling Group out here making this all happen. Props to the man himself, Scott Tedrow, here in attendance, taking time away from his real job. It's hard to imagine Scott does anything else other than bike racing, but indeed, Sho-Air is a huge event and trade show transportation company. Course length, guys, we're taking a look at it right now as the wind is blowing. It's 3.4 miles, 5.5K. We're at 6,300 feet, and I promise you this is the fastest 3.4-mile course these guys have maybe ever done. Like we said, right around 12 minutes, maybe faster, is a potential lap time. Whether or not they'll throw that down, we'll see. It became very tactical in the women's race. And we can just see there on the far side of the tents and the cars, those are your elite men. Here on the property of the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, they've graciously allowed us to use this land for the mountain bike race, and actually are setting this land aside as a permanent sports facility for a bunch of different sports, including mountain biking. This course is going to be a full-time mountain bike race course. So looking at the series standings here, we got Jeff Kabush coming in. He's got a pretty solid lead right now. Derek Zanstra, Max Plaxton, Todd Wells for Specialized Factory Racing. Sergio is not here. Cameron Jett will be here. Jeremiah Bishop. Finsty, the hometown boy, riding for SRAM, Troy Lee Designs race team. He's going to be looking for a big day today. I know he's got a lot of friends and family out here cheering him on. Kerry Werner for BMC Project Dirt. Last year's U23 national champion, and Keegan Swenson riding for the Cannondale Factory Squad, a very strong young rider. Going to be looking to throw down a big result here in the series final. Like we said, guys, it's not just about the win today. It's not just about the podium, but the top 15 overall men in the series right now are fighting for $25,000 in cash up for grabs to be split between the top 15 men overall over the 4 races. So again, opened up the year round number 1 at Mellow Johnny's in Dripping Springs, Texas. And we went to Santa Ynez, or no, excuse me, not Santa Ynez, Benelli. Where's Benelli Park? California. In Fontana, California there for round number 3. All of these races, UCI C1s or HC, so the highest level of racing you get outside of the World Cup. And there they are. Ice vest is coming off. It's time for business. Jeff Kabush there for Scott Three Rocks Racing. Hard to get used to seeing him not in that maple leaf jersey of our national champion. That's going to be on the shoulders of Derek Zanstra. Just a few men down there on that start line. Umbrellas out, ice packs out. It's going to be a hot one out there today. All right, the heads go down. Try to get those heart rates as low as possible before they launch out here for 7 laps. So on your start line, I see Rafael Gagne there all the way to the left of your screen. Jeremiah Bishop, Jeff Kabush is in there. Todd Wells, Max Plaxton, Derek Zanstra. I see Russell Finsterwald. Man, so much talent out there today. I'm going to give him a second of quiet here as we await the start line. Take this opportunity, guys. Get on Twitter, get on Facebook, spread the link. All right, and we are off. I'm looking for Rafael Gagne. Very quick into the pedals. He's a great starter. Derek Zanstra looks over his shoulder, and that will be Jeff Kabush on the right side there. He's going to be in the Stars and Stripes version there of the series leaders jersey. But here we go. Big pack. We got Larry Longo on his way back up to the booth. I am Colt McElwain. Again, you guys can hit me up on Twitter at DoperSuck if you have any questions or comments throughout the broadcast, or just go ahead and use the hashtag US Cup. All right, getting the big aerial shot here as we look down over that huge pack of elite men. I believe we have nearly 100 men in there, somewhere in the mid-80s, I believe. And it is a giant pack right now, the calm before the storm. So we said it earlier, this first third of the course is really where things get challenging. We hit that short, I don't know how to describe it other than that punchy, very steep, very rubbly climb as we go back to start. Look at Rafael Gagne there on the left of your screen. Looks like a... Woo, man, that's how you launch onto a start. It's funny, though. It's such a long, as you guys see there, such a long straightaway they have here at the beginning of the lap. It isn't crucial to be the first guy to the 20-foot mark. I think as long as you're in the top 10 there and you're able to be in position to really make your sprint before it goes into the single track, because it is a very steep, very loose climb. I guess we got word in from Jeremiah Bishop, who checked it out earlier here on his pre-ride. He said it's nearly unrideable now. All the amateurs this morning were walking it. It's like we said, it's over 25%, and it's just loose rubble and gravel. So as important as always, I'd expect 5, 10, 15, however many men to make it through, but guaranteed at some point there's somebody's going to buzz a tire, somebody's going to put a foot down, and the other 50 or 60 men behind are going to be off their bike, and you're going to give up a minute or two just like that. So very important to get off the front now. I know Rafael Gagne, he's the king of the whole shot. He's going to be up there for sure. Jeff Kabush always has his nose in the right place at the start. But somebody here, somebody's going to get caught out. It's like those crosswind days at the Tour where catch somebody sleeping at the back. Somebody hasn't been out to pre-ride. Somebody doesn't know how challenging that little puncher is. They're going to get caught walking.
I think a lot of guys were actually scouting the beeline that they would be running. Figure, you know what, if I get off the trail, it's a little bit probably better traction, and I'll go bushwhacking through the bushes. It's straight up the hill at that point.
Taking a look at the, is it the Castle Rock? That's what they're calling it?
Pulpit. Get up there. I climbed to the top yesterday and did some preaching, as a matter of fact.
If it's not called Castle Rock, that should be the nickname. It looks like a castle. Pulpit Rock, here again on the grounds of Colorado Springs, University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And that wind just continues to blow, Larry. It hasn't calmed down all day. Afternoons here in Colorado. Lucky no storms blowing in, but it's blowing.
Right out of the south, it stayed pretty much the same direction all day long. I would say almost perfect conditions, but if you're out there hammering for the better part of the next 7 laps, and there'll be a lot of guys out there that with racing the same duration. Three for 7 laps if you don't want to be proverbially chicked. You ever been chicked, Colt, in your racing life? I doubt it as fast as you are.
Yeah, it's happened. Yeah. I'm proud to have been. I mean, I remember Shawnee Van Landingham passing me while pre-riding one time while I was racing. And she stopped and chatted with me for a while.
I hate to say that I've been racing as long as I have, as our leaders are coming into sight.
Here we go. And then this is going to be Hector Riveros. Man, this dude's been on fire lately. Crushing it in Missoula last weekend. Really great GoPro games. Had a great Whiskey 50. He's up there. And then Russell Finsterwald,
right there.
Like we said, that hometown boy out of Colorado Springs. He's going to have more friends and family in the crowd today than pretty much everybody combined.
Ryan Woodall way up there, the pros closet rider. But I was going to say, back in the day, we used to race the same duration as the women, and everybody would look at what Julie Furtado was able to do. One of the most all-time dominant ladies on the women's racing side, I think. Troy Wells going by, the Niner rider. There's Casey Williams, the whole athlete racer. But, man, they are throwing down already.
This is going to be all about attrition. It's so fast. There's so many areas where you can just punch it. But it's not, if you're doing 300 sprints, it's not about who the best sprinter is. It's a competition of endurance, just like anything else on the mountain bike. So a very interesting style of rider is going to do well today.
Is there a better tactician in our field today than the guy that's wearing #1 plate? We've seen him play that card perfectly this year on a couple of occasions, Jeff Kabush.
That's the problem for everybody else, is the strongest guy may also be the most tactically sound rider in the pack, and that's Jeff Kabush. There's definitely some veterans in there that are going to know how to ride here at altitude. Obviously, Todd Wells is very smart. He's from Durango, Colorado, so very similar elevation. And you see Jeff Kabush here out of the saddle, but certainly not panicking to close that gap down. He realizes there's a lot of bike racing to take place here over the next hour 35 minutes.
Arguably, I mean, a lot of names to throw out there, but he has become over the years the all-time winningest rider in North American history in front of guys like John Tomac. He's also had a career that's lasted quite a bit longer, but is there anybody that is spanned, the 2000s into the middle 2000, almost 2015, and he's still on his best game?
Tinker.
Yeah, Tinker was right up there too, but not winning races, at this point in his career.
Oh, he wins all the 100-milers and 50-milers and Grand Fondos, and Tinker probably still wins more races than just about anybody else on the mountain bike.
And races weekend in and weekend out.
Legend.
Took a tour as a 50-year-old Masters racer last year, and then borrowed a page out of Ned Oberon's book and took out a pro license again, which is only fitting for a rider of his caliber.
All right, guys, prediction time. # US Cup at DoperSuck. Let me know what you're thinking. Payson McKelvin there rolling in for Richards Rainwater. I'm gonna give you my predictions, Larry. I'm gonna go Kabush, #1, because why not? And then I'm gonna go Russell Finsterwald, #2. I think he's gonna pull it together here on the hometown course. He's been knocking on the door for he had a really big result. Was it Fontana? Somewhere this year, I forget. It might have been Benelli. Someone's going to have to look that up for me. But he's been up there now in the top 5. I think this is the day that maybe he gets away from the group.
And he's been scrapping at World Cups, doing okay.
And I feel really good about Todd Wells in 3rd.
Yeah,
I might give a new prediction every lap, but that's it for right now. Kabush, Finsterwald, Wells. What do you guys got? Question now is who's going to be the first guy to make the move? It's obviously very fast out there, but they're certainly not racing flat out at this point in the race. Everybody's sort of setting a nice hard tempo as we open up to some of those fire road sections. Somebody's going to be itching to try and thin things down a little bit.
TV time here today, and I think maybe that's what the rider at Riveros is doing at the front now. And they're going to be, I think, coming into that tricky little uphill here momentarily. They're already on the backside of the course. We were, what, 12-minute laps the other day, and that was a solid local pro. But they were doing laps in about 12 minutes, so everybody was thinking 11.5-minute laps. This is going to be a quick, easy one. As these guys, you can almost see the speed that they flick their bikes around the...
Alex Wild on Twitter. Thank you, man. I knew he had a big result. Russell, of course, was second at Sea Otter behind Christoph Sauser. Huge result for him there. Thanks, Alex. All right, guys. Now's the time. If you've joined us for our women's race, you know what's going on Twitter. Make sure you guys are following at Scott Tedrow. One lucky gentleman this time will be flown out, will be chosen to be flown out to round number 1 of next year's U.S. Cup Series, wherever that might be, wherever you might be, anywhere around the world. All you got to do is follow Scott Tedrow on Twitter. It's a click of a button. Go ahead and do it. Now, right on the front, Finsterwald. The only way Finsterwald doesn't end up on the podium is if he lets the excitement get the best of him.
Yeah, sometimes, and that's exactly what can happen. You got a lot of friends and family out there, and you're going good, and you maybe just push yourself a little further, a little bit too early. Adrenaline coursing through all of their veins right now. Lap number 1, we're only about 10 minutes into it. We were thinking, well, 12-minute, maybe sub-12-minute laps. Will they do that 7 times consecutively? I doubt it.
No, I think we're going to see a tactical battle. I mean, you can just see with the size of the group here. I think we're going to see a very low 11-minute lap, and I think we're going to see some laps in the 14s. I think it's going to be all over the place depending on who's on the attack, who's back in the pack. And you can see with this many guys together, I like the expression on courses like this where there's almost a speed limit. You know, it's as long as you have a certain fitness level, being any more fit doesn't do you that much good because you can't really go that much faster on so many parts of this course. It's so scary in a lot of those corners that, you know, whether you can put out 380 watts or 400 watts or 500 watts, it doesn't matter. The course will only let you put out 275 watts or something. So it's opportunities like this on the fire road where when is somebody like Georgia Gould did and like Katarina Nash did, when are they going to take that opportunity to lay it all on the line for 15 seconds and try and get that separation? I think you're going to have to be very patient out there today, and Russell Finsterwald, I think he certainly has the maturity, but man, he's got to be just champing at the bit all afternoon here to just show himself, show what he's got, and try and put Colorado Springs on the map.
And you can see the lead group now. It's got about 9 riders in a single file line, and they're about a minute from us now here. I'm going to wrap up lap number 1 here momentarily. Looks like Rivero's still the rider out front setting the pace. All the players, though, are present and accounted for.
Yeah, so that's your top 10 right there. I mean, it looks like we're starting off a big stage race day. You know, this looks like Cape Epic in the early miles when you got 10, 15 guys together. Beautiful shot here of the SRAM Troy Lee Designs rider, and look at that. It is Generation 2.0 all over the front of that race. Keegan Swenson right there on second wheel. Training partner of Russell Finsterwald. Those two do a lot of riding together in the offseason. They actually rented a house together down in St. George, Utah this offseason, so they know each other very well, and it's a confidence booster for each other. They say, oh, if he's up there, I know I can be up there, and vice versa. Meanwhile, those veterans are sitting in there very comfortably. I see Plaxton, Kabush is in there, Zanstra's in there. That's going to be Ryan Woodall, or Mitch. That's going to be Mitch Hoke. Zanstra's on the back.
Well, hopefully one rider that certainly could become of consequence here today, Raphael Gagne, who's certainly a charger, and maybe this is a course that would certainly suit his style.
Here we go now, fighting for spots there. We got Justin Lindeen coming around. That is going to be Cole Oberman riding for the Rare Disease Cycling Program and Specialized out of the Mid-Atlantic. He had a great result Back at Transylvania Epic. Here we go. Coming through the loop, though, it is your lead 10 coming through. So they're going to get 6 laps to go. Still 6 long laps to go. And Larry, high 12 minutes.
Yeah, 12.5 minutes. So I think they watched Paige out of the women's race a little while ago and said, you know, let's settle in. Let's not kill ourselves. Let's whittle it down. We got a group of 10, maybe a 12-pack of strong men as the rest of the chasers come through. There's looks like Alexander Grant and maybe Jeremiah Bishop going by.
Casey Williams, Rotem Ishe is in there. And then we got Sepp Kuss hanging on the back. He's one of those Howard Grotz-style guys, pure climber, but he's doing very well here at altitude. And then we're going to get the Sampson brother coming through very strong here inside the top 20 for Tom Sampson. Unmistakable there in the orange POC helmet. Justin Lindeen there sitting on a wheel. He's looking good. Here comes Cole Oberman across the line, just about 13.5 minutes.
The Honey Badger. I remember a couple years ago at the Wyndham World Cup. He didn't have the points. He didn't get the start. They had a pro race after the World Cup race. He was out there by himself, absolutely hammering, so he could compare his time to the best of the World Cuppers.
All right, Levi, patience, man. Patience, Levi, patience.
Levi Kurlander there leading a group through. Just about 14 minutes on the clock, so 14 times 7, Larry. I mean, we're still looking at a pretty long race here for the men.
Well, I suspect that the pace at the front will hot up a little bit, and will, as you alluded to in the women's race, any rider that's out of contention and, you know, with a 12.5-minute lap, something like that, if you're out of contention and about to be caught by the leaders, and there's not a whole lot of opportunity for passing in at least some of the sections out there, riders will be asked to exit the course. But our lead group is still about 9 riders strong and just tapping out a real even tempo so far. No sense of urgency. I heard you hollering at one of your East Coast riders to use some patience. West Coast rider. To be patient.
We got interesting. I got a bunch of riders in this field actually just coming off a big stage race a few weeks ago down in Pennsylvania, the Transylvania Epic. I happened to be there. And that's one of the guys I coach, a young guy. And a lot of these guys, they're coming off this big block of training, not just those guys, but everyone's been putting in big hours getting ready for the summer. So a lot of these guys have these huge aerobic engines right now, but they haven't been doing a lot of the intensity yet. And so it's easy to get sucked into a race like this where you're just every corner, smash time, 1,000 watts, 1,000 watts, and you haven't been doing that kind of work. So I think today's going to be about patience, letting some of those gaps open up early on, like Katarina Nash did, letting Georgia go many, many times early on and slowly bringing it back, because really, if you can put something together special on that last lap, you can make up quite a bit of time. You can pass a lot of guys out.
Yeah, there'll definitely be guys that don't use that strategy, and they'll be coming back to you. As we saw a couple of riders have that happen to them in the women's race.
All right, guys, as always, go ahead and show your appreciation. I'm going to do that right now. A big thank you to USA Cycling, and a big, big thank you to Scott Tedrow and the crew at Sho-Air Cycling Group. You guys can do that on Twitter as well. Make sure you're following at USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air Cycling Group. There it is on your screen right there, Sho-Air CG. They're the ones making this all possible, guys. They're the ones writing the checks out there, not only for the prize money, but, you know, a lot of expenses go into this, Larry. The live broadcast, I mean, we don't take it for granted, certainly. We're really happy to have it, but I think a lot of people out there maybe underestimate how much work and how much expense goes into this, and we could certainly use all the support we can get from any other companies out there that want to step up and put their name on the sport of mountain biking.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The rest of the industry has seen what Scott Tedrow's done, and it's time for, I think, somebody else to step up and kind of help him out. You know, a coalition of the bigger companies out there. We could double or triple the prize money. We could extend the reach and cameras and even hire some professional announcers possibly.
Oh, yeah, I would love to work with a professional.
No way, we're sticking with you, Hacks.
No, think of it this way. I mean, we had, Scott, it was $80,000 plus in prize money up for grabs throughout the whole series between overall. Imagine that was 200. Imagine that was 500. Yeah, even 100,000. I mean, we're getting into the realm where we're talking about these guys who don't have pro contracts, or you know, yes, they're pro, yes, they get their bikes, but they don't actually get any cash, where they can rely on a series like this to really help pay a lot of the bills and pay a lot of the expenses to get out there. And I think we're very, very close to those days.
You know, I lived through those days where, you know, the Norman National Series went away, and the big car manufacturers that were part of this whole process, where you had that big cardboard check that you handed out at the end of every race and at the end of every series. And then there was a couple of years where there was no prize money. You know, we were literally collecting preems and try to hand them out so these guys had a little gas money to go home. The sport didn't go away because the passion for this sport. And then a guy like Scott Tedrow came along, and I remember Scott, honestly, at Brian Head, you got up and I could just feel your love for not only the sport, but for the riders that you cared about as much as Colt and I both do. And you've propped this thing up on your shoulders, and it's been dragging sandbags, but I'm going to say you've been successful and done it. Thank you.
It's been worth it, and, you know, I get a lot of the praise for it, but I got to tell you, Tom Spiegel deserves a ton of credit. If it wasn't for Tom Spiegel and Team Big Bear, it would not happen. Tom is the hardest working guy out there, and I'm just lucky to have him as a partner. And it wouldn't happen without all the riders and without you guys. You know, I'm for the average guy coming to our events and riding and doing their best and bringing their family. I love watching the pros. It's amazing to see them go. But for me, it's about community. It's about the father or the mom or the brother and sister that come out and ride their bike for a healthy lifestyle and have fun. That's what I'm here for.
And you look at what's happening with the National Interscholastic High School League racing, and literally in California, we're having 500 show up in Southern California, 600 or 700 show up in Northern California. You know, the Colorado League is thriving. We saw this morning, Colt, you didn't fly in your Lear jet until well after the 13, 14-year-old juniors race. But we saw a couple 13, 14-year-olds throw down sub-15-minute lap times. We just seen some pro men roll through in 15 minutes. So
you were saying, too, the young guys, the 13, 14, faster than the sport. Yeah, the Cat 2, 15, 18. So huge talent coming up here. We got cutting away from the screen there. That was going to be Tom Sampson, though, out there. On the front, though, right now, it is the Specialized Factory racing rider Todd Wells, the veteran. A lot of experience racing here at altitude, so now he's on the front. Interestingly, on his Epic today, he pretty much rides the Specialized Epic exclusively, whether the course demands it or not. But I think we're going to see a lot of guys. Well, I mean, there you go. You got a Scalpel and an Epic up there. I was going to say it's a hardtail course for sure, but man, these full suspensions are so freaking light these days that for most of these guys, that's what they train on, it's what they ride on, it's just what they're comfortable on.
And you are comfortable on one. I mean, it's definitely a smoother ride. Yeah, you're going to carry a few extra ounces, you know, it's a pound more or whatever for suspension, but on this course, fairly smooth, fairly fast in a lot of places, but then there's some sections where it'll be nice having just a little bit of cushion under you.
Yeah, and I want to point out, if you see Todd started putting the power down, I think these guys realize they don't want to have it come down to 10 or 15 guys. They want to push the power, push the race. They'd rather have it come down to a couple of guys, and I think that's what you're going to start seeing. They needed to get comfortable. I think they got a little intimidated watching the women's race, seeing how tough it was. And I think now they're out there, they know they need to push it and cause some separation.
This is a little bit reminiscent of what we saw in Benelli Park in round number 2. We had, I think it was Fontana that went hard early, and you know, he'd traveled that week and he wasn't able to hang on, but the chase group behind him was pretty consolidated, and they were all kind of watching each other until the guy that we call the tactician, Jeff Kabush, decided, all right, it's my turn to show myself at the front and see you later, bye.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the guys on the front right now. I'm looking for who's the most relaxed in that group. Is it Kabush? Is it Zanstra? Like we said, we know the fitness is very comparable amongst those top 10 guys. So really, it's going to be who's the smartest man over 5 laps. And then when the fireworks go, we'll see.
Well, let me say one last thing, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the professionals. Larry, thank you for pushing people to help us out. We do need some money. I'm committed. I'll keep going with this. We plan to run the same schedule next year and have everything. Now, my wife's behind me 100%. Kimberly's a huge fan. So we're going to be back next year, but it would be nice. Like Colt said earlier, I don't take any money from this. The promoter gets all the money. I just subsidize it. It would be great to have some more money, because I'd put it right back into this. We'd put it into the prize purse. We'd pay down hopefully to 20, 25. We'd put it into more coverage. We'd put it into, more signage, better infrastructure. So it would be great if some of these people could reach out and contact us and pledge some money. It'd be great to see the Specialized, the Trek, the Giant. These guys come in, the Felts, the Santa Cruz. You know who you are, the Shimanos. I could go on, but you guys all know who you are. And it'd be nice to see VW again, and Ford, and Mazda, and Chevrolet. So this is a great place to spend your money. So, and Budweiser for Tom Spiegel. Tom wants Budweiser and maybe Corona. So
Absolutely agree.
I'm going to turn it back over to everybody. But really, the power is in the hands of the public. If you guys will get on and tweet and push all of these people to help us, talk about the U.S. Cup, talk about mountain bike racing, push, and then the money will come. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, a huge thank you to Scott Tedrow and his whole Sho-Air program. Want to plug your bike shop real quick? Bike shop just opened up in Southern California.
Grand opening Tuesday.
Yep, our grand opening is Tuesday, July 1st. For many, many years, the question I've answered most often in this is, why do you do this? And because I'm an outsider, I move, Sho-Air is an air freight company. We move transportation for the trade show industry, domestically and internationally. But now I can officially say I'm in the business. Sho-Air Cyclery is open. We have our official grand opening July 1 in Orange County, California. So come on out and tell me that you heard us on the broadcast. We'll do something nice for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I got one of the first Sho-Air Cyclery bikes. I got myself a Cannondale Trigger a little earlier this season. Unreal, guys. Unreal bike out there. All right. Hey, we got a bike race going on.
And Todd Wells, Finsterwald right behind him, sitting third.
Finsty looking good. Keegan looking good.
Yeah, Keegan Swenson.
Raphael and Plaxton. The man is back. I said maybe the most, I would go out on a limb and say the most gifted athlete. If you were to just test by the numbers, if you were to put them all in a lab and say who has the most potential to be the best mountain bike racer, Max Plaxton is world class. He has been his whole life, but he's struggled a bit with consistency. We saw him earlier this year. He was good, then he wasn't so good, and I think he's been in Park City. He's been in Utah for a while, acclimating to the altitude, getting his head back in the right place, and he's back in the front group. And I look for him to put something special down. Mitch Hoke out of Boulder, Colorado for Pros Closet Stands No Tubes, very strong in there as well.
There's Derek Zanstra chasing. It looks like he's in a group with Jeff Kabush, and I'm not sure who else is in that little group right there, but Jeff Kabush, at least so far, not having made selection, but knows that there's still a lot of racing to go. In fact, 5 laps to go as our leaders come by.
So we're going to get 5 laps. Todd throws the elbow, looking for a little bit of help. Finsterwald's going to come through. Keegan is there, and then it is Roth.
Come on, Max!
Plaxton charging through. Mitch Hoke, he's got to get himself on a group here, stuck in a little bit of no man's land, but the Pros Closet well represented here inside the top 10. Mitch doing very well overall in the series. This is a big gap, Larry. I'm sitting here now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6. Was that 6 guys?
Well, yeah, when you consider that our series leader is caught out, we don't even see him. He's in this little group of 4 right there with Derek Zanstra.
Look at this, too. If we can get back on the start-finish line when we get a chance. I mean, this is road racing 101. Your favorite is off the back. They've called the whole team back. He's got Zanstra with him. Looks like he's got Cameron Jett there as well for Scott Three Rocks Racing. Now, again, is this a tactic? Are they taking it a little bit, 5% easier in these early laps? Or are those guys been caught out a bit? Rudy Bear, he doesn't know anything about taking it easy. He is flat out all day, all the time. He's going to charge inside the top 10 as well. That is not Pete Glassford. That is 39. That's going to be Mitch Bailey riding for the Trek Canada store. Justin Lindeen in there. And then Jamie Driscoll, bib number 74, riding for Raleigh Clement, a multi-time cyclocross national champion in the junior and U23 ranks, one of the top cyclocross racers in North America.
Ben Sontag, Jeremiah Bishop, Rotimiche, 4-time collegiate U.S. national champion out of Durango, Colorado. So those guys now about at 90 seconds down already after only 2 laps of racing. Total of 7, they're on. 5 to go.
Yeah, just as I was surprised that we didn't see Chloe in that lead group, very surprised in the men's race not to see Jeremiah in that lead group. I would have thought for sure that he would have at least put himself in the position to be in there. I mean, he certainly can come back later in the race, but I would have thought for sure he'd be in that mix. It makes you wonder, though, just how hard are those guys going in the front group? We saw Finsterwald pushing so hard in that first half of a lap. Then we saw Wells go to the front and really start to tighten the screws. So maybe those guys know something I don't, but for me it seems like pretty early in this race to be going that hard as Tom Sampson comes through here. Justin Lindeen, there is Jamie Driscoll, and I believe that's Chris Baddock, the rider from the UK over living in Boulder right now.
Well, Jeremiah Bishop just did a huge road tour in Virginia, something like 16,000 feet of climbing in a day and 160 miles. He's gearing up for National Marathon Championships, which will take place in Sun Valley next year. And Emily, you can watch the race unfold right here.
Levi Kurlander there riding for Trek Zia Takaria out of Durango, Colorado. He's having a strong ride out there. Patience, my friend. Everybody out there, patience. This race will come back to you if you let it, and it will certainly ride away from you if you're not smart.
So which toe do you line do you toe there?
I'm always
somewhere
safe.
In the middle.
I'm always safe before sorry. I think with this many laps, it's hot, it's altitude. I'd rather finish feeling like I got another 30 seconds I could have given than give 5 minutes blowing my brains out on that last lap. Almost 30 minutes on the clock here. These guys coming through. So like we said, a lot of UCI points up for grabs today. It's a UCI C1, and of course, a lot of cash money up for grabs as well, as Levi Kurlander looking over his shoulder for a little bit of help there. Levi's going to get on a wheel there, let somebody tow him around a bit.
Thanks, man. First one was in Fontana a couple years ago, short track. I get all done and look at better It's pretty good. Sorry, John. She's not on my list. She just stand there. Try to get people to move and let her on.
A couple of specialized whole athletes riders coming through. I believe that was Zach Valdez in there. Or no, Cypress Gorey. That was Cypress Gorey.
That's Jason Siegel right there, the SDG rider who just finished 5th in the gravel Tour of Kansas a few weeks ago. His legs are still a little bit toast. Probably 2016 he'll recover from that.
Saw a good tweet coming in here, a prediction from Peter Glassford from up in Canada, who's not here. But Pete just wrote a great blog the other day on recovery this time of season and having put in big training blocks or big stage race efforts, and just how much it really takes to recover from some of those training efforts or racing efforts, and how long you got to take to get back on your A game. And same story for a lot of these guys. Todd Wells, man, he's ready to go.
Well, they went. They whittled it down. That was Wells right there with Keegan and I think Finsterwald.
That was Claxton Keegan falling back.
Oh, interesting.
But that group of 9 now is down to a group of 4, and that shot shows Todd Wells all by himself.
Heck, this can't be.
That's what we're looking at. He's been watching his baby Cooper hang onto that baby bottle.
There's just, this just terrifies me. Watching Wells and Finsterwald, watching these guys on the front going this hard with this much racing left. Like I said, either they've got something that everybody else doesn't have, under the hood right now, or we're going to see somebody blow up. It's tough because I mean, when you see a guy like Jeff Kabush, you know he's fit. There's no question. You know he's tactically brilliant. There's no question. So why isn't Kabush there? Why isn't Zanstra there? Did those guys really go that hard that they rode him off their wheel?
Well, we have no idea. I mean, there could have been a little bobble out there. Somebody crashes and everybody slams their brakes, and just that quickly, gaps can open up. There's your 4 leaders.
So my prediction, I said Kabush, Finsty, and Wells. I'm looking pretty good, minus Kabush right now, but I completely expect him to come back. Let me see some more of your guys' predictions out there. Hashtag US Cup. What are you thinking? Too soon? Not soon enough? Here's Kabush now taken to the front there.
And there's several sections on this course where you go right against the leaders, so they've got an idea of what he's got to do to get back to the front. But Jeff Kabush is running out of time, and I hate to say that so early in the race, but that gap is seemingly getting larger all the time. And now look at Kabush actually having to show himself at the front and slowly drop one of his teammates. I'm assuming Zanstra's back too, his national champion from Canada.
Yeah, interesting. Those guys in the front group, they're all either no, that's gonna be Hector. Hector Rivera in there. But all the guys in that lead group either live and train at altitude or have been, like Plaxton has been in Utah, training and acclimating to altitude. And we sort of got the sea level group here, maybe.
Yeah, Group B, the sea level group.
Altitude here. This is, a lot of times we go to Boulder, so it's 5,000 feet, and the impacts are less than noticeable sometimes. But when you start to creep up to 6,500, 7,000 feet, especially in this kind of weather with the temperature being almost 90, it's for sure a real factor out here. Whether or not you're just going slow, conserving, or whether you went a little hard early on there. And push it. That's going to be, looks like either Kerry Werner or Sepp Kuss. Oh, so that's the German, Benjamin Sontag. He's got Sepp Kuss on his wheel, a couple Durango boys. Then Jeremiah Bishop trying to ride his way back up somewhere into the top 10. Rotem Maché is in there. Kerry Werner on his wheel. And then plate number 70. That's a high number to be this far up. Anton Caron, so very capable, qualified rider, but hasn't chased the series as much as some of these other guys. We're going to get special guest Sam Schultz here on the microphone. Very sad for me to say that. I wish you were out there racing, Sam, but almost as happy to have you out here. Tell me about what's going on out there, Sam. We said it's scary to me how fast those guys in the lead group are going. Is that a sustainable pace from those guys, or are you worried?
Yeah, I mean, these guys they're smart. I mean, they know what they're doing, especially these guys all in the lead group. Like you said, they're all either from altitude or they spend a lot of time in altitude getting ready for this race. So they know how many matches they have, and, look at Russell off the front right now. It's cool to see, hometown boy. I mean, he knows these trails. He's looking to represent. SRAM is based here in Colorado Springs, so he's laying it all out there.
Let me flash you back here to a young Sam Schultz racing his hometown course in Missoula, Montana, and taking what I believe was his first National Series win.
Yeah,
Russell Finsterwald, young guy, Colorado Springs.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see. It's a lot of pressure for that hometown race, but also it's a lot of energy, and everyone's rooting you on, and it makes it extra special when it all comes together.
Yeah, it gives you that. I mean, it's like, you see the guys in the Tour coming up. They always talk about how you have the yellow jersey. You somehow find that extra 3 or 4%. It's almost that same feeling when, these guys, they travel all over the world, and they're in South Africa and Australia. So to race, just down the road and have, your buddies and your teammates that you ride with and train with all the time, it's a huge motivational boost. And I think we saw that right from the gun with Finsterwald being the aggressor here from the very early get-go.
So it looks like Gagne continues to just dangle off the back as Wells is back in front. If, in fact, that is our lead group, Wells, followed by Finsterwald.
Gentlemen, yes, you, man, Twitter, get on there right now, guys. Make sure you are following at Scott Tedrow. We've said it a million times, but I really could just say it 1,000,001. It's a huge opportunity. Go ahead, follow Scott Tedrow. We're going to be selecting one of the new followers of the male variety here for the men's race. We already chose a woman earlier in the day. And Scott and the Sho-Air Cycling Group will fly you out to the opening round of next year's U.S. Cup Series, wherever that might be. Could be in Texas, could be in California, could be anywhere. You can be anywhere around the world, outside the U.S., in the U.S., huge opportunity. All you got to do is go click a button. And honestly, you'd want to follow Scott Tedrow anyway. The guy's pretty entertaining, pretty funny, and certainly does not pull any punches on Twitter. He'll tell you what he thinks, and it's often some pretty good insight into the sport of professional mountain bike racing. We've got a huge back of guys here. Casey Williams rolling through. Levi Kurlander, very good start. Like we said earlier in the broadcast, there's a good battle here going on. There's a few little battles, Larry, we talk about. There's the Canadian National Championships coming up with Zandstrup, Laxton, Gagne. They're all watching each other. And then we got that great U23 battle between Keegan, obviously Howard's out there somewhere.
Yeah, Howard Grott's not racing today, but is certainly going to be a contender.
Casey, Sepp Kuss, Payson McKelvin, Levi Kurlander. There's like 10 guys out there that really truly believe that they deserve to go to the World Championships this year. I know Mark Gullickson's just down the road. He's probably out here watching these guys right now. That he only,
pulling his hair out, trying to come up with a selection. 4, 5, 6
guys actually get to go. So it's getting down to that crunch time where you got to show yourself at the UCI C1 level, and you got to show yourself in a couple weeks here at the National Championships. But it's crunch time, and right now, man, Keegan Swenson. Finsterwald just, I believe, graduated from the U23 ranks, but Keegan Swenson's still very, very young, racing age like 19 or 20.
I think he's a little older than that. He's probably 21 now.
Is he? Yeah, it hasn't been that long.
He was
Sun
a year
Valley
or so
last year in Sun Valley was his last junior year, and that was a couple years ago.
But he's looking good in this front group. He was the heir apparent a long time ago. They kind of said this is the next up and comer, the rider with the most potential, and Cannondale kind of snagged him up and sent him over to Italy. He was training with some pretty high-powered road racers there for a while.
Wells is looking very solid here. We saw Todd. He's as a bigger guy, he's performed very well at altitude on the climbing courses, winning. Did he win? He was either I forget if he won, or I think he was second to JHK back in Granby, national championships there.
Sol Vista.
A lot of climbing. He's done very well at Snowmass.
Hell, he won at Sun Valley one year.
Sun Valley, done very well at Durango, done very well when cross season comes around to Boulder. So he handles the altitude very well. And like we said, he's a great climber, but he's also just similar to Gould in the sense that, yes, he's a great climber, but his raw power numbers are just through the roof. And I fully expect him. Maybe Finsterwald has that edge where maybe Finsty's a little bit punchier, he's a little bit younger, he can go to the well more times and recover. But in terms of just a pure diesel engine,
Todd Wells.
Todd Wells, hands down, going to put out more watts average over an hour and a half than anybody today. As we come across the line now, it is going to be the red shirt there of your leader. 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. We got Todd Wells, Finsterwald, and Raphael Gagne looking very, very savvy there. 3rd place. And excuse me, so that is Max Plaxton. Been confusing him and his younger teammate, Keegan Swenson. Swenson's still up there as well inside the top 6 or 7.
I think he's in that second group out there.
Yeah, but Plaxton, very strong. Raphael Gagne, though, he's that Emily Batty character for me right now where he's sitting in there. He hasn't made a move. He hasn't covered a move. I can't tell if he's hurting or if he's just playing it very smart, but he looks comfortable from where I'm looking.
And from what I've seen in his cyclocross racing, he's that ability to kind of hit it hard, recover, hit it hard, recover.
Mitch Hoke going to get 4 laps to go, having a very strong race here, sort of quietly now as he floats between these 2 superstar groups. We got Kabush and Zanstra up in the second group here, but right there in no man's land, he's got to get his way up to that lead pack because he's got a big gap charging. Here we go. The team time trial right now on the front. It's going to be Kabush, Zanstra, and that is indeed Cameron Jett on the front. And then it is your Colombian rider living in, I believe he actually lives in Colorado, lives and trains in Colorado Springs, Hector Riveros.
So right now, Cameron Jett maybe trying to set a little tempo for his teammate out there, Jeff Kabush. If road racing tactics were ever going to come into play here this afternoon, you've got 3 of those riders in that little group as they head up the road on lap number 3 with 4 laps to go. And it's time for Jeff Kabush to do something. And you talk about that suffer face that you said you know so well.
Yeah,
Troy Wells wears
pure power, too. I mean, it's the same story. What am I talking about? It's the younger brother. It's the same thing. Todd Wells, Troy Wells. Incredibly, incredibly talented riders. Now here we're going to get Keegan Swenson. So Swenson fell back a little bit from that early pace. He's going to be coming through. I believe we're just outside the top 10, 11, and 12. And oh my God, Sepp Kuss, what a ride from the young BMC rider, putting his name on the map here for that U23 tournament we're talking about. Sepp Kuss is flying out of Durango, Colorado, goes to school at the University of Colorado in Boulder. Very, very, very strong. That's going to be 13 and 14, I believe. That is the German Ben Sontag.
And Alexander Grant.
Is it Grant or is it? That's going to be Bishop. Bishop's got the stars and stripes there on his sleeve. Now the next group comes through in the top 15 or so, led by Kerry Werner. Rhoda Miche, and then that is going to be Caron, 70. Anton Caron, I believe, for Specialized Canada. So now we're just through about top 15, 16, 17 guys. Like we said, too, a lot of good battles going on out there among some of these guys trying to get their way into that top 15 for the prize money. A bunch of the Euros from the early part of the year that took some of those spots are not here, so it opens up the game mathematically for guys like Payson McKelvin sitting 17th to try and bump his way up into the top 15, although I have not seen him today. Now we got that big group here trying to fight for inside the top 20. Now we're going to see Alex Grant in there, Mitch Bailey, the cyclocross superstar,
Jamie Driscoll.
Jamie Driscoll, Chris Baddock, and then Tom Sampson. What a ride for Sampson coming out of Vermont there, riding for a Digger Racing. POC helmets, Envy wheels. That guy is flying. And then Justin Lindeen, the Honey Badger from Utah, familiar with altitude now, trying to fight his way into the top 20.
And he may well do that. Made the move out from upstate New York down to Ogden, Utah. Certainly more familiar with conditions like this and racing at higher elevations.
4 very long laps to go. This is going to be Adam Morka, I believe, another one of those guys trying to squeak inside the top 15 in the overall, trying to get himself some prize money. I believe he's going to do it. He's looking very strong out there. Adam Morka, of course, the fiance, not yet married, the fiance to podium rider in the women's race, Emily Batty. Getting married soon, I think. I think they get married July 5th, 4th, 6th, something like that. July 5th? Yeah, a couple of weeks away. Little bachelor party tonight in Colorado Springs. My bachelor party was a 5-hour mountain bike ride the morning of my wedding.
That's the way to enjoy your last hours of freedom.
Just enough time for a quick shower and a shave and walk down to the altar. Beautiful. All right, we got Finsty back on the front now, pushing the pace. And again, Raphael Gagne. Man, all right, I'm going to change my predictions officially. I'm going Finsty.
Gagne in the podium.
Finsty 1, Gagne 2nd, Wells 3rd. I should have known better. I should have known Gagne was going to be this good.
I think the big question is somehow Kabush going to have what's going to take. I mean, we saw Katarina Nash come from behind. She picked up about 15 seconds in the last lap and a half. Jeff Kabush is going to have to make up a heck of a lot more time than that if he's going to factor.
But Katarina was there. She was there all day. She closed the gap. Jeff hasn't been there since the get-go as we got this big group here coming through the start-finish line.
Cypress Gorey with a couple other whole athletes in there as they're all seeing 4 to go.
Raphael Gagne is maybe the most similar rider to a Peter Sagan that you see here in the mountain bike side of things. He's the whole shot king. His pure power numbers, very good.
He can sprint.
That's it, Levi. That's it, man. Come on, patience. Come on.
So Kurlander and Siegel go out on lap number 4 to go. And once again, it seems to be that Todd Wells and Russell Finsterwald are doing the lion's share of the pace setting out there, tempo making. Right now, it's Wells' pull, and it looks like he may be hollering back at people saying, come on, get up here, Raphael. Allez, allez, allez. If you want to do some work, get up here.
No, he's a smart man. I don't think he's going to do... Gagne might have the biggest move, but he doesn't have the most moves. I don't think Gagne can go 5 times and get caught 5 times. I think he can go once and make it really count and stay away, but I don't think he can test the waters, so to speak.
Yeah, you only have so many bullets in that 6-shooter, and if you use them all up, be out of luck out here this afternoon as we are midway through our USA Cycling US Cup here at Colorado Springs, presented by Sho-Air. And a big shout out to Canadel BMC Chains, Mountain Bike Action Magazine, Cliff Bar.
Looks like Kabush is about to come back to Mitch, or did he already come through? Or did I just miss that? No, here he comes. So Kabush riding his way slowly across that gap. I don't know. I'm probably gonna shoot myself for having written him off, but
well, you'll amend that.
Your predictions
are subject to.
Hey, my first prediction was Kabush, so I'm still good. But it just every time I see him, he doesn't look like he's giving her. You know what I mean? He's out of the saddle. He's throwing his side to side, but he's not giving her.
He's looking back, see if he's got a teammate coming. But Wells looks like right now he's giving her. This front group is actually laying it down out there.
All right, still seeing more predictions from you guys. Mike Sampson, you got your predictions in. Number 1, Tom Sampson. Number 2, Tom Sampson. Number 3, Tom Sampson. That could be difficult to pull off.
Me, myself, and I.
So we talked about, or I talked about, Gagne not being able to go so many times. The other side of that coin is going to be Wells. Wells could go 50 times and get brought back 50 times and still
go again 50
have the
times.
same power to do it over and over and over again.
He's got a whole box of matches.
There's Jeremiah Bishop leading that little group.
And he's 38.
Bishop's having a strong ride. Bishop's got to look out for his overall series standings here, which I know we got that somewhere around here. I'll try and get it in front of me, but he's doing pretty well in the series, 8th overall, so he's going to try and hold on. He's got a couple guys in front of him now. A guy like Gagne who's going to make up a lot of ground today. Rotem Ishay, 7-time Israeli national champion, riding through that field like it's nothing right now. Jameis rider out of Durango, Colorado now, longtime student at Fort Lewis. You can say that about cycling. There's a longtime student. 6-7 years. Yeah, 7-time Israeli national champion. Lives and works in Durango right now. Runs a sports institute or something? Doing.
Well, Jeff Kabush may be crunching the numbers out there. This could be his numbers game to play, as he was our series leaders coming in today. 15 points in front of Todd Wells and a huge lead over third. Max Plaxton was third. Take out Gutierrez, take out Fumic, take out Fontana. So there's 3 spots in that top 10, and going all the way to 4th and 5th for the top 5 that are going to open up here this afternoon. So Kabush just may not be in his. He's focusing on the Maple Leaf jersey that he'll have a chance to race for in a few weeks, and maybe knowing he doesn't have the best set of legs. I'm just saying.
No. To Jeff, as important as the Maple Leaf jersey to Jeff is the National Series.
Well, no, I know that, but he's got a lot of points to play with, and if he can get the 5th right now.
When we see Wells is up there fighting for the win, and
right.
Jeff is fighting for 7th right now. I think if Todd won and Jeff were 7th, I think that's enough. That's enough of a difference.
Yeah, but I'm not sure, and we'll have to pay attention as they get here at the end of this lap.
This is a motorcycle cop.
Yeah, we got the moto police out there.
We met him earlier. He asked if he could ride on the course.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, we don't have Ty Katie anymore. We got to do with what we have. The moto police. Next level.
Well, there's separation at the front. I think that's the front. That's Wells.
Separation. In fact, that's Finsty and Wells, but who is in front there? Was that oh no, that is Finsty.
That's
I
Wells.
thought I saw somebody just in front of him.
And there's a gap. It's not much of a gap, but it's a gap for sure. And it seems to be growing.
So Plaxton now. Plaxton comes around. He's going to have to lead out a little bit, try and close this gap. Gagne on the back foot there. Like I said, I don't think Gagne is going to panic. I think, his goal is to sit in and try and make it into this lead group with 1 lap to go. But the diesel up front there.
Lap 4?
Yeah, 48, almost 50 minutes on the clock. They're going to see 3 to go as they come through, making their way through the twisties there. Open up here into the headwind section. And just like that, Wells has 5-6 bike lengths. An underrated bike handler is Todd Wells.
Oh, yeah. Especially for
Whoa. Looked like his foot slipped off the pedal there for a second.
Jinx. No, but seriously, Wells, I think because he does so many other things better, maybe. And he's not flashy about it. You know what I mean? He's not Adam Craig taking the crazy line through the woods, jumping over the chipmunk or whatever. He's
it was a couple of years ago, World Championships, caught in a start loop crash, about 30th in the rain on a very technical, nasty course, and got himself inside the top 10. And that takes some bike handling skills.
Yeah. And especially when we talked about this type of technical course where very high speed, very loose corners. If you've ever ridden Durango, Colorado, it's all day, every day, that kind of trail. So he's going to have his bike dialed. He knows exactly the tires, exactly the tire pressure for this kind of terrain. Obviously, Finsterwald does too, just living down the road from here. So,
yeah, it looks like Todd right now is trying to crack Russell Finsterwald, and Finsterwald just keeps getting back to that rear wheel, and it looks like right now Max Plaxton and Raphael Gagne will do the same thing here shortly.
I'm feeling really good about Finsterwald, and we saw that pain face on Wells. Wells is fully committed there, and Finsty's going for it, but he's got like a grin on his, you know what I mean? He's smiling. He feels good about this.
I think that's
a grimace.
How about the job those guys did in the racing versus America?
Oh, man.
The mirror could get the shape.
Yeah.
Like that.
And Bostrom. Yeah, and how
Well,
about
Bostrom, no big deal. Like,
Yeah.
That's a given. That's easy for us to switch through.
Yeah. He
For
is.
Dave Mirror, who used to do just do freaking burpees for show.
Right.
So these are your leaders going through with 3 laps to go. Yeah, you said he's kind of got that smirky little grimace grin on his face. And then Plaxton and Raphael Gagne. So the Canadians are chasing the Coloradans right now. This is also the Colorado State Championship race, as we've given out some of those titles already this morning, as we are at 3 laps to go.
Now I'm just watching Plaxton there, so smooth on the bike. There's, you hear stories about a guy like Plaxton who just rolls out of bed, almost no training, like day after the flu, and he'll still come out and crack the podium and take a win.
Well, I remember when he burst onto the scene down in Waco, Texas, a bunch of years ago. And he was kind of an unknown kid. He was about 18, first-year pro rider, and shocked everybody with like a 3rd or a 4th in the short track. And that was not a young man's sport.
Yeah, no, that was sitting there on the wheel with Roland Green, Ryder Heshtall.
What Todd just did.
That was the day John Devine rode onto the podium, too. A big day for the young American.
Yeah, look what Todd Wells has just done to Russell Finsterwald. He just blew Ruster Finsterwald up. He is now gone well clear at about the same spot where Katarina Nash threw down her big effort this morning to rein Georgia Gould in. She took off from her teammate Catherine Pendrell.
That little false flat has seen a lot of moves today. I think it's one of those few areas on the course. I think they have maybe a slight, well, now the wind has shifted, but I think for a while there it was a slight tailwind. Slightly false flat, one of the few areas on course where you really can use all the watts you have. There's no corners, there's no loose.
Yeah, and then you make that left onto the single track. You can take an easy look over your shoulder and see what you've gained. And he's going to notice, unless Finsterwald was able to claw some of it back, but he got the big gap. So now he's about, as they're running, what, something like 12-minute-plus laps. He's a little bit more than a half an hour away, but look at him. He's in time trial mode now.
Just a few laps left, guys. That means go ahead, get on Twitter. Gentlemen, it's your chance. Follow at Scott Tedrow. He's going to be selecting one lucky new follower this afternoon. He's going to fly you out to the series opening round of the U.S. Cup next year. Again, you can be anybody. You can be anywhere around the world. Follow him, tweet at him, let him know why you deserve that spot. You can tweet at me too, at DoperSuck. Let me know why I should tell Scott. What's it worth to you? I take 20s. Man, Sepp Kuss there having a huge ride as a U23.
This is USA Cycling's U.S. Cup. Again, a big shout out to USA Cycling. 64,000 racing members, 2,700 plus clubs and teams, 34 local associations. The national governing body sanctions more than 3,100 competitive and non-competitive events around the United States every year. Manages 17 different national championships. If you're in the area tonight, join us over at the USA Cycling National Headquarters. A nice little reception at 6:30 this evening. We're going to see Olympians. Allison Dunlap will be there this evening. It's been a while since I've seen her. Sarah Hammer will be there, Katie Compton, and it's free. There's beer and appetizers.
Larry, are they pulling anybody yet?
They're probably pulling when they come out the dirt behind us.
Okay.
Are they pulling behind us?
Okay. Because there's this, I mean, we started with what, near 80 plus?
70 something.
Yeah, close to 80 riders, and there's definitely some names that I haven't seen come through that I'm wondering what happened to them.
Close to 100.
We round up. We got to make it sound bigger than it really is.
Close to 100.
Yeah. It was over 50 years ago.
This is Jamie Driscoll. I'm sure he's wishing it was snowing right now, and there was some mud out there. Rider out of, what, I think Jericho, Vermont.
Yeah, living out in Utah now. Just killing time here between ski season. Here we go as we come out of that little downhill after the climb, and it is Wells all over the front of this bike race on his Specialized Epic, making very easy work of these twisty corners. So Todd's going to be on those Specialized. I think he had the fast tracks on there, if you guys are familiar. Probably a 2.0 for Todd. A little bit lower pressure. We talked to Sam Schultz earlier. He said high volume, good knobs. Is that sound about right, Sam?
Yeah, something like the Kenda Small Block 8, you know, and a 2.1 is probably what I would run for a race like this. And lower pressure, you know, because there's not any huge rocks out there, and you want as much grip as you can get.
Look at that Finsterwald just got brought back by Plaxton.
And Gagne.
Yeah, Gagne still hasn't done an ounce of work all day long, just sitting there riding the wheels. I don't know how much actual drafting there is as the wind starts to die down a bit now, but certainly psychologically a lot easier to follow the wheels and not have to close those gaps on your own.
Man, Todd has blown it up. That is an impressive move. And he's still got, what, 2-3 laps to go? We're
going to see 2 to go, so about a 25-minute race left for him when we get him across the start-finish line here momentarily. Our officials are doing their best to pull riders who are out of contention and about to be caught. And keep in mind, officials, that Todd Wells is coming, and he is coming fast.
So, man, I was worried about Todd. I was worried about Finsty. Looks like Todd's maybe holding it. We got the diesel out front, and Finsty's starting to pay for some of those early efforts.
I think it's time to worry about Meg. She's the one standing out, baking in the sun. Cooper is Cooper is the one that's really cooking.
It's
He's in the
hot.
shade over there.
The sun's flat out. There's barely, I mean, I don't want to say there's barely a cloud in the sky. You guys are looking at a giant cloud in the sky, but it's certainly not blocking the sun out here. And we're getting high up, close to 90 degrees, and that wind has now died down a bit. It's starting to bake a little bit out here in the valleys.
Yeah, it's almost dead still, which is making it even tougher out there. The dust will hang in the air a little bit longer. These guys will be ingesting that stuff. They'll be hacking it out Tuesday and Wednesday. And don't forget, we're going to be out here tomorrow doing short track cross-country racing. The worst 25 minutes of these riders' weekends. So hopefully you can come back tomorrow afternoon as we wrap up this U.S. Cup here at Colorado Springs. Todd Wells is the man of the minute right now. Huge bomb thrown into that field a little while ago and detonated right in front of Russell Finsterwald. And now you can almost see that these guys are kind of settling into the fun of the chase.
Sam, tell me about, so Finsterwald, he's off the front. He gets brought back like this. Do you go to the back of that pack? Do you use this, okay, I've been caught, let me go to the back and try and recover? Or do you stay on the front there and keep pushing that tempo?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a hard call because a lot of times being on the front's actually not a bad spot to be. You know, you can ride your own pace so these guys won't blow by him, especially if you're totally blowing. That's a common tactic. You know, you stay on the front, your pace, you get to ride the descents the way you want to, and hopefully, you know, these are home trails, so he's riding these descents fast, and I think it's a decent place to be for him.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it's not that he came back to those guys so much as Plaxton put in a huge effort to close that gap. So I'm guessing Max is pretty happy to have a bit of respite now here. The problem is all these guys taking a little breather, and meanwhile, Wells is off the front, not slowing down one bit. He's opening up a pretty big gap here. We're looking at almost 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was a smart move by Wells. I mean, he seems like he's pretty well clear at this point, but anything can happen. So, you know, who knows? We'll see.
He definitely got the brains in the family.
You know, Max Plaxton of that group of three.
I think we'll put Meg on the mic.
That's true. We got very special guests here. Not only Todd out here, but his very, very young son Cooper and his wife Meg Wells. Meg, you've been to a lot of bike races. Is this classic Todd?
I don't know if it's classic Todd. Can you hear me?
Now
I don't know if it's classic Todd, but he seems like he's got some fire in him today. It must be that Cooper, Winston, and I are here. Please don't forget about Winston.
Winston is here too.
Yeah.
That's true. Your oldest son.
Yes.
Let's talk about his paternal duties. How's he doing with like changing the diapers and that kind of stuff? Or is he always out training now all of a sudden?
All of a sudden, when Cooper has a dirty diaper, he's like, oh, I got to go for a bike ride. No, Todd is an amazing dad. He's just awesome. I can't even believe it. I figured he would be a good dad, but he just loves this little boy so much. And he does change his fair share of diapers. I wouldn't say, not on a daily basis, but.
Well, there he is flying across this very flat section. Wind is subsiding. We should have him here in just a couple of more minutes. So, yeah, Todd Wells right now is coming up on traffic, which hopefully they'll recognize the fact that it is Todd Wells. But there's a lot of narrow that really know where to pass on some of the sections of this course. And Todd Wells now working his way up to a back marker.
As we watch Todd Wells ride away here. Thank you guys again for tuning in. I just can't tell you how much it means to us, how big of an impact it is to have such huge numbers tuning in all over the world on all different websites watching this live feed. So thank you guys. I know you guys have been all over Twitter and Facebook and sharing this link and helping promote it. And I definitely see all your tweets. I definitely see all your Facebook messages. Very, very appreciated. And thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Go ahead. Let them know right now. There's still live bike racing on the internet ready to go. We're getting down to the good stuff now, Larry. We're going to get 2 laps to go. 1 hour, 1 minute on this. So they're going to be quick. We're going to be just like we're a little long for the women for what they're used to. I think we're going to be a little fast for the men for what they're used to, but I don't think anyone out there is going to be complaining.
Well, Todd's just about ready to go behind us here at the start-finish line. And I think he got his feed there. You saw his handler kind of lunging the water bottle towards him. And that would be one of those catastrophic moments on a day like this, although they do come back around quickly enough. But you miss a feed on a day where the temperature's in the upper 80s, it's humid. All of a sudden, that could come back to haunt you right in the crucial moments of this race.
Yeah, seriously, wide open out there. I mean, no respite from the sun today. I hope you put your sunscreen on.
I think we're going to finish right at 1:30.
Yeah, I think it'll be close.
Here comes Todd now. Todd's going to head back down to the start finish, and again, he'll see 2 laps to go. The battle now is for those final podium spots, 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th, and of course that series battle that we're just sort of keeping our eye on out of the corner of my eye here. Like we said, a lot of guys trying to ride their way either into the money or a little higher up in the money, but
Todd could take that belt here this afternoon with the win, depending on where Jeff Kabush finishes. Max Plaxton trying to move maybe up to 2nd overall if Todd Wells continues to ride well.
So let's get some real numbers here. The win today is how many points? 25 points. Todd needs to make up. That's a lot of points. 15. So for Jeff to get less than 10 points, Jeff's got to finish. Jeff's got to have a problem.
He's going to have issues.
If Jeff's inside the top 10, he's solid.
Right, and that's what I think he was thinking early on. All right, I missed selection. I just got to continue to ride steady, not make mistakes. Yeah, maybe not have a chance to be in the top spot of this podium, but we're 2 laps to go for Todd Wells as he is drilling it, yeah.
2 laps to go, and he's nose breathing. My God, man. That's a bike racer.
Which is the proverbial saying for riding well within himself.
I don't know, that might just be for the camera. You know, like, you know, you're going to come by somebody, you close your mouth.
I think it was for Cooper. He didn't want Cooper to see him laboring.
Absolutely no sign of the chase now, though. This is huge. Like we said, I think everybody behind sort of just gave up on that first place. Yeah, about a minute.
This is one of those days he wishes he was at a World Cup. You know, it's all coming together. The legs are feeling good. He's riding in his top game. With 2 laps to go, there's Plaxton now setting the tempo for Finsterwald. 2 laps to go, and Raphael Gagne, he's kind of playing the Jeff Kabush card today so far, just been sitting and following wheels around this course, letting everybody else sort of set the tempo as they go through with 2 laps to go. So here is your overall series leader, and no threat at this point, I don't think, to catch Todd Wells, barring disaster for Wells. But Jeff Kabush sitting 5th with 2 laps to go, but he's now got a chase group, or a group of 3 that are only about 15 seconds from him, and he seems to be slowly bringing those guys back too.
Jeff is in the hurt locker. I don't know if I've ever seen Kabush spinning what looked like such an easy gear across the start-finish straight like that. He's definitely feeling the altitude today. He's feeling the heat, as we see on cue there as Mitch Hoke goes for the full unzip, the flappy baggy there on the jersey, letting it all hang out today, just trying to stay cool. We saw guys taking the ice socks on the back of their neck, getting bottles of water to dump over their head, doing whatever they can to stay cool. And like we said, a lot of riders today, I think a lot of people maybe came in with the mindset of it's going to be a very long race, I got to be patient. And then what sort of happened was, next thing you know, you're getting lapped on lap number 4. Interesting dynamic for some of the guys here. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, the word patience is good if you can afford to do it. But for a lot of the middle pack, the weekend Warrior Pro riders in our field, that meant you're only going to get to race 2 or 3 laps here if you don't give it all you got early on. So we continue welcome in the top 10. Here comes Keegan Swenson, and sitting right there is the Canadian national champion, Jarek Santra, with 2 to go, gentlemen. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
It's funny. It looks like some of these guys, their brains are scrambled. They're coming across the line. They don't know where they are. They don't know how many laps. 2 laps to go, gentlemen. 2 laps to go. Troy Wells, we got a little Durango click there. A lot of Colorado riders now represented inside the top 15. Obviously, a lot of Colorado riders in general in the sport of mountain biking, but showing once again just the advantages of living and training here at altitude and then being able to race at altitude. And for me, man, maybe one of the rides of the day, Finsterwald's crushing it up front, but then Sepp Kuss for BMC Project Dirt is laying down a result here this afternoon. The Durango local Riding now for the Colorado Springs, the University of Colorado in Boulder collegiate team, got signed by BMC this year, riding with Kerry Werner and that squad, so he's having a huge result. A pure climber by trade, doing very well here on a course that you would think doesn't really suit his strengths, but it's just one of those guys, man. He puts out mega power. He's got a VO2 through the roof. He's going to be definitely a rider to watch for the future. Sepp Kuss is going to be a second-year U23, so racing age 20, I guess. Road to Maché, Jeremiah Bishop going to get 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Bishop trying to hang on to whatever he can in the overall series standings. Jeremiah came into the day 8th overall. A guy like, going to be tough. A guy like Raphael Gagne back in 12th overall with 36 points. Jeremiah with 50, so... if Raphael can make up 14 points, I don't know. Finsterwald coming in 14th overall in the series. He's going to take a big jump today. 35 points for him, so he could conceivably leapfrog into the top 10, make himself a nice paycheck, maybe add another $500,000 to his overall payout.
And we're just picking up Todd Wells out middle of lap number 6 of a total of 7, and he's still hanging on to a commanding lead. Looked very smooth through probably the nastiest little technical descent. Not too many options up there, and right now just letting gravity feed him to the bottom of this hill. So we're underway, about a lap and a half left to go. And the story of the day is the Specialized rider out of Durango, Colorado, a couple-of-time U.S. National Cross Country, short track, cyclocross champion, 2-time U.S. Olympian in command.
Although, Larry, I flash back to that women's race. Similar time, 2 laps to go. Georgia Gould off the front with a 20-second gap. A lot of people thought that she was gone and safe. Obviously, we know how that played out with Katarina Nash able to come back on that last lap and come through. Looking back at Plaxton and Finsterwald.
It's a minute, though. A minute, and even at 30 seconds, nobody's going to make up 30 seconds per lap unless he has problems.
I wonder if it'll come back, and if so, how much. Because I wouldn't be surprised once those guys recover a little bit and start racing each other for the 2nd and 3rd spots on the podium. It could be very tight, but like you said, a minute for a guy like Wells, I just don't see that coming backwards.
No, not at all. And there's plenty of sections out on this course where they get to see. He'll look right into the eyes of his chasers, Plaxton and Gagne, and he'll know exactly how much time he has. I think we saw a little bit of that with Katarina Nash a little while ago, although it came together nicely at the finish. I think she just kind of eased it on in.
So very interesting data coming in my ear right now. I'm going to need you to probably help me explain this.
He's sitting 5th?
Yeah, Todd.
We got the overall series title here up for grabs. If Todd wins and Kabush gets 6th, they're going to be tied on points. So they go to the tiebreaker, which would be the number of wins, which they would be tied on again. So you go to the number of second places, which would be Kabush. But if Kabush is 5th and Todd wins, it's Kabush. I wonder if Kabush knows that.
Except right now it's a moot point because Kabush is hanging on to 5th.
Right now he's in 5th, but we've seen Mitch Hoke out there doing very well. We've seen some of those other guys could easily come back. And Kabush, like we said, Kabush is not showing me any promise right now that he's feeling comfortable out there. He could easily be, Kabush is aware that he has to hold on to the series title. He's not just soft pedaling back there. He's riding as hard as he can, and he's not getting it. I wouldn't be surprised to see the wheels fall off a bit and maybe see him slip back a bit.
I need to correct you. You're wrong on that 3rd tiebreaker.
We're wrong on the 3rd tiebreaker.
Yeah, 3rd tiebreaker would be today because Todd's American. He's from America. We're going to get into the tie.
All right. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Kabush, you got to be 5th. Todd, you need him to be 7th. Otherwise, we got to pull out our calculators.
I think that was Menzo de Jong. The Cliff Bar rider is riding strong. He was right around 30th up in Missoula last week.
You can't go to age, I think they're the same age.
Finishing on the leader's lap, yeah.
Looking at that group behind them, we talked about it, Larry, the idea of them coming back, I just don't see it. I think they're in their own race right now. They're all sort of watching each other. No one wants to take the flyer and pull this group back just to get 4th.
Well, that looks like Plaxton now asserting himself a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jeff Kabush eventually catch that group. That's the group behind. There's a trace group, but they're sitting about 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th with Zanstra, present, the Canadian national champion. But up front in that first chase group, it looks like Finsterwald now beginning to suffer quite a bit out there. Adrenaline and racing in front of your hometown can only carry you so far. It looks like Plaxton.
Yeah, a lot of riders getting pulled too now as I see the group start to come through. I see a lot of riders here just riding around their pits trying to find some ice water.
Yeah, only right now Gagne able to handle the pace at Max Plaxton. We're trying to ride up into second overall, possibly.
Yeah, overall in the series.
Yeah, second. Well, it's a second today and second overall in the series. That's actually Menso, so that was Troy Wells that went by a little while ago. Jason Siegel, all these guys seeing 2 laps to go.
You know, what a difference 1 week makes. You look back just about 7 days ago, we're in Missoula, Montana, just climbed, what was it, 800 and something feet of elevation per lap over a number of laps. I mean, is Sam still behind me? Yeah, Sam. I mean, looking at that course to a day like today, how much different style of a race does it take for a guy like Wells to transition from 1 week to the next?
I mean, yeah, it's a lot.
Turn your mic on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of difference. And of course, they're about as different as they can get. But then again, you know, mountain bike racing is mountain bike racing. And if you're flying, you're going to be fast on any course, really. So, yeah, it's different. But, you know, Todd has proven to be good on any course.
Let me put it to you this way. If you did a 60-minute threshold climb or a 60-minute threshold flat TT, is it the same kind of suffer? Is one harder than the other?
Oh, I mean, if they're both sustained 60-minute efforts, they're going to be pretty similar, you know? Like, typically, I mean, I can put out more watts if I'm on a climb. Just, I don't know if that's mental or if that's just, like, more constant resistance. But yeah, they're going to feel about the same. But where it changes is, you know, this course you've got about, you know, little 10-second punches out of every corner and some false flat and rolling. And those are relatively short efforts at max wattage, whereas a course like Missoula, you have longer climbs and you can't go all out for those climbs. So you have to settle in a little bit more. So that's the big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I know just personally, if the thought of I would way rather do a 30-minute threshold climb than do 100 flat sprints. Again, it's just personal preference. Some guys are one way or the other. More riders here continuing to get pulled, but still some good. I mean, you could have a great ride today and be pulled. Todd's riding that well. The course is so fast that there's guys who are going to be really psyched with their ride and get pulled with 2 laps to go in a cross country.
Hey, can I chime in one more thing?
No, Sam, you cannot chime in one more thing. Just kidding.
Well, I just got a good question via text from my dad, actually, who was watching the coverage. He was wondering if Howard Grotz and Steven Ettinger were in the race today, but they are not. I don't know what Steven's doing, maybe resting up for national championships. And this is total rumor mill, but I heard that Howard had a fall this week and dislocated a rib, so he's not here either. So it's unfortunate that these guys aren't throwing down in the biggest stage in North America, but hopefully they'll be here next year and, you know, carry on with good seasons for the rest of the year.
I don't know. I think Howard's I think he's ducking the competition. I think he's just so good right now. He doesn't need to prove anything. I think he's laying low. He's going to come out and win nationals.
Yeah, that's a decent theory. That guy's riding real fast. I mean, it was like child's play at the Missoula XC. So, yeah, it's cool to see the young guys just crushing it.
Yeah, you guys, Missoula, they had lap times split by split. And I had to look at it 10 times. I thought it was a typo. Howard Grotz did something like a minute faster on the last lap than anybody else did all day. Todd Wells having that kind of ride here this afternoon, though. Plate number 2. He doesn't know. Actually, I'm sure he does know what's going on behind him. I'm sure they're giving him updates in the pits of just where Kabush is. But
on this course, they can see the guys chasing him. They come back on each other a lot.
Oh, man, Todd he's been flat out now since basically on. We saw Finsterwald take the lead early on there on lap number 1, but pretty shortly after that, it was Wells who went to the front, and he's just been keeping it right there, just hovering as close to that red line as possible here at altitude without going over. He really didn't have much of an attack. He had a little punch here and there where he threw harder, but really he sustained a wattage, he sustained a level that nobody else could ride, and just one by one they all popped off.
Yeah, still great battle though between Max Plaxton and his fellow countryman from Canada, Raphael Gagne. They're rid of Russell Finsterwald, who is apparently right now, maybe not necessarily going backwards. It's just that Plaxton and Gagne are working very well together, and they've ridden him off his wheel We don't even see the SRAM rider, Russell Finsterwald. Finsterwald now is riding with Jeff Kabush. And here is Todd Wells, 1 to go.
1 lap to go, going to get the bell, looking just as comfortable as he has every time through, getting very aero there, laying it down on top of the bars. Go Russell. Man, that's the thing, though. Russell, amazing talent, amazing skill. Yes, it's the hometown crowd, but he's still so young. I mean, Russell's fresh out of the U23, and we talked to you, Sam. Even you won Missoula when you were, what, 26, 27 maybe? 25, so yeah, still, I mean, give it a couple years. I think if we keep coming back here to Colorado Springs next year, maybe the year after, look for Finsty on the top step. Look at this gap, though, now. The clock continues to tick, so it's going to be just about spot on, an hour and a half for your elite men here. Second place coming through. It is now that race within the race, the Canadians. 1 lap to go. We're going to get 1 lap to go, and Larry, look who's made their way into the lead group here. Coming on up, it's Jeff Kabush.
1 to go, riders, 1 to go. This does not surprise me at all. He's maybe not on his A game, but he's got his B++ game, and he has just slowly been marking those riders out in front of him, picking them off, and you can see that Jeff Kabush, #1 overall, likely not going to win today, but it wouldn't surprise me that if he finishes with enough in the tank that he'll end up second today and be #1 in the series. What a ride.
Unreal. Like I said, I mean, I saw him come through a lap ago. I've watched Jeff ride a lot of bike races in my life, and that's about as ugly as he's ever looked. Racing a bike, just not turning a big gear, not out of the saddle. Like you see Todd come through in the big ring. He's got his arms down, looking for every advantage. Jeff's been coming through just sitting up, trying to catch the wind, trying to cool down, but just continuously, he hasn't done anything stupid out there, continues to ride that hard tempo that these other guys are definitely coming back to him.
Well, he rode that exact patient tactic that you talked about, and the race is absolutely coming back to him. There's Pros Closet rider Mitchell Hoke going through with 1 lap to go. He's now just out of the top 5, sitting about 6th position.
And Mitch Hoke has quietly climbed the ranks over these last 3 or 4 or 5 years to where now, you know, we don't talk about him a ton. He's just outside the podium conversation on most days, but he's just outside. He's that guy 5th, 6th, 7th every single weekend.
Of Steven Anninger a couple of years ago.
Really, yeah.
Same story.
Exactly. Didn't dominate as a junior. Didn't have a bunch of U23 national championships to his name, but every year just got that little bit better. He went from 10th to 9th to 8th to 7th. And man, props to him, not only on a fitness level, but what he's done in building that team, the Pros Closet, Stands No Tubes program, to be able to continue chasing his dreams. There's not a spot for him out there on a factory squad. He couldn't get a ride, so he went out there, he put in the work, and he made it happen himself. Unbelievable talent, unbelievable guy. Really happy to see him be able to pull off some big results like this. Well, that's us down there in that parking lot, just getting eaten alive in the sun here. Man, it gets hotter and hotter as the day goes on this afternoon. It's a weird kind of heat here. Where I'm, in Boston area, you see what the high temperature is going to be. You usually hit that pretty early in the day. It feels like we've just been creeping up. I wouldn't be surprised if we're in the low 90s at this point. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to think we're probably middle to upper 80s, but the low humidity.
There's a high of 89 projected.
This isn't Boston where the humidity is 90% and you sweat just looking at these guys race.
Riveros there coming through. Again, I believe actually lives and trains now in Colorado Springs, the Colombian rider, but he's going to be familiar with this style of riding. And then Troy Wells going to come through. He's got his brother on the front of this race, and he's trying to close it out on the bookend here of the top 10. But here we go, the ride of the day, man. This guy just keeps impressing and impressing. It is Sepp Kuss. Is he going to get in the top 10 this afternoon? 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Sepp Kuss. He's got Rotem Ishe riding there right in on his wheel. But that's about 10 or 12 riders through.
How many are through? 13. So we were looking at top 13 right there with Rotem Ishe sitting in 13th place. They're all out on the final circuit right now. Todd Wells is riding away with it, apparently, on a beautiful day here in Colorado Springs. Again, a big shout out to our sponsors, Sho-Air, trade show and event transportation, Kenda, Cannondale, and KMC Chains.
Sam, you've seen Jeff Kabush more than any of us in a bike race setting. Can he do this? Can he come back for a silver medal?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a strong guy, and he's a smart racer, and, if he doesn't feel good, he's going to meter his effort until, he feels better. I'm sure he was, hitting the fluids out there and just trying to manage and not overcook it, and just playing the waiting game, hoping that everyone else burned a few too many matches early on and he stayed within his comfort zone. And yeah, I think that's totally feasible.
And it could be happening right now. He sort of slowly and collectively made the catch. And now this group of what was 4 will be coming out of this little downhill, rocky, nasty technical descent.
Unreal, Larry. There it is. That's your chase group, and look who's on the front.
And now it's down to 2 in the chase group. And it looked like Rafael Gagne and Jeff Kabush. Although we could have been looking at 4th and 5th right there, too.
Unreal. Just an unreal amount of patience and poise from Jeff Kabush out there today.
Maybe not that day where you have the super high end in the legs, not the big snap you were hoping for on these little short power climbs, but overall you just keep metering out your effort.
Somebody's got to tell Wells that he's got like a minute gap.
Biding your time.
Look at him. I mean, he looks like he's chasing somebody down right now.
It's like he stole that bike. He's riding away with it.
It's his turn to feed the baby.
Yeah. But we talked about it as well, where maybe some guys, maybe Kabush is in this same boat where they have Canadian Nationals, races like that coming up in a few weeks where, you can't, so to speak, you can't peak twice. You can't rest too much for this race because you got to keep the, if you're a Training Peaks guy, you got to keep the CTL high. You got to keep the volume high for these weeks so that you can start tapering a bit over the summer. Whereas for Wells, it could be sort of the same story. He's off the front. He's trying to get as many kilojoules in the legs today, trying to get as good of a workout, as hard of a race as he can, just for training-wise.
Well, and also with Wells there, I mean, he's in the lead, and the absolute last thing he wants to see is someone behind him. So it's worth suffering ahead of time instead of really having to suffer,
Well said.
So there's Plaxton now. Plaxton out of the saddle, trying to come back. Any result here inside the top 5 is going to be a win for Plaxton. Like we said, he struggled a bit here in the early part of the season. I wasn't sure what we might see from him. I thought potentially his season was over. He was struggling with a knee injury, and like we said, a physical injury like that can quickly turn into a psychological injury. It's demoralizing, and Sam, you can speak to that just about better than anybody. It's not always a matter of the lack of training and fitness, but it's those demons that you have to deal with day in and day out of just not being able to ride where you think you should.
And also, Max's coach has really toned him down a little bit. He was pushing a little too hard to come back too fast. So Max is actually in a build. He's building right now. He thought he'd be pretty good for this race, and he has been good, but he's still peaking. He's coming back controlled so he doesn't hurt his knee again.
Yeah, we talk from a training standpoint, we always talk about the cycle or the block they did last week or the block they did that last month or trying to peak for this year or something like that. But Sam, I mean, you can speak to this as well, too, from going to the Olympics. It's a mega cycle. It's a multi-year program that you can't get too excited just because it's May 31st and you want to be good for June 10th. You really got to keep this year, next year, the long-term goals in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a big picture, and it's, it's a slow trek to the top, so to speak, and you're always just looking for those little improvements, week in, week out, year in, year out. 2 years, I mean, it's a big spectrum, I guess, and you got to just stick with it and trust the plan, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't quite call it fireworks up on the hillside, but it looked like Rafael Gagne was doing his best to separate himself from Jeff Kabush. And so far not being successful. Opened up a bit of a gap, but Kabush just slowly and deliberately closes it back down. We are probably about 4 or 5 minutes away from our winner arriving if things stay status quo, Todd Wells. In fact, right now we're not even featuring Todd Wells on our international live streaming webcast. It's all about this chase for 2nd and 3rd. Remember, Jeff Kabush sitting 3rd right now, had the number 1 plate coming into today. It's his series to lose with any sort of mistake. Just got to finish roughly. We assume inside the top 5, and it's a lock for him unofficially. And Todd Wells trying to pick up a huge win here in Colorado. Don't forget about the reception. Colt, you going?
I'll be there. I'm going early. I heard there's going to be hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres, appetizers. appetizers and some cold adult beverages over at USA Cycling's national headquarters.
I'm going to be the first one there. A lot of cool faces going to be in the crowd, too. Allison Dunlap's going to be there.
Sarah Hammer.
Yeah.
Katie Compton.
Olympians, world champions, national champions, some cool bikes on display as well. So for those of you here on site, not on the internet, USA Cycling headquarters, guys, just down the street. Head on over this evening around 6:30, right? Yeah, 6:30. Again, just down the road from here. It's a short bike ride as well. One more time as we got Brady Capias coming through, hanging strong here to finish on the lead lap. If you are of the male variety, men out there, get on Twitter right now. Make sure you are following Scott Tedrow. Do it. Seriously, you, right now, do it. One of his new followers will be selected in just a few minutes, and he's going to fly you out to the opening round of next year's U.S. Cup, round number 1, wherever that might be, wherever you might be. It's going to be huge.
And don't just follow him. I'd send a message of thanks for making this all happen, getting this live coverage going, and giving mountain biking the boost it needs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see if we can get that graphic back up on the screen. But there's 3 big ones you guys want to be following and tweeting at during these races. And that is, of course, at USA Cycling. There it is. Lisa is so good, man. At USA Cycling, at Scott Tedrow, and at Sho-Air Cycling Group. They're the ones that make this all possible. They write the big checks, and they're the ones that are making mountain bike racing cool again, Larry. It's been a long time. We talked about it from day one with this series, just the level of buzz, the level of excitement around cross-country racing, not enduro or stage racing or World Cups, but about National Series cross-country racing. It honestly is one of the coolest things in the sport.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we kicked it off up in Texas, or over in Texas at Austin, and then Southern California. I mean, Cannondale set Manny Fumic and Marco Fontana to kind of lend some credibility, and Australians set Dan McConnell, who was an Olympian for them, and we had some great early season racing, and I suspect as word trickles out to the rest of the World Cuppers that next year the future is looking bright. I was going to try to corner Scott Tedrow a little while ago, but nothing's locked in stone yet. We're still looking for the industry to step up and take this thing to the next level, which would not really take that much more money.
That's the thing. I mean, Scott talked about it earlier. If we can get those, the Treks, the Specialized, the Shimanos, I mean, you don't even have to be that major of a company, but a little bit more money, a little bit more support behind this sport and this series, and things could get really crazy. I mean, it's like we look at the success of this year, and it's not like Scott and those guys are just sitting around patting themselves on the back. All they want to talk about is World Cups. World Cups, HCs, how can they bring more money into the sport? So everybody here's got a vision on the future. Everybody's trying to make things bigger and better. The more help we can get, the better. And again, I don't like to leave out you guys tuning in and watching this, because just tuning in, just clicking that link wherever you found it and watching this support. And you guys are all these, Sho-Air Cyclery, Kenda, Cannondale, Muscle Milk, Cliff Bar. They're not paying just so we can come out here and have a good time. They're paying because you guys are important and they want to get their message out to you as fans of the sport and as racers. And so thank you for tuning in, for helping make the numbers big, for sharing the links. Very, very much appreciated. And we're going to have your winner now, Larry. This will do it. Todd Wells, 0 laps to go. He's going to take the gold medal here this afternoon. Colorado Springs, welcome him home.
Well, that is a beautiful victory for Todd Wells to do it here in Colorado. Yeah, look at the crowd that's out here this afternoon. Thank you all, you locals and you racers that stuck around today, or maybe some of you Cat 1s that'll race tomorrow, and Cat 2s. Look at this little sprint between Jeff.
God, it's going to be Kabush.
Kabush will get second. Rafael Gagne comes through a hard-fought third place.
If you had told me on lap number 2 that Kabush was going to outsprint Gagne for any place, no way I would have believed that.
And
unbelievable comeback.
Give it up right there to Jeff Kabush. He just came through. He was wearing the #1 plate. He will take the #1 plate away here today at, 37, 38 years of age, be a series champion yet again across country.
That man is the master of consistency. We've seen him year in and year out. Not only does he, yes, he dominates individual races, but he has a consistency throughout the year that nobody else has.
Yeah, he starts strong. He's strong in the middle of the season. He's good at those world championships. He's like a 9-time Canadian U.S. team member, maybe more than that.
Max Plaxton coming across the line there. So Canada, going 2, 3, and 4 keep your eyes, guys. I think we're going, it's Hardwood Hills, Edmonton, maybe? Colorado.
How about Finsterwald, though, from Colorado Springs, everybody?
Bring it home. The local boy, he went for it today. Nobody laid it on the line more than Finsterwald. SRAM, Troy Lee Design, still super young. Like we said, racing age, maybe 23, 24 this year. Unbelievable. He's going to win this race one day.
Yeah,
for sure, he's going to win this race.
Tight racing. Your top 5 riders separated by less than 90 seconds. Todd Wells will take the win in front of our series champion, Jeff Kabush. Raphael Gagne started strong this year, finishes strong. He gets 3rd. There's Mitchell Hoke.
Awesome ride. The Pros Closet stands, no tubes, riding those. I believe he's on those new carbon no tubes Valor wheels. Xants are going to come through. So 3 Canadians ahead of the Canadian National Champion today. Like we said, that race going to be fireworks here in a couple weeks. And, of course, the U.S. National Championships looking very, very strong. Todd Wells got beaten last year by Steven Ettinger, who is not in attendance. He's back wherever he is doing some crazy big training, trying to get ready. I think he's got something like 10 weeks of racing in a row coming up here. Across the line now is going to be another young superstar, Keegan Swenson, flying the flag for the U23 men this afternoon. Larry, I'm going to head down to the start-finish line, see who I can grab for some post-race interviews.
That was Cameron Jett finishing right behind Keegan Swenson for 9th place. So we still got one more spot inside of the top 10. Cole McElwain has just jumped off the stage. He'll go down there and try to get a word with our series champion and today's winner as well. Again, congratulations going out to Todd Wells, Team Specialized rider from Durango. Victorious this afternoon. Jeff Kabush, I guess you'd say, is victorious as well because he won the bigger battle. He won the war. He is the 2014 USA Cycling's U.S. Cup cross-country champion.
You're going to the... Larry, you're going to the party, right?
Yeah.
All right, see you there.
No beer for you. Who's this? Road to Miche. Nice job. 10th, Rodham. You got it. Top 10. For Rodham Ishe, 4-time collegiate champion, rolled through 10th place for him. Sepkus. We heard Colt waxing eloquently about you all day long, and Sepkus comes through a very, very strong 11th place. We'll have an awards. There's Troy Wells. No, that's Brady Capias, actually. Now Troy Wells sneaking by. A very good ride for him. Troy Wells finishing 12th. Hector Rivera, absolutely gassed. Rivera through in 13th position. Jeremiah Bishop with a nice smile on his face to see the finish line. Jeremiah Bishop had been around a long, long time. Always gives it his A game. Wish him well. Next week up at the U.S. National Marathon Championships, he'll be trying to become a 2-time marathon national champion. And then rider number 10 out of Durango, Colorado, riding for Stans, no tubes. That was Ben Sontag. Again, reminding everybody, you're all invited, open to the public tonight. 5 minutes away over at USA Cycling's national headquarters. Little reception for all of us, beginning at 6:30 this evening. Free appetizers and free beer. So hopefully you can make it that way. 6:30 tonight. And then we'll get everybody out of there early because tomorrow we got a full slate of amateur cross country in the morning and then some pro short tracks in the afternoon. Anton Caron out of Canada, 16th position for him. And then the Trek Bicycle Store rider of Canada, followed by cyclocross phenom Jamie Driscoll. It was Mitch Bailey in front of Driscoll for 17th position. Driscoll comes through in 18th place. And then Adam Morka, followed by
Check. All right, Larry, just a couple of moments here. We're going to get some post-race interviews down on the finish line. Looking for our winner today, Todd Wells. Todd, if you can hear me, make your way down to the finish line, buddy. Going to get a quick on-air. Just come on this side of me.
We're not quite ready. You know.
I got nothing but time. Jeff's going to work on his tan. My burn. Finsty went out and cut all the trees down. What? He went out and cut all the trees down for a little home court advantage. No shade. Sure. All right, guys, I have our second place finisher, but arguably more important today, the retainer of the #1 plate, the series champion. You did it again, Jeff, the most consistent man. I know that's important to you. Tell me about that ride out there, man. I was telling you off camera here, I went back and forth. I was like, all right, Jeff's going to win it. Oh, no, Jeff's going to be outside the top 20. Somehow you rode your way back into silver medal. How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a real roller coaster of a year. You know, I've had some fantastic performances early on with Benelli and, you know, hit some lows as well this year, and coming in, you know, I felt pretty steady, but not super. So I was being a little maybe conservative first couple of laps. You know, I wanted to make sure I had a solid finish to wrap up, get the belt. But the middle of the race, I started feeling stronger and stronger. And, you know, I was surprised it got out over a minute, but I could always keep those guys in sight. And I was surprised that, we even got Todd, but Todd is a great ride. He's been probably most consistent guy, but I've been lucky to get that big win in Benelli, and really excited for my Scott Three Rocks team to take home the belt. First U.S. Cup. It's been the most excitement I've seen for U.S. races for a long time, so I'm really excited to be at all the races and really excited to take home another title.
Just a few weeks out now from the Canadian National Championships. You guys were all over the front of that race at the end there with you, Raphael Gagne, Plaxton. Who am I forgetting? Zanstra. Tell me about that battle here. Just a couple of weeks. How important is it to get that Maple Leaf jersey back? And what do you think about the competition?
It's certainly a big goal, and it's been really great this year having strong teammates there at the start of the race. When I was, got gapped off, my teammate Cameron Jetty was doing some really strong pulls to get me back in the mix. And when I've had my off weekends, Derek, he's had some great results this year. So it's exciting to go into nationals and exciting to see a lot of Canadians as well. Think back to the glory days when we used to stack the podiums, and it's great to see Max, and Raf's had his most consistent year this year ever. So Canadian Nationals is going to be a really interesting race for us.
Having seen every iteration from the Norba days to the NMBS and the Pro XCT, tell me about this year. There was so much excitement coming into the U.S. Cup as a series, the prize money, the UCI points, having it now in the rearview mirror. How do you rate this first year of U.S. Cup racing?
It's really great. Like I said, it's the most excitement I've seen for U.S. racing. I've been racing since the 90s, and I remember what I call the glory days with big checks and big prize money. And, there's a bit of a lull, and I took home a lot of plaques, and it's definitely exciting as an athlete to get a big check, and big thanks to Scott Tedrow and Sho-Air and everyone behind USA Cycling who's put this together. It's really exciting to see for the young guys coming up.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Jeff. Huge round of applause for you, man. You did it again.
Thanks, Colt.
Well, one more. Okay, we're going back to this. Katarina did it in the women's race. As you guys didn't know, the gentlemen out there were following Scott Tedrow on Twitter. One lucky follower was going to be selected to be flown out to the opening round of next year's U.S. Cup race. Jeff, pick.
Well, it's going to be exciting to meet the lucky winner, Stuart Forsyth from Stockholm, Sweden.
Sweden? Awesome. Stockholm, Sweden. We'll see you in wherever. Texas, California. Awesome. Congratulations, Jeff. We're going to see if we can get Todd in here real quick. Todd, come on down, my friend. Todd Wells, I wanted somebody to let you know that you had like a, that's colttrainingsystems.com. Get yourself. That's pretty cool. Dude, that was unreal. I was saying, does he know he has a gap like that? You were just, every time I saw you, you were just 100% on the floor to the pedal to the, you know what I'm saying?
Sure. You know, on that 4th or 5th lap, I think, we got a small separation. I was hoping Finsty would come with me here through the start finish, and he kind of tagged on, but it took a lot out of him to get on, I guess, and he came off the pace a little bit, and from there it was just 2 laps on my own.
Something about, you knew, I'm sure, what had to be done in the series. How much of that was in your mind today, knowing that Jeff, like, were you getting updates in the pits that Jeff was off the back a little bit and that it was maybe mathematically possible?
No, I figured, you know, I need to win Kabush 11. On Kabush's worst day, he usually doesn't get 11th. So he was going to need a serious mechanical problem. In this course, it's great for racing, and it's good, too, if you do have a mechanical problem. It's close 6 minutes away from the pit at any time. So I knew I wasn't going to get Kabush in this series, but this also being part of the Pro XCT, I have a slim lead on him in that. And I was more thinking of that race. And then, you know, if something happened where I was able to get the U.S. Cup too, that would be icing on the cake. But like I said, he's such a good rider, I knew he wasn't going to have that bad of a day.
So similar to Jeff, we talked about Canadian Nationals. It's a big summer now coming up. This sort of kicks things off with Wisconsin and Nationals and the North American World Cups. Where are you at right now, and how big of a confidence booster is this going into the heart of the season here?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we also have our Marathon National Champs next weekend in Sun Valley, so that's the thing with this race as well. I knew it wasn't likely that I'd be able to overcome Kabush in the series overall, and we have the Marathon Nationals next weekend where Howie, who won last weekend, and Steven will be there. So I knew I had to do a good block of training this last week in order to kind of rest into that. So I'm really happy with how this race went.
Well, congratulations to you. Awesome job in the series. Good luck next weekend.
Thanks, dude. Good job with the commentary.
Thank you very much. And finally, one more guy I want to bring in here. We got the winner, the series winner, the overall, but one dude today was racing with maybe more on the line than just about anybody else, certainly more excitement than anybody else, and that is riding for SRAM. Troy Lee Designs, my man Russell Finsterwald. Come here, join me, Russell.
How's it going, Colt?
It's going quite well. Tell me about this race. It's got a little bit of a special meaning for you.
Yeah, I mean, being that this park is only a 30-minute ride from my house, I had high ambitions out here to come out, race hard, and try to land on the podium. So that was the goal for the day.
Yeah, we had Sam Schultz up in the booth, and we were talking about sort of the same thing, the Missoula race first year, and he went out there and won it. I mean, how realistic was your ambition coming in? Did you really feel like you could take it today? Because it certainly seemed like early on, lap number 1, you were the most aggressive guy.
I never knew if I could take the win here, obviously, but the goal was just to be at the front and push it hard, just because that steep climb out on the backside there, you could separate, and everybody has to go just as hard. So I knew if I could be at the front there and put pressure on everyone, they'd have to work a little harder to catch up. But yeah, just as the race went on, Todd hit it super hard, and I didn't quite have any gas in the tank to go with him. But it was good to finish it up in 5th on the podium.
So, I mean, the U.S. Cup series, it's great for guys like Jeff and Todd and these established veterans, but it's almost even more important for a guy like yourself who's looking to make a name for himself, looking for a series to show for not only your own results, but for your sponsors. Tell me about this year, the U.S. Cup Pro Series, and just how it's been to have something new to chase.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks to Scott Tedrow for putting up so much prize money and giving all us young racers something to chase after. So that's definitely been an awesome change in mountain biking, having this live TV everyone across the world can watch. So that's great. But yeah, it's been awesome, and I'm really appreciative to have SRAM TLD out here supporting me today.
Awesome job. Congratulations, Russell.
Yeah, thanks, Colt.
Nice job, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to have podiums in not too long just behind me here. Stay tuned. We're going to throw it up to Larry Longo. We're going to have a full breakdown, give you the series standings. A little bit more left before you guys go. Thanks again for tuning in.
Nice job, Colt. Congratulations to Jeff Kabush, our overall series winner for Scott, Three Rocks Racing, and Todd Wells, the winner here this afternoon. And he'll probably move himself up or keep himself up into second overall. We've had a bunch of middle of the pack come through, but all these guys, good efforts. Casey Williams, about 25th place. Maloney, 27th. Kalen Pacell, 28th. Renicky, 29th. So we are right now setting up for our award ceremony. Stick around, everybody. We'll recap our race here momentarily, but congratulations going to Todd Wells, taking the win today in front of a fastly closing Jeff Kabush. Rafael Gagne will finish third. Plaxton will finish fourth. And Russell Finsterwald will round out the podiums representing Colorado Springs here today. He will finish fifth. We had a total of 30, looks like 36 riders finish on apparently what is the leader's lap, although I think a couple of those guys were caught by Todd Wells at the end and got to take their final lap and get a time here this morning or this afternoon. Awards for our top 5 men today. We just mentioned them. And the top 5 overall. And still waiting for that to sort of sort itself out because we had Sergio Gutierrez, Manny Fumic, and Marco Fontana not in attendance here this morning.
Yeah, this is the unofficial overall results. Kabush is going to hang on with 121 points. Wells, it looked like he was maybe going to get it today, but settles for second, 109. Plaxton does what he needs to secure third. Derek Zanser fourth, and Jeremiah Bishop, despite a tough ride today, still going to hold on to top 5 overall in the series with 62 points. So that's it, a culmination of all 4 rounds. Texas, 2 in California, 1 now in Colorado. That was a hard series. Every one of those races was stacked field from start to finish on the front row. Took a lot to win that.
A hard series, and as we've alluded to all day long, it's not going to take too much more money, and it always comes down to money, but we're so close to really what would become a truly national series again. And yeah, it kind of makes sense to host a couple of races out in Southern California early in the season, but it'd be nice to take this thing somewhere back east, you know, a Mount Snow or a Snowshoe, West Virginia, or one of those legendary East Coast racecourse tracks.
No, absolutely. I mean, this, and again, you know, people talked about it early in the season, and they looked at it and said, well, that's not a national series. It's in Texas and 2 rounds in California. And it's not. That's not really the point of this series, is not to be a series for everybody from all around the country for masters. And, you know, it is a pro series. It's right there in the name, the U.S. Cup Pro Series. It's about figuring out a time on the schedule when we can attract the top riders from around the world. And that's, I mean, March was great to have 3 UCI C1 and HC races in March to kick off the year and see some of the best riders in the world be able to fly over here. That's what this is all about. And so I'm in full, whatever it takes. If we got to go to California, if we got to go to Texas.
And the top guys are doing. They're making the flights and they're doing the travel and they're doing what they have to do. And it's not far out there in the future. A balanced schedule all over the country once again. And Scott Tedrow, I mean, it goes without saying. We keep kind of mentioning his name, and you heard Jeff Kabush and Todd Wells thanking him. You heard Katarina Nash earlier on. But Scott Tedrow doing exactly what needs to be done, and that's throw a whole lot of passion and then writing some checks as well. You can see him down there right now thanking Todd Wells for coming out here and racing.
So stay tuned, guys. We're going to have your podium here coming up before we wrap on the day. But again, just thank you guys for tuning in, for sharing the link, for joining us here all afternoon. I know there's a lot of other things you could be doing on your Saturday afternoon, and we appreciate your passion for bike racing, that you would take the time to join us here from Colorado Springs. And again, thanks for all the feedback. I see it all, guys. We don't always get to read it out on the air, but all the messages on Twitter and Facebook and text and all that. Appreciate all the support for not only the series, but for myself and Larry. It's been fun, Larry. I could do this almost every weekend.
We should. Wouldn't we be happy to do that? Get, you know, a nice 22-week weekend in, weekend. We'd have to travel with bicycles.
That's fine with me.
The Al Madden of
taking a look at that awesome aerial shot there. Is that I think that's coming from the helicopter up in the sky. That was cool. Some of the shots out there this afternoon, and again, just unbelievable camera work, unbelievable work across the board from everybody.
Pro Men's Awards ceremony momentarily. It looks like we've got most of our top 5 here. We're looking for, we're going to need Jeremiah Bishop, who's not far away. He ended up 5th overall in the National Series standings. But we will get you guys up on the blocks here momentarily. Coming up, awards. Stick around, everybody. Help us make some noise. That's going to be a wrap here for day number 1 of this U.S. Cup at Colorado Springs. We'll have amateur racing tomorrow morning and then some pro short tracks tomorrow afternoon. Racing presented by Kenda, Cannondale, KMC Chains. Big shout out to Panera Bread and Sandwich Company. They delivered lunch to the crew here this morning.
And again, Larry, don't forget, tonight, across the road, down the street, at USA Cycling, 6:30.
A reception for everybody, opened to the public over at USA Cycling's national headquarters. It's about 5 minutes away.
Come on down here, Larry. Are we on camera now? We don't get enough camera time.
Well, it's because I don't have your dashing good looks and that fabulous mustache. It's coming in nicely. But yeah, it's been a great time out here this weekend. It's been great this year. I missed round number 1, but Benelli Park, obviously, with the World Cuppers and a great late attack by Jeff Kabush there to take the win. Surprised us all again. But it's been super fun working with you, Colt.
Oh, super fun. Way more fun to have somebody else in the booth instead of just me sitting around talking to myself for 4 hours, which I'm happy to do. But let's talk again. So the series has been great. We got a lot of stuff coming up. It's good. Not part of the U.S. Cup Series, but we kind of talked about these other guys. The summer of mountain biking here gets very, very good. Canadian National Championships, U.S. National Championships, the rest of the Pro XCT. We go to Wisconsin, Catamount, Vermont, and then, of course, the 2 World Cups here. How do you balance that much mountain bike racing?
Well, I think at this point, these guys, they're right. This is the meat of the matter. This is what these guys live for. This is what they're racing for, to actually be able to race in front of American fans, especially the North American fans for the Canadians and the American riders. Wyndham will be round number 6, and right after that will be the World Cup up at Mount St. Anne. So these guys have still got a lot of racing to go. World Championships are down the line as well. So this is what these guys live for, train for. You know, every minute of their day is devoted to try to be as fast as they possibly can on a mountain bike.
And we see this changing of the guard almost. I mean, yes, at the end of the day, it was still the veterans today, Todd Wells and Jeff Kabush, but guys like Raphael Gagne, guys like Keegan Swenson, who was up there, obviously Russell Finsterwald, they're getting so close. I mean, when you look at how long Wells and Kabush and these guys have dominated at the front of the sport, it's 10+ years now since we've really had someone who step up. Steven Ettinger, who wasn't here today, is maybe the first guy to really bang down those doors by taking the Stars and Stripes jersey last year. But who excites you? It's been a few months now. A lot of guys have taken some steps up. Who do you think is really going to have a big summer like Steven did last year maybe?
Well, I mean, the guy that we saw today, clawing way up to about 7th position, Mitchell Hoke, you know, that almost a privateer at this point. Not the big factory sponsorship, but it sure looks like he's getting stronger and faster every year. And with a surprise result up in Pennsylvania here in a few weeks, he could be signing a big contract soon. And as you were saying, there's guys that are going to kind of be aging out here in the next year or two. Obviously, Howard Grotz, unfortunately, a separated rib, a bruised rib, whatever it was. To not see him here this weekend was a little bit disappointing with as well as he's been going lately. But yeah, the future is looking so good. And, you know, one of the things we talked about earlier was the National High School Collegiate Racing League, which is just going to give birth to so many fast riders. I mean, they are 16, 17, 18 years of age, and wait a year or two, these kids are going to be turning pro and flying.
And on that women's side, didn't see the sparkle from her today, but Evelyn Dong has been a huge, huge breakthrough this season. I can't wait for the summer to see her try and do that on the World Cup. She's been so strong, and I think her talents, her skill set as a pure climber, but still pretty punchy, I think that's going to translate very well to races like Wyndham. She can handle her bike too, like races like Mount St. Anne, national championships. I think she's kind of, I mean, like we said, it's still Todd, it's still Jeff, but really a lot of the JHK and Adam Craig and a lot of those guys that were sort of surrounding him have since moved on or sort of, as you say, aged out. It's riders like Evelyn, riders like Chloe, and again, all the young men you mentioned as well. I think this summer in particular, a lot of those guys are really, they figured a lot out this spring, and I think we're going to see a lot of them coming through. I mean, even just opening the year with a guy like Payson McKelvin, 6th place at the Mellow Johnny's Classic, it's all this support. It's the series. It's the factory team starting to pick up younger riders. It's like the perfect storm now. I think we're going to get a great generation where in 10 years from now, we look back and say, yeah, that was the 2012, 2014 era. That no, those guys have been around for 10 years.
Well, and you just said it. There's so many programs like the BMC development program and the whole athletes of the world that are really beginning to, they're saying, you know what, we could put money into 2 pro riders, or we could put money into a whole team of young up-and-comers. And those teams are going to be filled out by these high school rosters that are graduating racers. The whole collegiate national racing program is strong as well. So the future for mountain biking here in the United States and North America as a whole is absolutely bright. You know, again, we keep saying Scott Tedrow's name, but without Scott Tedrow right now, kind of pushing it along. And then, you know, really, I mean, a lot of people say they're going to do things. Scott Tedrow goes out and does it and writes the check to back it up. He's got his big rig here, and he's sponsoring 3 or 4 factory guys all season long. I mean, paying their salaries to race their bikes full time and provide results. And I think, you know, as we move into the Rio, Brazil Olympic Games in 2016, USA and Canada would probably be once again a dominant force.
Yeah, man, I mean, the women already were dominant with Emily Batty and Pendrell and Gould, but I think by 2016 we're going to have some men up there that we won't be unrealistically talking about a medal threat. So I know, guys, we're going to get the podium done in a second. Larry and I are going to head back up to the stage. They're telling us to wrap it up, but in case we don't see you again, Larry, where are we going to see you this summer? You're going to be all over, right?
I'm heading Sun Valley next week for USA Marathon National Championships. A few weeks later, Bear Creek, Pennsylvania for the Cross Country National Championships. Wyndham World Cup, we'll see you there, I think. Colt? And then I have a cyclocross down the line somewhere, I'm sure. So it's been fun, though. Thanks for having me part of this whole process.
Yeah, thank you. Larry gets all the good jobs, man. I want to come to national. I'll be around, guys. I'll be the national championships as well. Obviously, like Larry said, cyclocross season starting very, very shortly. If you're in that world, you know that Behind the Barriers TV, the stuff we do there, that's about to get very exciting. Starting things off with I think Cross Vegas, and yeah, I'll see you guys around right here. ColtTrainingSystems.com. Look it up. I'll see you guys around. Podium's coming right up.
So we'll need Russell Finsterwald, Max Plaxton, Raphael Gagne, and Jeff Kabush. Make your presence felt here soon, gentlemen. There's Raphael. We're waiting now for Kabush, Plaxton, and Finsterwald. And then we'll also be presenting our top 5 overall 2014 award ceremony coming up. Thank you all for sticking around. Again, a big shout out to our sponsors, especially the ones here this weekend. Sho-Air, Kenda Tires and Tubes, KMC Performance Chains. We've got our top 5 assembled for today, so join us here at the finish line. Photographers, we're 1 minute away from our awards ceremony. So without any further ado, let's bring him up. He rode hard today. Most aggressive rider, no doubt about that. Riding for SRAM, Troy Lee Designs out of Colorado Springs. 5th on the afternoon, Russell Finsterwald.
Good work. I don't care. I don't think it doesn't matter. Whichever side you like. There you go.
Nice job, Russell. Tom Spiegel, you going to present them? We got some trophies or anything? Well, we'll give you a check. That's even better. In 4th place, riding for Cannondale Factory Racing out of Canada, Max Plaxton. The bronze medalist hails from Quebec, Canada, riding for Rocky Mountain, Raphael Gagne. In 2nd on the afternoon, riding for Scott, 3 Rocks Racing, Jeff Kabush. And the winner of our race number 4, U.S. Pro Cup here this afternoon, riding for Specialized, Todd Wells, Durango, Colorado. Spiegel, they still look young compared to you. Congratulations, Todd Wells, the win this afternoon. Jeff Kabush, Raphael Gagne, Max Plaxton, and Russell Finsterwald round out the top 5. If you guys all want to squeeze together and give a little each other love. And top 15 on the day, we have prize money up on the stage, or see Tom Spiegel. So one more time, Todd Wells, Jeff Kabush, Raphael Gagne, Max Plaxton, and Russ Finsterwald. And then a reminder for overall prize money. Overall prize money, USA Cycling is going to write those checks, and they'll be sending you guys out an email, and you'll have to fill out a form. But overall prize money will be mailed to you, courtesy of USA Cycling. We will do the top 5 overall as soon as somebody hands me the awards. Judy's probably got them. So we're just verifying that we got this right. Remember, we had like 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the standings not be here today. So we're just double and triple checking that we get the top 5 correct. So let's do our overalls right now. We'll bring up our top 5 in the overall series here this afternoon. U.S. Cup Racing presented by Sho-Air. Finishing 5th place overall, he rides for Sho-Air Cannondale out of Harrisonburg, Virginia, Jeremiah Bishop. In a 4th place for 2014, he rides for Scott Three Rocks Racing, the reigning Canadian National Cross Country Champion, wearing the maple leaf today, Derek Sandstra. In a 3rd place, riding for Cannondale Factory Racing from Canada, Max Plaxton. Second place overall 2014 rides for Specialized Racing out of Durango, Colorado. Today's winner, Todd Wells. And the 2014 U.S. Cup champion after 4 races, riding for Scott Three Rocks Racing and Maxis, Jeff Kabush. They teach you in media training to level the cranks. Jeff Kabush, ladies and gentlemen, the heavyweight belt. He is your series champion for Scott Three Rocks Racing. Todd Wells will be 2nd for Specialized. Max Plaxton is 3rd for Cannondale. And Derek Sandstra, Jeremiah Bishop round out the top 5 overall for 2014. As Tom said a minute ago, overall prize money will be mailed to you guys courtesy of or come from USA Cycling. Congratulations once again, everybody. Give it up for their top 5 up on the podium. Jeff Kabush, 2014 Series champion.